Open your eyes.
please don't pretend that you're meant to be my friend. I'm trying to understand all the blood that's on your hands. Your silence is deadening me. Your silence is scaring me. In spite of the memories, your silence is all I need. Pretty little pictures on the wall, it's just a shame you don't see it all. I got my pretty little knife ready for your life. It's just a shame you won't get your fill. Pretty little pictures on the wall, it's just a shame you don't see it all. I got my pretty little knife ready for your life. It's just a shame you won't.
Welcome everybody to Deadlock Core number 2, day number 2. I am Andrew Big D Morrow, joined here today with Tanner Metro. Easy for me to say. Tanner, how are we feeling today?
I'm feeling good, man. It's my second day on the broadcast. We had a lot of fun games yesterday. We've got a hard-working crew as well, making sure that everything runs smoothly today. So fingers crossed, knocking on wood, break a leg, everybody. I'm very excited to get today started.
Yeah, well, let's waste not, want not. Let's look right at our bracket here. We had our day 1. For that, we had the Buff Enjoyers take out G3. We had the fishing rods take out Valorant retirees. And if I'm not mistaken, our first game of the day is going to be Buff Enjoyers versus fishing rods. Moving on from there, the TF2 Boomers were able to take off Sleepy Kitty Gang. Bottom Barrel moving on to face them in the next round. Cabal is currently waiting in the second round for the Manhattan Mutants and Ping Diff. There were some technical difficulties on that server, so we're getting that sorted out. And then our final second round matchup will be Naked Catgirls and Friends versus $6 Shrimp Special. But first off, we got the Buff Enjoyers versus Fishing Rods. Quite excited for that. Who do we got playing for those fellas?
Yeah, this is an exciting matchup because Fishing Rods come into this one middle of the pack. I think 8 seed. Yesterday they played the 9 seed. They ended up getting a pretty convincing win, but it was a really solid game through and through. Buff Enjoyers, the team that's standing across from them, this is the number 1 seed for a reason. We've got a lot of strong names on this. If you are like me and you're in that spectate tool day in and day out in the client, you're seeing the likes of Mikhail, Dimov, Listic, Piggy. I've seen Infamous also in that realm of jumping in and spectating games. But this is an exciting one because Buff Enjoyers, they weren't really tested yesterday. So I'm excited to see what Fishing Rods can put up against them today. I think we're going a little bit further than I think it was a 13-35 game against G3 for Buff Enjoyers. So I think this one will hopefully go the distance.
I like that. I want to see some good Deadlock here. I've definitely seen when I've bumped up against them in my pugs. I've bumped up against. I know Michael S. and that guy just clobbers me every single time. So I'm excited to see what we got. And without further ado, we should be getting into our draft if I'm not mistaken as well, unless I am mistaken.
I do know that the players are raring to go. They've been waiting on us. So maybe they did that thing where they were waiting on us to get ready, and then we're ready, and we say, okay, let's go. And they're like, wait, I still have to put my shoes on. And now we're angry because they're not actually ready, and they were giving us a hard time for being ready. You know what I'm saying?
Angry is a minimal statement. Furious is more like it.
Right.
Oh, I'm raring to go too. It's Deadlock. We're all on the wild frontier. The unknown.
Yeah.
The unknown is before us.
Yeah, it is. It really is the unknown. And I think although unknown, I enjoy that what comes with the unknown is just flexibility, right? It's nobody really knows I'm going to put it in air quotes, the right way to play, which means they're just trying things out. We've seen, Abrams playing in lane. We've seen Abrams playing in solo lanes. We've seen a lot of this, a lot of that. We've seen Dynamo get picked a few times, but not be maybe as strong as we were expecting Dynamo to be. So, yeah, it really is the Wild West is the best way to do it, but it just allows so much ebb and flow in each of these games. It's really cool to watch.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. That's been my main thing with getting to play this game this summer. I got in on the play test in the middle of June, and I fell in love with it immediately. I'm a Counter-Strike player over the last 10 years. I've also been heavy into Dota over the last 10 years. So having those two games kind of combined into one magical little thing, the game very much feels like it's meant for me. And the thing that I've gotten to remind myself over and over again this summer is that nobody knows how to play it. We're all figuring it out as we go. And I think while we've gotten such an experience in pugs, I'm really excited to see how some of these teams that have played together and worked together develop strategies. And we're gonna get right into our draft. First ban is that Dynamo, the Buff Enjoyers. They don't want to see any singularities out there, do they?
Yeah, no, not at all. Although I think there are some strong responses. One strong response that I'm thinking of is Lash. It'll probably be banned away. We only had 8 games yesterday, so that means that 16 bans come through. Lash caught a couple of those bans. Dynamo caught a bunch of them. So we'll see if that does come through for Fishing Rods. I do know, however, when you're looking at some of these strong players on the side of Buff Enjoyers, maybe you start to target what works for them. Paradox worked really well for Mikhail yesterday, and there it is. Yeah, Paradox actually banned away. The Vindicta didn't quite find its mark, I think, on the games yesterday, or I guess through both broadcasts as well. And Paradox filled the shoes so incredibly well, right? Hey, kinetic carbine, I've got my sniper now, and I can do so much more. So Paradox banned away, and Abrams going first here.
Yeah, I have to imagine that Paradox ban is a bit of a respect ban towards Mikhail. He's made quite a name for himself in this game already. I think he's probably one of the... I don't know if he comes from a game prior to this or what, but he's at least the first name in Deadlock that I'm like, oh, we know that that's a really good Deadlock player right now. So seeing the Paradox ban, it doesn't surprise me at all. And then we get Abrams' first pick. That's going to be Buff Enjoyers. Here's a question real fast that will be for both me and the viewers at home. How does drafting work here? We got one ban, and then these guys are picking first. Are they just taking turns?
Yeah, so it'll go, the high seed gets the first ban, then the low seed gets a ban, and then high seed picks 1, low seed picks 2, high seed 2, low seed 2, high seed 2, and then we're at a number there where the math works out. You just go 1, 1, 1 across the board. So you get a strong pick in Abrams, which is almost 100% pick rate through a lot of the games. So, you know, the number 1 seed gets that, hey, let's take away something strong. Let's ban something strong. But now fishing rods get to respond in kind with 2 picks of their own, Kelvin being the first.
Okay, that's interesting. So we're seeing from both sides here as well. They're picking some sort of team fight enabler, somebody that's going to be somewhat dynamic. Both of these characters can be turned into a really strong carry role if they get off to that start, but obviously they're going to be a lot more flexible being able to set up team fights.
Yeah, the Kelvin 2 brings flexibility in way of, we've seen it from the Abrams, but you have so much sustain for yourself. You do a lot for your team in way of healing, and you can really go anywhere, right? The Abrams obviously has sustain in its own right. Huge engage tools, whether it be the shoulder charge or the ultimate in that seismic impact. I mean, the melee lifesteal when you're in there and you're just punching everybody in the face. But Kelvin really brings a lot to the team. If we erased all of the team fighting and all of the laning and we just talked about some of the objectives, Ice Path is so strong. It's such a great tool to help you, yourself, and your team get around the map. I'm thinking urns. I'm thinking quick rotations. Kelvin is a really strong pick. I think it's the reason why we're seeing it so much these last couple of days.
Yeah, I was looking at these picked and ban rates. Both Kelvin and Abrams heavily picked, and then there's another heavy hitter. Warden picked for the fishing rods. What's Warden's pick rate like? Warden not as high of a pick rate, less than 50% pick rate so far. And a quick response of Shiv and Viscous. I'm assuming that's Viscous.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we all thought the same thing. When we saw it for the first time, we thought, that I think looks like either snot or viscous, and I don't think
some kind of green blob.
Exactly. Shiv is, I think, our only hero who has a 100% win rate. Picked up a lot, banned a lot, but it's been just put in the right hands. We saw it in the hands of TF2 enjoyers. They played it incredibly well. I think Buff enjoyers, or TF2 boomers, excuse me. I think Buff enjoyers got their hands on it yesterday. Shiv is just Shiv, man. You get the execute. You can dash around. A lot of maybe sustain is not the right word, but in having that bloodletting, being able to kind of reduce that incoming damage that you're taking, you're turning it into instant damage into a dot, and now your regen is kind of working against that dot, and it just allows for a lot of flexibility in the side lanes, or I guess I don't know what to call side lanes, because we see 1-2-2-1, but yesterday we saw 2-1-1-2, so he can play on his own, he can play with a teammate. It's really nice. I love the Viscous because, hey, when things get tough, you just cube somebody, and you've got yourself an ethereal shift there, and it's just built right into the kit.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Viscous. I think that's an obvious pick for any team. There's so much control with the ult, and just how much they can maneuver an enemy right to where they want them to be, and that save, like you said. Yeah, Shiv though. I'm looking at Shiv, and Shiv is one of the only heroes in the game that I've seen just one, other than Abrams, maybe, just be able to 1v5, 1v6 a whole team at a time if they're bigger than them. So not shutting the Shiv down early is going to be a key for fishing rods, I think.
Yeah, and it's easier said than done. The Shiv brings a lot in the early game, and I think the Shiv is almost, it can be an immediate answer to the haze that's been picked up by fishing rods. So Mo and Krill picked up right next to that Haze. They've got a good front line. They've got a whole lot of beef. They have the engage tools. Now they just need to round out the rest of this draft with damage, right? How do we supplement what our Warden and Mo and Krill are going to do? They pick up the Haze to do that, but I think Haze is quickly becoming a solved riddle, right? The first time I got a Rubik's Cube, this is a bad analogy because I still can't solve the Rubik's Cube, but I'm a little bit better and I can get one side. And I think that's where we're at with Haze, is we've got one side of the Rubik's Cube. We're starting to figure it out, and I think that pick is going to start falling more and more by the wayside, but we'll see how it's piloted on the side of fishing rods. And then opposite of that, Wraith has been picked a lot. Unfortunately, Wraith has also been getting beat a lot. It brings so much pressure to the team because you have that split push, but you also have a huge tool now in Wraith that says, you guys want to engage? Telekinesis. Boom. Stop it all. Let's put this on pause, and the buff enjoyers can turn it around.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm interested to see that matchup. Both Haze and Wraith are the glass cannons of this game, just high damage output. But I think Wraith has a bit of an edge with the escape that she has. I think that Haze's smoke bomb is nice, and it's a good getaway, and I think it's a good engagement tool because you can find some really nice nooks and crannies to hide and get out there on them.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it's as good of an escape tool as Wraith's teleport. So I think Wraith has the edge in that regard. Down here to round things out, though, we are going to see both Bebop and Pocket. And then I feel ridiculous. Who is this on the bottom, second on the bottom right for the fishing rods?
That is McGinnis. And you shouldn't feel ridiculous because it's
That's
very hard to
McGinnis?
tell that is McGinnis. Yeah, that is McGinnis. Your first time looking at it, it is hard to see. But now that you see it, you can't unsee it. It's like one of those, optical illusions.
These must all be the new little dot pictures for the new mini map, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
That's exactly where we're at.
I'll be writing some words to Valve about my feedback on these pictures, but no, I all right. I'm glad we can get that figured out. Well, that's 12 characters selected. That means we can hop into this one, doesn't it?
Yeah, as soon as these players are ready. I know that we have to get the lobby set up the way that we've got things going right now, because things aren't as they seem. We do take care of draft, and then we start to get those players locked in. Everybody chooses their picks, and we go from there, because otherwise everybody would be playing. We'd have 10 Viscus, or we'd actually probably have 10 Lashes and a couple of Shivs kind of, seeping their way on in. If everybody could play Lash, they would. So we just got to wait to get that lobby set up.
Lash.
No, not at all, which is surprising.
That is surprising. Lash. My gosh, that's my guy. No Lash, no Infernus. Okay. Well, how about that?
Yeah, they don't want us to have fun. I thought the Lash would be a good pickup for buff enjoyers, should anybody play it, just because it's so disruptive when a team is trying to get active and then Lash just comes out of nowhere and death slams everybody away. It's kind of that same pause as the telekinesis from Wraith, so maybe Wraith is going to fill those shoes. But the Death Slam is just so strong, right? Death Slam, Ground Strike on top of it, and you've turned an enemy engage into your engage and kind of used that against them. So it is interesting, but Lash, alongside a handful of these other heroes, didn't have a great day. Now, I know it was just day one, and we had, discrepancies. Some teams playing together before, some teams new to playing together. But yeah, Lash got bullied a little bit. We saw Deathy's Lash. It looked really good from TF2 Boomers. But outside of that, it was not a good day for the resident butthole.
Oh, well, the only reason I wanted to cast some Deadlock is to see some high-level Lash play. Dang it.
So we're just gonna have somebody tag in for you, and you're gonna come back when Lash is here?
Yeah, somebody else come do this. Where's my cat? Where's my co-catster?
Dude, that's perfect. That more people would rather just watch your cat on camera than actually see the game. So that's perfect.
Oh yeah, that's true in any facet of the internet. I think is put the cat on the camera, put the animal on the camera. We want to see that. I'm excited.
I do want to mention quickly before we get off of what we've seen in the draft. This has nothing to do with the game or anything. What it does have to do, a couple of folks who set the draft up and made this possible, Orlon7531 and Voln from the Deadlock Pug server. They set up a super seamless and easy draft website that we are allowed to use here on stream. So just a big thanks for that. Otherwise, it would be me and you in Paint, and we would be writing in the names and scratching out the others, right? Now, you know what? Actually, not to knock the dead airstream, because that's what they were working with yesterday. They just had like scribbles, and it was like green is this team, orange is this team, black scribbles is banned. It was really funny. But yes, shout out to Orlon7531 and Voln for setting that up for us. Very cool.
Yeah, very cool. That's awesome. I was wondering who put all the nice work into these lovely graphics for us.
Yeah, it's the brains behind all of the operations is so cool, especially when a game like this starts to take off, right? People have been playing it since May or June. I'm new to it. I really only have like 30 games, but I have spent so much time in the sandbox. I probably have as many hours in the sandbox as I do in actual servers, just kind of messing around and figuring it all out. But then the people who start to put the work on the back end, finding stats, tracking players, doing stuff like that, where you know that this is going to need some sort of draft system. So very cool to everybody who helps put this on.
Yes, thank you to everybody out there. And with that, we are underway. It is Buff Enjoyers versus the Fishing Rods. Game is going to be paused here for just a brief moment by shh.
Yeah, quiet down, everybody. Don't get too excited. The best part about this is we can see the chats, so they'll probably let us know what's wrong.
That's yeah, it looks like this Demov guy is trolling somebody.
I think this was the draft that they okay, I would say this was the draft that they put together. I thought maybe he picked the wrong hero, but he's just having the FPS sillies that happen in this game.
Quick reconnect here.
Yeah, immediately we can take a look at the minimap though and kind of see the lane assignments. It's looking like Abrams going to be off towards Park. We've got Shiv headed out towards York, and then Greenwich and Broadway are going to be taken up by Viscous and Pocket, respectively, down Greenwich, and then Broadway will be piloted by Ivy and Wraith. So it gives us an idea. I don't think this is, too far out of reach. I think this is a pretty good spot. What I am excited for, as I continue to monologue here, Big D, is
I'm riveted.
Wraith's full auto kind of goes crazy with the fire rate, and Ivy upgrading the Watcher's Covenant gives fire rate to everybody. I think it's a 10% fire rate buff. So you leave this Broadway lane uptown unattended for a moment, and your base is going to be hurting.
Oh yeah, I didn't even realize that. Yeah, that's a lot of fire rate buff for Wraith. But we are finally underway. We got early game of Deadlock, baby.
Yeah, jumping right in. And the players are quick to get it here. We are not slowing down by any means. Piggy just pushing the pace. That's what Ivy is so good at. 33 rounds to get started in the magazine. And look at the blood here, Big D.
Early on, Mo and Krill and Hayes both going down. The fire rate buff is good for the Wraith there. She is going to go down eventually, dying to the Trooper as well. Or no, Hayes is going to show up to help out and take down Wraith. But an early double kill there for the Fishing Rods. That's definitely going to make a statement early on here in these lanes. And it looks like it's an absolute brawl. Abrams trying to get a taste of McGinnis here, backing her away. She's going to have to back off and try to save herself. All across the board here. Pockets diving under the tower, getting one onto the Kelvin, going down. Warden's gone down across the board. It's just a bloodbath out here, Tanner.
An absolute bloodbath. This is what Buff Enjoyers did the other day, though, right? They come in and they look to put the pressure on, and they're not going to allow this Haze or any of this late game to get online, as Piggy, again, just remains super oppressive with that Ivy. The mouse one on a support like that and a disruptor like that is so incredibly strong, and they are making sure it is heard.
Yeah, off to an early lead here. Buff Enjoyers are showing complete lane dominance. There's Hayes going down one more time. This Guardian as well is already down below half HP, just over the 2-minute mark here. I can't believe what we're seeing right now. This game feels like it potentially could be over in 15 minutes if it keeps on pace like this.
But we saw a 13-minute and 35-second game from Buff Enjoyers yesterday, so hopefully Fishing Rods can toss out a line and maybe scoop up some help. Tia on the response, so looking to get aggressive. Can't quite find the kill, but pushes the Abrams out for now.
Pocket going down as well, but as you can see, 2,000 souls for him already. That is a huge start in this game. I mean, I feel like Buff Enjoyers right now are just absolutely outclassing them every step of the way. The McGinnis has fallen again. There goes the Mo and Krill. Hayes low HP, as well as the Warden. Warden is going to fall. We can't even keep up with what's going on across the board here. Buff Enjoyers are showing no mercy in this one to start out.
Yeah, the strength down Broadway, the strength down Greenwich here. It looks like pressure being applied out towards York as well. That Bebop pushed underneath the turret. And there's an early Guardian, right? 3 minutes, 20 seconds. And this fire rate lane of Wraith and Ivy have already taken their Guardian.
I'm in shock right now, Tanner. I didn't know Deadlock could be this lethal. I've just been enjoying this as a nice game, you know, a good solid 5 minutes in the laning phase. But here we go, 3 minutes. And already another dead Kelvin here, maybe? McGinnis has died at least 3 times, if I'm not mistaken. Kelvin's died twice. There's the 3rd time. And here might be the second Guardian sub 5 minutes for the Buff Enjoyers. I can see how they ended the game so quickly yesterday.
It's just, the pressure is so incredibly oppressive. And, I mean, if you just watch it here from Mikhail's perspective, the pressure that he's able to put on to Legal is relatively unanswered. A little bit there from that hook underneath the Guardian, but just before that had happened, Legal had to leave the lane, basically, backed all the way behind the Guardian, and the Shiv was still full HP, darn near, right? So they're able to punish their lanes without taking that punishment in response.
Oh, and that Abrams ult as well. Yeah, I mean, they're just deep in there, taking the Walker already. The punch on to McGinnis, dead one more time. Oh, this is wild. Not a single person. They've taken their Walker over here on Abrams lane, and they're already knocking on the base's door, taking the lane Guardians. And on top of that, no one on Fishing Rods even has their ult yet to try to come defend this up.
No, they don't. Right, you're looking right around that 3,000 soul mark. You're going to be having those ultimates online, and the closest being the Bebop here, and it is just inside the base. They're chasing the Sapphire Flame in Fishing Rods, and Buff Enjoyers are not sticking to their name. And Buff Enjoyers, instead, they are enjoying frags. They are enjoying eliminations this game.
Oh, absolutely. My goodness. They're finally bringing down the stop, but that lane... Now, this is a big D coin term, mind you. That lane has been zippity-doo-dah. That lane is now, every time they get on the zip line, it is flying down there. They've got the one outside lane already with that kind of mobility. They're knocking on the door of, which lane is this? I can't see the colors, and I haven't memorized the names, but by gum, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, so left to right, we've got York, Greenwich, Broadway, and Park. Okay,
yes, we do indeed. So Greenwich there already losing the Walker, and now Broadway as well. This is looking dire for Fishing Rods. Mo and Krill, Warden, and McGinnis all have fallen here. The third Walker is down. We're about to be. There it goes. A single Walker remains. And now at least some of the players on Kelvin, Hayes, Warden, and Bebop all have their ult at least at this point. But there's McGinnis going down again, and I don't see a world where Fishing Rods are going to be able to put up a fight in this one.
Yeah, anytime they step up, right, they're just taken down almost immediately. Couple of card tricks in the back pocket there for Zergy. Now we're just going deep inside the fight, and I mean, you see the kill feed. It's all Amber Hand. Legal was able to get one back, but that's really all they found all game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 32k lead. They're taking both of the shrines at 7 minutes. I think they're setting a new record here. This game is just over.
Now, I think the record is 9 minutes and 40 seconds-ish. We saw it yesterday. and it looks like they might top it here.
Yeah, 5 players dead. I mean, the death timers are low, so they're going to be back up pretty quickly, and the patron sustains a lot of health, but just having 6 players in here on the base ending this, it is certainly looking like they are about to set the record for the fastest Deadlock game at sub 9 minutes.
Yeah,
Kelvin,
a bit of time to
please.
transform, though, so there's a little bit of time. And, okay, the frozen shelter used a little early, so I thought could maybe delay for a little bit longer, but, I mean, it's only delaying the inevitable.
Yeah. I mean, that patron is gone. This is done and dusted. Hayes is gone. Ivy's dead as well. Wraith is low HP, but the sustain of the Shiv goes all the way down to 1 HP from raining hell from high above. There is the energy beam of Bebop trying to give a little bit of defense, but here on 70 HP, Wraith is going to jump right back in there. Goes and dies, but the patron down to just 1 HP. That should be the game done and dusted. 8:34. Our first game is over. Tanner, what just happened?
Well, we finished draft, and then things got a little crazy as we check this one out once more. That seismic impact, not for the engage, but for the KO over the Haze, who you said, hey, fishing rods, shut down this Shiv nice and early. And on the opposite side, obviously, Buff and Joyers need to do the same thing. They can't allow this Bebop or this Haze to start scaling, or even the McGinnis, who can get pretty strong bullet damage later in the game, although that heavy barrage is strong very early. But man, Buff and Joyers, they just push the pace. And like I mentioned, with at least we saw it directly with that Shiv lane with Mikhail, right? Hey, we're going to punish you. We're going to poke. We're going to prod. We're going to try and deny. But most importantly, we're going to do all of that while maintaining our health, right? Then we don't have to worry about sustain. We don't have to worry about regen. We're pushing you underneath your Guardian and we have full HP. It was just as oppressive.
Yeah, oppressive is literally the only way to describe that. I mean, that was... As a Deadlock player, I'm just literally in shock right now by how I've had some games be stomps, and even in the current meta right now, with the way the game feels, lane dominance really sets the tone and the pace for the game. Like, you're either going to be playing really from the back foot, or you're going to be playing to maintain your lead for most of the time in this game. But I mean, the Buff and Joyers took lane dominance to an entirely new level. That was just unreal. I know it's the Source engine, but that was unreal, you guys.
Yeah, I will say, to maybe temper expectations for anybody who is unfamiliar, Buff and Joyers come into this one having just won a $10,000 tournament in the Aurora Masters that was run. So this team is, if not just a bunch of great players, they are a little polished, right? They're not just coming into this one super rough. So they have some strong names, but also as a team, they've earning check everyone, right? Hey, how much earnings do you have in Deadlock? Because, well, we just won a 10K tournament. So they
Right.
are really favored in a lot of this. I don't know what the odds would be, but a loss for them, if you put $10 down, you probably get a whole lot back.
Yeah. Well, that was as quick of a game as any, so clearly our next game is not going to be quite ready. We are going to cut it to a break for just a short bit. Please stay tuned. We will be right back.
Heaven, won't you take me high? Staring deep into your eyes. You caught me by surprise. 'Cause I'm a heathen in a sleepless life. Feelings never seem to smile. You're leaving, won't you stay the night? I'm falling for you. Oh, I'm hoping you feel for me what I've been feeling for you. And if it's so clear to see, I'm on my knees, so I'm begging for you. Heaven, won't you take me high? Staring deep into your eyes. You caught me by surprise. 'Cause I'm a heathen in a sleepless life. Feelings never seem to smile. You're leaving, won't you stay the night? I'm falling for you. Oh, I'm hoping you feel for me what I've been feeling for you. And if it's so clear to see, I'm on my knees, so I'm begging for you.
My disbelief in the unseen shadows hide. I found my place in the garden. All my mistakes in the darkness. My desperate ache for belonging. Up at the stars. I found my place in the madness. I seek a way through the labyrinth. Open the gates to the palace. Unveil the dark. I found my place in the
And we're back, folks. Welcome. We just watched Buff Enjoyers absolutely slap down fishing rods in 7.5 minutes. I had to go cry for a while. Tanner, what did you do during that break?
That's what the timer was for. I was here. I was preparing notes for how I could console you when you come back to make sure that, it's going to be okay. It's not always going to be like that. I promise it does get better soon. Actually, better soon might mean Buff Enjoyers has a 5-minute game, and I don't know who that's better for, honestly.
Yeah, Buff Enjoyers are probably building a fan base already with the way they're playing. I mean, we know that they just came from a tournament where they're big winners already in that tournament, but my God, I didn't know that could happen in Deadlock. That was just insanity from start to finish. They started a little bit of lane pressure, and the next thing you know, their patron in a weakened state's gone.
Yeah, and so I think that really puts things into perspective. I'm gonna hold this thought because it sounds like we want to take a peek at where we came from and where we're headed. So let's go and get this bracket up and see exactly what is going on. Like you mentioned, Big D, we just saw Buff Enjoyers take down fishing rods. They're sitting pretty in the semifinals. We saw a quick match, but look at the other side. Cabal also went kind of crazy and put up a quick match themselves, it looks like.
I'm calling it Cabal and Buff Enjoyers in the grand final. It's gonna be crazy. We just got confirmation that it was about a 10-minute game there, and I think Cabal, if I'm not mistaken, there was also another tournament called the Downtown Showdown that I believe they won that the first iteration of that tournament, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, but Cabal, obviously a really strong team out here as well. But we still got 2 more matches we're going to cover. TF2 Boomers versus Bottom Barrel, and Naked Cat Girls and Friends versus $6 Shrimp Special. Tanner, who do we got for TF2 Boomers versus Bottom Barrel?
Oh, man. So TF2 Boomers, we've got Deathy, Benji, Boink, Tankman, Zach, and Shrugger. This is a very scary roster. TF2 Boomers were also the first team yesterday to show us something a little different in the way that they play the game, and it was awesome to watch. Now, across from them, Bottom Barrel, a very strong team in their own right. This Bottom Barrel squad, Alju, Geo, Fishcake, Walex, Netch, and Penny. Geo, Fishcake, and Netch are new additions to this team. And this Bottom Barrel squad, they used to be, some of the players, that being Alju, Walex, and Penne, used to be part of Naked Cat Girl and Friends. Now they've separated from that. They were looking for, they were looking to fill some holes. Their previous roster, there was a lot of overlap in the heroes that they like to play. And now they found a team that is very strong. And it sounds like our draft is ready. This is fun to me because I think Lash is either going to be banned or picked away. Both of these teams heavily prioritize the Lash. Yesterday, we saw TF2 Boomers take it and do something crazy with it. It was a lot of fun to watch. And Bottom Barrel, both Geo and Fishcakes, very proficient on the Lash themselves. So with the Bebop being banned by TF2 Boomers, if Bottom Barrel don't ban the Lash, I think it's going to be picked up by TF2 Boomers. I think that Bebop ban, it's obviously a targeted ban at Walex, but it's also a ban that says, hey, it's your move, right? Are we doing the Lash or are we not doing the Lash? Like, are you okay to give up the Lash? And it looks like Bottom Barrel are.
Yeah, Bottom Barrel getting rid of the singularity. So a second game, we're going to see no singularity. And just like you said, instant first pick from the Boomers. There's the Lash. I, of course, heavily excited for this. I'm a big Lash fan. Lash is so mobile across the map. He is so much fun to play. He is a threat in every team fight. He is hard to catch. He can push lanes, and he's got some survivability with his heal. I mean, there's just nothing he can't do.
Yeah, and so now the opposite end of things, Paradox, a very strong pick. Very, very strong. We talked about it in the first one. Essentially fills your sniper slash pick role, right? You can fire a shot from downtown, do a lot of damage with it, and there's also so much more to that kit. Mo and Krill being picked up means you've got a lot of engage tools. You also have some side lane options because of how durable Mo and Krill are. The changes also to be able to use Scorn while you're doing that combo, absolutely amazing. I think it makes that pick super strong. And then the response is immediate, right? We go 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, right? That's how we're picking. The next two picks, Shiv, Vindicta, already snagged away. That Shiv is another pick that we saw from TF2 Boomers. They had a really cool strategy. I'll get to it once we see it in game. And that Vindicta is now going to try and fill that role that Paradox is doing, right? Hey, sniper for you, sniper for me. Let's see who takes it.
Yeah, and I also like this Paradox as a response to the Lash. I think they're comfortable giving up the Lash because Paradox, I don't know if this is a known thing for a lot of people, but Paradox is actually a pretty strong counter to Lash. You hear that ding, ding, ding as soon as Lash pops his ult. Paradox can swap him right out of the air and cancel that. So if they time that right, Lash may actually be pretty shut down in these team fights early on. And then on the and like you said, they've got Vindicta on this side as a response. They've got somebody sitting up high. They've got this lane present with Shiv as well in the survivability. And now we've got Viscus with a little more team fight help and the Warden. Is it shaping up to be a brawly game already?
Yeah, so what I would like to see from Bottom Barrel is the last couple of picks, because now we should go 1-1-1 respectively. I would like to see them pick up some strong early game. They've got the Wraith to do that, right? Full auto very strong, the card trick very strong. But what TF2 Boomers are going to be looking to do, they were the team yesterday that ran 2-1-1-2 for their lane assignments, right? Those outside lanes, York and Park, they weren't the solo lanes like we normally see. And what they were doing was funneling experience from their Lash and their Shiv. So they'd go out towards their two lanes, Lash and Shiv. They would share the experience. Then they would jump into the middle lanes with their solos, share the experience, then back out. And they were funneling these two very strong carries. The composition from Bottom Barrel now needs to be, we need to make sure that when they are split up, we can punish, and we need to be able to hang on to these lanes once they are bouncing back and forth. And with Wraith, with Infernus, I think those are really strong pickups to just mouse one, push the pace.
Yeah, I was gonna say, while you were saying that, I think Infernus fits the bill there for exactly that. And there we see him for Bottom Barrel. And then the final pick for the Boomers is gonna be Hayes. That leaves what does that leave out here? Do we see a Lady Geist potentially? No, we see the pocket. That's going to bring some team fight action along with the lane push and the escape as well. All very crucial things to playing some good Deadlock. So hopefully we have a game that goes on a little bit longer, but I'm seeing some really good team fight from both of these teams. I'm seeing some excellent push and a lot of survivability on the side of Bottom Barrel as well.
Yeah, that there is. They definitely have the ability to push the pace quite a bit. I'm going to be interested in the lane assignments, as I always am. We know that Kelvin can be pushed out to one of these lanes. Infernus has been strong to solo in their own right as well. So I'm excited to see where those land. Meanwhile, TF2 Boomers, with that Viscus, with that Warden, I mean, those are kind of the lanes you want, right? I am a little worried because, and maybe TF2 Boomers looked into this in rounding out their composition with the Haze. The Haze takes a little bit to get online, and we know that they're probably going to be looking to run that same funnel strat unless Bottom Barrel have a way to stunt it early. But with the Haze being the last pick, if you slow it down in the early game, then you're really, really waiting into the late game for the Haze to start to get these items and really start to ramp up with the rest of the team. So the onus is definitely on Bottom Barrel to just continue to push the pace, just punish wherever you can. We're going to have to see the same type of aggression that we saw from Buff and George in that last game.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. I'm thinking that Warden's likely going to be paired up with the Haze to play a little protective role in the lane and allow things. Plus the combo of being able to get the dagger on somebody with with the Warden route can lead to some early kills as well, which would help Hayes get online early in the game. So I think if they can get Shiv, Vindicta, and Hayes a good start on this one, the TF2 boomers look good, but I'm still looking at that bottom barrel with the Kelvin ult, with Mo and Krill's regeneration, and with the fact that Infernus also, the meta I've seen with him is to build that Spirit Lifesteal with the healing booster, and he just runs around in fights and is constantly healing. It's going to be really hard to bring a lot of these characters down. So no matter what, I think, no caster's curse here, everybody, but I think we should be seeing an actual game between these two. It'll all come down to player skill, won't it?
Yeah, I think so as well. And what's exciting about this, I was kind of saving this until we're waiting to get into games, so we have a little bit of time to talk about it. TF2 boomers, you mentioned the Cabal. We talked about Naked Cat Girl and friends. TF2 boomers and $6 shrimp special. Those are 4 teams that played in that downtown showdown. As I show 4 fingers on the camera, they're all cut off. Don't look at my toe thumbs, by the way. I broke it. I promise it's not a toe thumb. I broke it when I was young. Anyways, bottom barrel is half of that Naked Cat Girl and friends squad that played in that downtown showdown tournament. But the 3 players on this team, I guess that whole team in general, didn't play TF2 boomers. So they end up playing for that first place, second place spot against the Cabal. Naked Cat Girl and friends lose against the Cabal. TF2 boomers, they run it with $6 shrimp special. So the core of bottom barrel just narrowly escaped having to play TF2 boomers. So this is kind of a matchup where if you were hoping to see it in the last tournament, you kind of get to see it now. Again, it's not everybody from that Naked Cat Girl squad, but it is 3 of 6. So you get half of that matchup that you probably wanted to see in Downtown Showdown. And it's going to be one of those games. I think we get a good, solid, a hearty game out of this one. The last one, it felt like it was missing the meat. This one is, I'm not going to finish that sentence. This one is going to be good.
This one's going to be good. It's this one's got meat, potatoes, the whole kit and caboodle. We're excited for it. We're just waiting for the players to get in on the server, get their characters selected, and be underway here. But my goodness, shout out to all of you at home watching with us. We're very excited to be in the early stages of Deadlock. I know everybody that's been playing this game has just... I think my favorite part about this game right now is there is just so much buzz in the community of getting to be a part of this new thing. And we just haven't had a big new esport like this from one of these giant AAA developers. Or excuse me, I know Valve is a small indie studio based in Seattle, but we haven't had one of these big giant titles in a while, and we've seen a lot of these types of games be more or less dead on arrival over the last several years as they come out. And to have this one just kind of be seeded in such an organic way with players that really care about it, they are working with the community to make it a better game and make it the best game it possibly can be. It just feels like it is something really bringing the community together. And God, I don't know how long that feeling will last, but let's enjoy it while it does.
Yeah, 100%. I think to kind of just add on to that statement, we've seen so many content creators jump from their old game to this one because it's just so refreshing. It's so new. It's so fun. And it scratches that same itch for a lot of the content creators that I watch who they just like to brain about the game. They just like to get in. They like to dig in and learn a lot about a hero, know everything about that hero, and then start to push out the content like that. It's really fun to see people deep dive. And I guess not to say that not all content creators are not doing that and that, nobody does that for other games, but for them to give up what they were doing before to do it here for Deadlock, it is very cool to see. And for people who put on for Deadlock, I do want to give another shout out to Orlon7531 and Voln from the Deadlock Pug server who put together this drafting tool for us to use on the stream. It would be a headache if we didn't have it. So we are incredibly grateful for them. And this is going to be ever evolving. This is just the beginning. So I'm very excited to see what those two cook up in the future.
Yeah, what a treat to be here right now.
Yeah.
Speaking of the fact that everybody wants to get their hands on it and all these content creators looking at it and just braining over it, I don't know if you know this, but a little tournament called the International was just happening this weekend for Dota 2. May or may not have heard of it. I actually was listening to the analyst or whoever it was talk about it this morning. It was Gorg. When I was watching Gorg, he was talking about the coaches and teams all had to tell their players, you're not allowed to play Deadlock until the end of the tournament because they didn't want them switching their focus to Deadlock. But yeah, I mean, this game has just captured the hearts of the entire gaming world. But with that being said, we got another game underway here. We are live, and there's the 2-1-1-2 setup, like you said, from the TF2 Boomers. Vindicta's going to be here on the solo lane. Kelvin will be up against the Viscous, and there is the Warden, or Lash and Haze, as a matter of fact, actually, over there on the outside on Park.
Yeah, look at him try to kind of punish some of this, though, right? The Shiv rotates over from York to Greenwich. The Wraith swap sides as well, just trying to match some of this pressure, maybe see what they can do. But Tankman is ready for this, right? They understand that when they're in a 1 versus 2 lane, they probably need to play a little safer. So this Warden just backs off, allows the Shiv to leave, to go absorb those souls across the map on Greenwich, and then head back this way, and then they can play that lane out in that 2v2.
Yeah, it almost looks like they start out 2-1-1-2. There's a first blood. Viscous is going to pick that up, or excuse me, Kelvin is going to take down Lash on the outside. We were spectating Viscous, but Lash finding the first death. Kelvin opening things up.
Yeah, caught out on the rotation was the Lash trying to hop on over to play with that Viscous, absorb some of the souls there, but punished, and that's exactly what they have to do. And now, maybe finding something in response, TF2 Boomers pick up a kill.
That's going to be a big one. Mo and Krill going down. So yes, already off to a much more balanced start here than that first game that we were spectating between Buff Enjoyers and Fishing Rod. But as I say that, Wraith almost caught out. She's going to get away. Nice little dash there. Good stamina management to find safety and live to fight another day. But like you said, early on, these are just some rotating lanes. They're not really keeping a static 2 in any lane. They've got 2 heavy rotators moving between these lanes, and now a second and a 4th kill as well, I believe. Lash going down, and a 5th as well. Why not? Kelvin is dead.
That was a big kill in response. Deathy's been getting punished in this lane, and it was a splatter to slow the Kelvin down, and then a puddle punch to just knock him right back into the crosshairs of the Viscous and Boink. So very well played by Boink.
Yeah. And right now, actually, as we can see, this was one of the key factors of Shiv. He's got a high pick rate, and he's got that 100% win rate at this tournament so far, like you said. He is off to a hot start. 2,500 souls already. He is above anybody else. 700 souls ahead of anybody on bottom barrel as well. So Loon's feeling good right now. Nobody really harassing him over there. He's just feeling good to farm to start out.
And we've taken a trip across the map once more. That Shiv still getting funneled. It's not working as well as I think they were hoping, but not only Shiv, but the Viscous is also starting to get a lot of these souls. But there's a big discrepancy, right? We're going to have 3 players on the side of TF2 Boomers reaching their ultimates here soon, and the other 3 are behind. For bottom barrel, they're all kind of middling in that ultimate area, and well, this is a pretty good way to slow things down again. Is Zach going to be pushed away? That Vindicta took flight for just a moment too long.
Yeah, Kelvin getting punished yet again. That's a 3rd death for him. And I think that this will be interesting. You pointed out how close everybody is on the side of bottom barrel in farm. We just see Pocket. He went down. Okay, Vindicta and Viscous as well, just as they find ults. But on the side of bottom barrel, they're all very close in farm. I've always been curious to know what is going to be the developed preferred meta in this game. Will it be sharing farm across your team evenly so that everybody can make an impact later in the game? Or is it going to be like a typical MOBA where you're prioritizing 1, 2, maybe 3 core heroes and letting the rest of your team support, like we're kind of seeing on the side of TF2 Boomers?
Yeah, we're so early, and we also 21 heroes is a handful of heroes, but I'm sure they have so many more cooked up. I think there's already a handful that you can take a look at through the console commands, and I'm very excited to see if they give us people that will be developed nicely in support roles, as we see a couple of them go to toe-to-toe, and that frozen shelter going to make sure that Boink had nowhere to go. So a big pickup there, and again, ults are starting to come online for everybody on the side of bottom barrel, and they're using them.
Yeah, despite a good start here for Shiv, Viscous, and Lash there, Wraith is going to go down. Vindicta picking up a kill. She can start, now that she's got her ult, she can start working that gold bone, or excuse me, they're called souls in this game, everyone. You can start getting those souls up for herself as she gets those kills with her ult. But yeah, despite having that early start, bottom barrel are actually holding tough pretty well and just maintaining their presence in the lane, and happy to just keep farming. They've got plenty of late game in the Wraith, Paradox, the Mo, the Pocket, and the Infernus. We're off to a very nice middle even start. Absolute opposite of our first game of the day.
Yeah, and even in trying to funnel, like you mentioned, it's been kept up so incredibly well. You look at Deathy on the Lash, 5k souls, but that's being matched by the Pocket, who's been sharing a lot of the lane with the Kelvin. And we're looking at, TF2 Boomers, their strategy of funneling, it works against a team who doesn't have an answer to it. And bottom barrel, we're definitely ready to come into this one with an answer. And you can see it in just how even the whole game is. They actually have a small lead in souls.
Yeah, as a team, they've got the small lead, although they're keeping it pretty even here on the side of TF2 Boomers. Four of which the players are pretty low here in their lane. Lash and Viscous, if they're not careful, they might get caught out, having to back away from this Kelvin. They're going to re-engage a little bit on the lane, maybe, but still getting pelted up from the distance. And there's another kill coming in. Hayes has gone down. That is going to be Vindicta as well, and things are falling apart over here on Greenwich for TF2 Boomers.
Yeah, bottom barrel really taking advantage of when these lanes go down to solo. That Wraith alone for just a little too long does eventually, not Wraith, excuse me, the Haze alone for a little too long gets punished. Same thing for the Vindicta. Now, the Vindicta getting behind, I don't want to say it's okay, but getting extra souls for the Assassinate definitely helps Vindicta get back in the game. You can't say the same for everybody else. And again, this Haze is another pick that I'm taking a look at, right? If you're Benji, you have a big target on your back. You take a lot to get online, especially when it starts to come to the team fights. Infernus also in that same boat, but bottom barrel just took a second to funnel like 1,500 souls into their Infernus, so that way nobody's too far behind. I got a little worried for a second, but they're starting to even things out.
Yeah, now Pocket as well on the other side. He's the one keeping things in line with the heavy hitters. It is still Lash, Viscous, and Shiv all at a massive souls lead ahead of the rest of the team. Mo's going to have to dive underground. He's getting pelted now. Assassinate coming through the Viscous bubble. Punching him back, coming up out of ground. Not enough health regen there, and a good Viscous punch to keep him in the fight. What a play there.
Yeah, and another one.
My God, yeah, Infernus fighting here underneath the bush. Oh, going low. Shiv gets killed as well. Infernus re-engaging. Warden trying to drop down below. He's got the ult activated, getting back up, fighting up and down all through the holes here. Here comes Ray to help out, and the telekinesis to hold him, or excuse me, the ult to hold him down there. And that is some more help to keep Infernus. So Infernus down just at 4.7k souls, almost 3k souls behind the head of Pocket just a moment ago. Now well back into this one after that big play and help from his team.
Man, and the fighting doesn't stop, Big D. Kelvin tried to stay alive for a little longer inside the frozen shelter. Ice Path to try and sneak away. The frost grenade's got a bit of health for him, but it's just not enough to stay alive. And that very minor soul lead that we saw in favor of bottom barrel has now swapped back the other direction, but 3k make it 4, the lead for TF2 Boomers.
Oh, yes, excuse me. And 1 second, I'm having a developing emergency. 1 second.
Not at all. I will take it from here. Hopefully all is well. with Big D as he takes care of business just as TF2 Boomers have done here in this one. 3 players marching down Broadway. Looks like they are backing away after scooping up a Guardian there. Fortunately for Boink, he doesn't have to go too far to get back and bind. He's got that healing right online, which means that Viscous can stay in the fight. Now, that 10-minute mark, we know that the mid-boss is available. It screams at us to let us know, but we also know that neither of these teams really in a position to be raring towards that one. As Netch goes down once more, this Kelvin just cannot find ways to survive, and the fight continues as Boink pushes forward with Zach. And the Vindicta happy to get the assist here in that one. As Bottom Barrel, they're slowly starting to come unthreaded, right? They were a sweater early in this game with the thread showing, and TF2 Boomers are starting to pull at it. And that 3K soul lead has now become 6K.
That's huge. Thank you so much, Tanner, for filling in for just a moment there. I apologize for stepping away. We had an emerging situation, but now we are back. And yeah, not unlike the TF2 Boomers, this is an emerging situation for Bottom Barrel. There's going to be the Mo and Krill falling down. Paradox trying to get away on 1 HP. Vindicta sitting high in the air looking for an assassinate target. They're going to have to run away, scattering like ants. The Warden ult is popped. Moving up and in. The Guardian is going to fall. Ray taking a lot of damage. Is going to fall on the back line there. Viscous gets taken down as well. The 1-for-2 trade here for the Boomers. And they get the Guardian as well. Kelvin falling down in the melee. Now the aggression is on. All 4 Guardians down. That is going to be that first flex slot for the TF2 Boomers. They're off to a hot start here. They've got the Walker on the side of Bottom Barrel over here in York, but an Infernus really causing a problem now as 3 players have to jump on top of him here.
And it's heartbreaking, right? Trying to find an answer on the opposite side of the map does pick up a kill. Okay, Geo probably happy to have that one, that afterburn ticking down and finding the kill on the Shiv, but so much pressure coming from TF2 Boomers. Geo was just trying to get anything back, and they do get a bit, but we leave York, we head right back down Broadway, and the fighting keeps going.
Yeah, it's non-stop here. Full team fight now, and they're down in the subway, chasing down there. We're trying to follow down the action. A Lashel from underground. That's going to throw the Wraith down. She's going to go down. 4 dead for Bottom Barrel here, and only 1. Hayes going down, and still the chase is on, leaping through. There's the Death Slam. Wow. Infernus going down. Kelvin last alive. It is no good here for Bottom Barrel, and despite an even start here, TF2 Boomers post-laning phase have come well into their own, and they are going to decide to take an early mid-boss off of that. Why not?
Yeah, heartbreaking because Bottom Barrel were starting to close the gap a little bit. They were finding some space around the map. The problem with split pushing in this game is... Hold on, I'm going to hold this thought because Rejuvenator's coming down. There might be answers.
Oh, yeah, this is going to be it. No Kelvin ult. Kelvin ult doesn't work the way you thought it does anymore. The fist punch is up. They're waiting for Kelvin ult to disappear. They're snagged up. Bottom Barrel are going to steal it. 4 players down for the TF2 Boomers. Paradox has gone down, but she's got the Rejuvenator. She'll be able to rejoin the fight quickly. Kelvin is able to find the 3rd, and that is a wipe for the Boomers.
Wow, Bottom Barrel respawn and as quick as possible get back. And the Kelvin ult, right? It doesn't work the way that you were thinking it works. Everything becomes invulnerable inside the Kelvin ult. You can't just secure it like that. But what that did was TF2 Boomers, they take the mid-boss, right? They're there. They're thinking they're in the lead. And then Kelvin comes in, just stalls it, and allows the rest of Bottom Barrel to set up to wipe them.
Absolutely. Still using that Kelvin ult to the advantage. Now all lanes pressed up. A single Walker remains for the TF2 Boomers. That's over there on Broadway. And there are 4 players for the Bottom Barrel who still have the Rejuvenator enabled. They're pushing up onto the lane Guardians as well now. They've got the massive Souls lead. This has been a huge shift just from TF2 Boomers trying to get an early mid-boss.
That's heartbreaking. They've had the lead for the majority of the game, and now it's completely inverse, right? 7K, the opposite direction. And where are those souls, right? That pocket, very scary. I think 18K souls, you're probably nearing, depending on your allocation, 2 maxed abilities. So you know this pocket's going to be very strong. This is just... it's a tough place to be. You're also with that Rejuvenator, you're getting your Super Troopers, right? Your Troopers, those candle heads, they're a little bit beefier to help push out these lanes that have been pretty oppressed for the majority of the game. Bottom Barrel, they haven't stolen the entire game away, but they've, you know, they're right in the check now. They're just waiting to cash it.
Yeah, they let TF2 Boomers know that they're not just going to walk away with this one. And I'm not sure what happened with the soul urn there. It looks like it was finally dropped off there. There was a big squabble over at the drop-off zone. But nobody wanted to engage in a fight there. Both of these teams showing a lot of respect to each other right now, looking for the picks. We can see that Lash is trying to chase down Infernus. Infernus is going to find his way out of there. Kelvin and Paradox now spot out Shiv.
People are going to try to kill you.
Lash has picked up the soul urn once again. It looks like they will try to drop this off one more time. This would be a huge help for the TF2 Boomers. Big swap there from Paradox across the field. And then the Lash ult coming through. We can't see quite where it goes down, but now a fight ensues. There's the big pocket ult. Almost all 6 of them going down. A big Infernus ult in return. 3 players dead. 4 TF2 Boomers now pushing forward. The Wraith has gone down, but she still had the Rejuvenator, so a low respawn time for her. She'll be able to jump right back in. And there, Warden going down. The final walker for the TF2 Boomers is falling, and we should see the pressure from the bottom barrel. They look like they are headed to the bank to cash that check, Tanner.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're starting to chip away at the walkers now. Another flex spot opened up for them. The thing that I love most about that, you mentioned it, Rejuvenator's still online for some of the players, so quick response. I'm going to hold that thought. Maybe Boink can get out of a sticky situation.
Oh, Boink. Nope. They are going to catch Boink. This might be where it falls apart for TF2 Boomers.
Yeah, so the urn play, right? Bottom barrel giving up the urn, and TF2 Boomers knowing, hey, this is how we get back in the game. If we give up this urn, bottom barrel, that lead is obviously going to continue to grow, but it's going to get to a spot in the game where it starts to get scary. I do feel a certain way about them pushing the pace on that urn, because I think with Deathy picking that up, I know those souls would have been huge to get him back in the game, but it kind of just allowed bottom barrel to group up together and say, hey, let's take a fight. We still have the Rejuvenator, and they're kind of, you know, calling our hand. They're kind of saying, do you want to fight? We're going to take the urn here. You know where we're going. It's a little... I think they were biting off more than they could chew there.
Oh, absolutely. That's a huge grab from Mo and Krill leaping forward. Lash doesn't stand a chance. The support comes in. Now Infernus is going for the ult. Warden tries to catch him off, but Warden's going to get caught off as well. This is all falling apart for the TF2 Boomers. Bottom barrel definitely moving somewhere up to the middle or the top of the barrel right now, because they are looking good.
And this is, you know, again, we kind of highlighted it. Naked Cat Girl and Friends. Number 2 in the Downtown Showdown. Number 1. This is half of that, the core of that roster, right? Half of the 6 that finished in that second place. So we expected them to be strong. And now with 6 players standing tall, they push inside the base. They take the shrine. They unlock the last flex spot. But a response maybe from TF2 Boomers.
Well, let's see here. The big Lash ult finding one. They are going to bring down Infernus. That's a big kill. That's one of the bigger players on the side of bottom barrel, but quickly getting out of dodge as they don't want to fight any longer. Bottom barrel move back to their side of the map, but as you can see, they still have 4 walkers up. They just grabbed the shrine. They just grabbed that 4th flex slot. Like you said, that the options are endless right now for bottom barrel. They are well ahead in this one with a 20k souls lead. I don't see a way that TF2 Boomers can get back into this. Do you?
You know, a 20k souls lead, if you do the math, you're looking at what is that, 3,200 souls a person if they were divided evenly. So that's an active item, right? And I'm not saying that the active items aren't big, aren't nice to have, but I think this game is not out of reach for TF2 Boomers, I guess is what I'm trying to say, right? 20k seems like a lot, but when you think about it, you know, distributed, who's affording what. Now, if they were full items, if they were tier 3 items ahead, that's when I think the game starts to get scary. But I think there is a way back in. The problem is Boink has a lot of souls. So they're putting a lot in this Viscous to get a whole lot done. We can't jump to a fight and see Boink in the cube, right? You also hate to see that.
Yeah, Shiv getting caught out. There's going to be Boink as well going down. Penne, that's feeling good right now for Bottom Barrel. They continue to have map dominance, excuse me, easy for me to say. And there, the Soul Urn dropped off as well. They're going to be jumping right into the mid-boss pit as well if you're paying attention to your mini-map. It's looking good for Bottom Barrel right now. I know I must sound like a broken record at this point, but the first walker just now going down for TF2 Boomers. They just have to let mid-boss go. There you can see Pocket and Paradox boxing them out as well, making sure that while this falls down, they're in control of it. They're moving it. Rejuvenator. There's one more time. Hayes is going to go down over on the back line, and now the chase is on for Jacob Lash. He is trying to get out of there. Warden trying to TP out. Not going to happen. 4 players alive for TF2 Boomers, but a Rejuvenator here on Bottom Barrel. All objectives save for a single shrine and the patron left. They just got to move these. The one thing the TF2 Boomers do have going for them right now is the lanes are pushed up into the Bottom Barrel base on the side of York and Greenwich, but how long can that sustain?
Yeah, and that's the hard part about split pushing in this game, is you're almost not going to be able to do it without some sort of response. Because even when you're on the zip line, right, it's not a recall to base. Sure, you're headed that direction, but you can still be intercepted. So I think in watching that play from TF2 Boomers, I think it's the right play, because you could 50-50 for the Rejuvenator, probably lose it again and lose the game. And actually, it looks like that may be where we're headed here, is Bottom Barrel are just knocking on the front door.
Yeah, I think we're about to see the final push right here. That's Lash getting caught out, and that is going to be the main part of the setup for TF2 Boomers. Hayes going down. That's the damage as well. Shiv is going to be brought out of the fight. Warden is going to get a route onto the Infernus, but we are locked out of the game, and that is going to do it, folks. Bottom Barrel. Not sure what happened there. Hey, listen, guys. Games and a playtest, okay?
Yep. Yeah, bear
Got
with
some
it.
issues. Bear with it. We're doing our best over here. We appreciate production. This is certainly not something, not a single person's fault, so we're not going to be searching for blame to be placed by any means, but it does mean you get to stare at mine and Tanner's faces again for a little while. Tanner, I think we were watching Bottom Barrel just end things there, right?
Yeah, it looked like they were running away with the game at the end there. We'll see. Production will probably figure that out for us as to how we're going to call that one on the air. I wanted to talk about, I guess, while we wait to see what's going on, unless they say, Big D, you better throw a break right now, and they slam the gavel down, which sometimes they do. While we wait, and while we have the time, I kind of want to talk about, we got past the mid game, and we had seen TF2 Boomers in a really good position to kind of take the game away. And then they, unbeknownst to them, they coin flip mid-boss, right? And then they lose the Rejuvenator. Huge play, right? Big play to drop that frozen shelter. It doesn't secure the Rejuvenator, but if we could almost get a replay of that, what you would see is 6 members of the Amber Hand fighting in the mid-boss pit, right? And then we're seeing in our peripherals all of these blue outlines, which lets us know, okay, here it is. So it starts to flood in blue. What this frozen shelter does is it gives blue, or it gives Bottom Barrel, Sapphire Flame, moments, right, to get set up and to make things work. They don't have to trickle in one by one. That frozen shelter just buys the time they need to, thank you, production, by the way, for having that ready for me. It buys them the time they need to get set up. That frozen shelter, hey, no harm, no foul, right? We're pretty healthy coming from base. They're hurt from mid-boss. Anybody who got damaged is going to get healed up inside this frozen shelter. So that was a huge play. But then we can talk about kind of the oopsies, I guess. In this game, Big D, as you know, the comeback mechanics are, they leave a little bit to be desired.
They're non-existent. You can come right out and say it.
Yeah, you know.
I got a lot of problems, Valve. The game, you can't come back.
Yeah. And so I think that's why we saw TF2 Boomers trying to push the pace. Okay, so yeah, Big Barrel, I'm thinking baseball bats. Bottom Barrel do get the dub there, so they were able to close that one out, although we got the boot. They said, hey, this is getting personal, so they covered our eyes.
Yeah,
we tried
weren't
to peek.
allowed to watch.
Yeah, and unfortunately we couldn't. But at the end of the day, I think a big play, obviously around their Rejuvenator. I think TF2 Boomers, they felt pressured to push the pace and score the earn, right? Have that earn help bolster their score just a bit. But it just kind of worked in favor of Bottom Barrel, unfortunately. And they weren't able to come back. The haze wasn't able to come online for TF2 Boomers. It was just a rough go after that mid-boss. I'm done yapping now.
No, please. I love all that. And yeah, to add to that as well, that is the showcase of how crucial mid-boss and the Rejuvenator are in a close game. That is the decider. You go for that thing too early and not have it for sure and accidentally hand it to the other team in a close game, you're pretty much handing the game over to them. And that's what we saw right there. And that was such a cool play to freeze in time. And like you were saying, it gave them all that time to get in and position for it. They also were getting kills outside. They trapped some people in the bubble and some people out of the bubble. They're able to get those kills. I mean, it was just a beautiful play from Bottom Barrel. And yeah, obviously carried them over to the big W. And now that being said, they've got Cabal in the semifinals. So that's gonna be I'm excited to I might be wrong about this. Let's take it'll be Buff Enjoyers against Bottom Barrel. Excuse me. It's gonna be Naked Cat Girls and Friends versus Cabal in the semifinals. So Bottom Barrel will be moving on to Buff Enjoyers. I still say, I said this earlier before that last game, I think that we're gonna see Buff Enjoyers versus Cabal in the grand finals. However, I think that these semifinals, both of these games are set up to be some absolute beasts of games that are going to be an absolute hoot to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited for this one. Also, that game that's happened on the bottom side, it's a run back, right, of DTS #1 between Cabal and Naked Cackles and Friends. Again, only 3 players from that old team, but it's cool to see that run back. I know that game's going to be being streamed as well, so feel free to take a peek at that one as well.
Yeah, we love seeing these early rivalries develop, and make no mistake, Buff Enjoyers are establishing themselves as a dominant Deadlock force early on, even in this play test. We call it a play test. We're all trying to be the best in the world at it every time we launch up, and these guys are demonstrating just how to do that. So I think that's going to be a quick break for us here. So unless, Tanner, do you have anything else you want to add for us before we go?
That's it, man. I think we got a semifinals ahead of us. I think we just get right to it, Big D.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, we'll be right back. Grab some popcorn, grab a drink, and stay tuned. We'll be back.
Tell me where to go, what to do. Get it poppin', put it
What you want?
Tell me where to go, what to do.
To another flow.
What you want?
Show me the sign. Show me the sign.
Get it poppin', put it.
What? Go! What? Drop.
Lift me up, take control, hold me down, don't let me go. Push it, baby, 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 push it, baby. Pull me deep, I hold my breath. Push it, baby, till you wake with sweat. Push it, baby, 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 push it, baby. Push it, baby.
All right, we are back one more time. Tanner, how are we feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. It's our semifinals, which means, and which we've seen, it's documented, right? It's starting in the round of 16. Things can get a little crazy, but as we inch closer to our grand finals, not only are we getting closer to the grand finals, but the matchups really start to tighten up. And we got that from TF2 Boomers and Bottom Barrel, and we're going to get it again with Bottom Barrel once more.
That's the one we're about to watch, right? Is Buff Enjoyers versus Bottom Barrel back to back here.
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness, Buff Enjoyers might be ending. Can they beat their 7.5 minute record? That's what I want to know. Is I don't think they can. Bottom Barrel should at least put up a clean fight after what we watched against the TF2 Boomers. And then on after that, we'll have Cabal and Naked Cat Girls and friends. And then moving into our grand final, do you have any predictions for the grand final?
You know, I think obviously very favorited Buff Enjoyers. They probably take the whole thing, but I think the two exciting things, this is a very political answer. I'm going to give the political answer. The two exciting things is we have a team that just played in a $10,000 tournament, and they're active in this tournament right now, right? So they are bolstering the scene. And then we have teams that just played in another tournament in Downtown Showdown that are continuing to play and making changes in their rosters, making changes in their gameplays. So it's just really refreshing to see how dedicated our player base is becoming. So there's your political answer. I'm just excited for anything.
I like that. I mean, I don't think it's that political. I think it's the truth, because I feel like we as casters are just blessed with getting to watch the scene unfold before us. You know, these players, they've got to develop a meta. They've got to do all the things. Speaking of our players, why don't we take a look at our rosters for the two teams? We've seen them once already today, but care to introduce them again for us, Tanner?
I mean, honestly, do they need an introduction? Buff Enjoyers, Mikhail S, D-Mob, Listic, Piggy, Sherrick, and Zergy. I think, if I'm mistaken, Sherrick, it might be out. I think we saw playing the Viscous earlier. I'm not 100% if that is Sherrick on another account or whatever it is. But Buff Enjoyers, they put up a strong game. Bottom of the barrel, though, right? Alju, Geo, Fishcake, Walex, Netch, Penne, they bring something to this team that I think is very exciting, or to this game that is very exciting. One, we just showed their grit and their ability to we talked about no comeback mechanics, but they found a way, right? They found a way fighting for the right objectives, so they showed grit to stay in a game. They also bring a very tough question against any team that plays them. Do you ban the Bebop? Bebop has not been loved on the weekend, but Walex has 1,000+ hours on Bebop alone. So Buff Enjoyers, hopefully they've done their research and they can come into this one with a good idea as to what this draft is going to look like against this bottom barrel team.
Pardon me? Did you just say Walex has 1,000 hours on Bebop alone?
Yeah.
That is insane.
It's wild.
Give us Bebop. Well, and Bebop, I mean, Bebop's one of those characters as well that you see scaling really well in late game. That sticky bomb is an absolute nuisance when you get one of those stuck on you. I've actually even seen a meta develop a little bit where Bebop will just feed in the beginning of the game as long as it means he's getting that sticky bomb on the enemy early on and building that damage up. But yeah, we're gonna get right into this draft. Who's our first pick? It's Buff Enjoyers, right? They're gonna be banning first.
Yep, first ban, first pick. So we'll see if they bring in. Okay, no, it's a Dynamo ban, which is that's tough, right? Because then it poses that question: are you giving us the Bebop, and do you not want us, or are you gonna take the Bebop away? Let's see if Buff Enjoyers, maybe somebody tries to ego up and takes away the Bebop here, as it's Shiv that is banned away from bottom barrel. Just a strong pickup, executes on executes, and you mentioned it, right? It would be insane to see it in a tournament in a competitive setting, but a hero that really can 1v5, it feels like.
Oh, yeah. And of note, Shiv in that last game, that was the first time that he has lost in this tournament.
Wow.
So big news there. That being said, that definitely not somebody you want to let the Buff Enjoyers have. Kelvin's going to be the first pick. That leaves the Paradox still over here for the Buff Enjoyers, but that means Bebop is up for grabs. You have to assume that that's what they're going to grab. No, Lash first. Maybe, okay, Lash and the Paradox deny pick. So they still want to play with Paradox. That's going to be a good pick to pair up with Flash, prevent that Lash counter pick, and prevent it from getting in the hands of Mikhail S.
Yeah, that's a big takeaway there. It does leave the pocket, which is another strong DPS pick that can be picked up. I'm assuming that'll go pretty early in this draft, if not very soon here by Buff Enjoyers. I also think, we don't see the Bebop in I guess, what is this, Blue 1 and Blue 2, or Sapphire 1, Sapphire 2 for the picks. But I don't know if anybody on Buff Enjoyers really cares to have that pick. So it might not be priority for bottom barrel to take that. They can save it until the end and see if that is a pick that they want to pick up based on the team composition that has been put together by Buff Enjoyers. And that is a composition if I've ever seen it. A very strong Kelvin pickup in round 1 for Amber 1. And then Abrams and Viscous right behind it. We saw a Viscous build earlier. I think it was Boink was playing the Viscous. 20,000 souls, was really building a lot of weapon damage. So you can be so strong. One of the strongest just kind of base gun damages as well, right? Just shooting those goo blobs does a lot of damage. This Viscous has options and what it means for this team, which is cool.
Yeah, I'm excited, and I like the fact, I know Bebop's been such a central point of our discussion here in this draft phase, but I like that Bebop is left as an option right now and hasn't been picked up by Bottom Barrel yet, because of these 3 characters, Kelvin, Abrams, and Viscous, none of them are people that Bebop wants to grab or play around with. So
that is true.
I'm glad that Bottom Barrel didn't get baited into picking that Bebop pick right away. And as a matter of fact, we continue some strong team fight with Pocket as well. So that's a good answer for the Abrams and for the Kelvin. Just denying the heal and the Viscous, even just being able to counteract the healing of all 3 of those characters. Pocket is such a menace in team fights. I mean, the second me and my group, we call it, anytime we get afflicted, we call it, we got the ick on us. And I mean, anytime we get the ick, we are turning around and running the hell out of there. And the Lady Geist, I love Lady G. She's fantastic. That's somebody that if while Abrams can sit around and pick on pretty much anybody 1v1, Lady Geist is the best 1v1 character to have in the game. So that's going to be a huge presence on the map for Bottom Barrel, I think.
Yeah, you're getting a lot in way of that soul exchange, and just people just don't want to fight you almost because right? Hey, you're past 3,000 souls. I know you have your ult, and things are just going to go sour for me. Also has a very strong, just a default weapon, just off the rip. The bullet damage is very high for Lady Geist. So I've grown to become a fan of Lady Geist, especially when it comes to the solo lanes and early in the game. Now, the DPS was starting to get choked away. Bottom Barrel picking up Lash, Paradox, Pocket, Lady Geist, and now having the Wraith, right? This is a lot of DPS. We don't have a whole lot of frontline, which sometimes, maybe a lot of the time, doesn't really matter. But what it's done for buff enjoyers is I feel like they're starting to get choked out a little bit. Infernus and Haze are great DPS picks, but they do take a little bit to get going, right? If Bottom Barrel can get a strong early game, that'll really slow things down. And now we're getting a Yamato, which is something we've seen very little of, but in the right hands, Big D, it can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Yamato is one of those characters that I think is still being figured out by the community. And just as we were talking about it, the final pick is going to be Bebop for Bottom Barrel. I think that's a good counter to the Haze being the main damage dealer on the buff enjoyers. If you can just zip her out of a fight when she's ulting, move her out of there, I think that's going to be a great move. Still not a whole lot of frontline, so I imagine we're going to see Lady Geist and Bebop build some kind of tanky build, maybe Lash even, but buff enjoyers definitely have the sustainability and the front line in these fights. Maybe a bit more of a well-rounded draft here, but Bottom Barrel, I'm really excited to see what they do, because if they get going, it's going to be tough to stop.
Yeah, I love that point that you mentioned too, when we just continued to harp on the Bebop. It's not a great pick looking at what buff enjoyers have, and then saving it for last pick. Now it's like, okay, I have some targets. And on top of having these targets, you've got pretty good engage, right? Yamato is going to want to get in there right in the faces to try and fight up close and personal. Abrams obviously doing that same thing with a huge engage tool in that seismic impact. But Bebop isn't only trying to hook enemies, right? Bebop can also hook allies and pull the allies out of danger. So once that engage starts, I think we see that maybe Bebop looking to play survival. And then for Bottom Barrel, Lash is saying, all right, now it's our time to re-engage, right? Which Lash does so darn good.
There's something I just realized with you saying that as well. Bebop, not just Bebop being able to save his friends, but Lash, Paradox, Pocket, and Wraith, maybe not Wraith as much, but Paradox, Pocket, and Lash all want to initiate on the back line. If they can have that happen and then get a Bebop pulling them to safety right out of there, that would be really exciting for me. I would love to see that. We'll see.
Yeah, I would also love to see Bebop is hard to kill when that Hyper Beam is maxed out,
oh my
right?
God.
You're getting 100% of the damage done coming back to you as a heal. And although there's not really anything to, I guess telekinesis does that for him, but there's not something that says, hey, you stay put, I'm going to hit you with this Hyper Beam. But Lash grouping everybody together makes the world that I want to live in, where we get crazy Hyper Beams this game, makes it a reality, right? It's not just a dream for me. There is a possibility that we get it. Obviously, they're playing buff enjoyers who are so strong in their own right, and they also have some pretty solid tools. I think that Viscous is a pretty strong pick, depending on how close you can be to a target. But Bebop gets grabbed, or Bebop grabs somebody, excuse me. Viscous has got the cube. Again, you've got that ethereal shift kind of built in to where you can get somebody out of jail. But after that, it is on. Once the cube is gone, it is on.
Yeah, and I'm curious about this Yamato as well. We got really excited about Bebop being picked there as well, but I think Yamato is one of these characters that the entire community is still trying to figure out what is her role, how is she best used. We have discovered she has been worked around by Valve enough to the point where she is a very viable damage dealer early on. She's not just you know, to be fed off of early in the lane anymore. But what entirely is her role in the match? Is she a lane pusher? Is she an initiator? Is she, you know, a tank in some of these things with her ult? I'm really curious to see how the buff enjoyers play her, because they've got plenty of frontline with Kelvin, with Abrams, with Viscous. Where's Yamato going to fit in there? I expect to see some high damage out of Yamato.
Yeah, same. And there's a lot of squishy targets on the side of bottom barrel that we could see. Now, I've done the stats, and we'll get to see it in-game here shortly as we are rearing to go. Overall, out of all of the games that I've seen played in a competitive setting, Yamato has a 30% win rate. Now, it's been pretty darn good for Deadlock Core number 2. I think out of 3 games played, she's 2-1. So 66% win rate there, but teams have struggled, like you mentioned, to really get things going. Now, I take that 30% win rate with a grain of salt, because this is the first tournament since the big changes, right? All the item changes, all the hero changes. So you can probably throw some of those stats out the window, but players and teams share that same sentiment, Big D, that, you know, where does this Yamato fit in? How can we make this work? And the first thing that sticks out to me is it's the 7th man on the team, right? Shadow transformation, you die, but you don't die, right? You get a little extra to keep fighting, to keep pushing forward. That's the first thing that comes to mind. So in some of these extended fights, having that unkillableness in that shadow transformation, I think is a big boon for bottom barrel with this Yamato here. But here we go, Big D.
Let's go, Tanner. We got our semifinals for Deadlock Core number 2. It is Buff Enjoyers versus Bottom Barrel. We are going to be no TF2 boomers here, so we're going to see that 1-2-2-1. Actually, no. Bottom Barrels, they admired the TF2 boomer setup. They're going 2-1-1-2. We got Lash and Pocket over there on against Yamato, and then Paradox and Lady Geist versus Abrams. So we'll see how long those last. An immediate response from the Buff Enjoyers is to pressure those middle lanes. And that is gonna, they're just gonna force them over to play their game here. They're not gonna play that 2-1-1-2 stuff. They say you come this way, otherwise we're gonna take your lanes right away. And early on,
it could still be too early to tell. I'm wondering if that Lash goes back over. Maybe they were expecting Buff Enjoyers to try to adopt this. This is something that you do have to be wary of, right? Zergy on this haze has to be careful. You can't get too punished too early. That's not a huge health pool for the haze, and this is again a hero that needs to stay consistent in the early game.
Yeah, Haze needs to have a good start in the game, and she's not having a bad start. Who is playing the haze, by the way? Is that Mikhail?
Zergy is on the haze.
Zergy is on the haze. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like she might be able to get that early start there. Kelvin's going to bring down the Bebop. That is first blood, feeling good. That's going to be a lot of damage done in this lane as well, but that kill... Okay, a couple of trades as well. Bebop going... Yamato going down in return.
Yeah, punished a little early. We are seeing these lane swaps, these assignments kind of bounce back and forth. It doesn't look like so much on the right side of the map between Broadway and Park for bottom barrel, but the haze is dancing back and forth. You can see haze a little bit ahead of everybody in Way of Souls, and that Lash has been going back and forth. But now we see 3 players from bottom barrel here on Greenwich. Only for a moment, though. It looks like things are settling as Lash and Pocket rotate back out towards
York. Looks like they might want to try to catch this Yamato, who might be a little bit out of position, and Furnace is going to come try to help out, but there's Yamato going down. That's a good rotate from the Lash to help save that pocket. So an actually bottom barrel after the absolute stomp that we saw from Buff Enjoyers to start this day out. Bottom barrel are hanging tough and actually off to a better start than Buff Enjoyers. Oh, big moves there from Hayes. She's going to get up in the Bebop's face. That's going to be a big kill for her. So despite a good start from bottom barrel, Hayes is hanging tough. And if they're not careful, she can snowball out of control and make this a very easy game for the Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, I would really like to see a little bit of effort from bottom barrel into stunting the excellence that we've seen from the Hayes thus far. As Lady Geist unfortunately getting taken down. More fighting though here. Alju is looking to back everybody away. The Yamato is just not safe in this lane at all, Big D.
It's hard. Laning as Yamato, I think it's a really interesting choice to put Yamato in a solo lane. Yamato as a solo laner is just, it's going to be a feeding frenzy on her. She doesn't have anything to stop anything. Got a little bit of damage and a tiny bit of an escape, but I mean, she's so squishy and she just keeps going down over and over again. It looks like Viscous will be here to help out, but now they want to take Viscous out of the picture. 60 health on Viscous just as Yamato's getting back into the lane, and she might be able to hang on and help defend this Guardian, but just a little bit. But I'm not sure how long that's going to last. Pocket and Lash here determined to take this down. Yamato just has to sit back and watch.
Really just has to sit back and watch. Fortunately, a quick response from the Viscous. Back to base, now coming back to fight. Sleep Dagger gonna find the Wraith. Can they find more for Zergy? They have been doing a lot to get this Haze going, and it's been working thus far.
That's gonna be huge. Wraith going down as well. Kelvin has fallen on the other side. Abrams is back up in Lady Guy's face. It's Magnum versus Big Shotgun Magnum here, as just two of the most powerful starting weapons in the game blasting each other. There's a big kill for Lash flying through the air. That's going to be a 3-kill streak for him, and one more death for Yamato. This is a hard start for Yamato.
This feels like, with the Lash being as strong as it is, and with the Haze coming online, thought maybe we're getting some action there. Looks like they're going to let off for a second. Nope, there's the action. Never mind. Zergy still finding eliminations and taking down Netch on the Wraith, who has just not been having a good time.
No, and Infernus as well. The three characters really you don't want snowballing on the side of Buff Enjoyers are doing exactly that. Hayes, Infernus, and Abrams all doing super well to start off. But bottom barrel, they do finally want to put a close to some of that. They've got 5 players over here towards Greenwich. One of them rotating back. Paradox moving back over towards Broadway. And here Infernus has caught the ick. He's having to back himself out of there.
Get a taste of his own medicine, right? I'm tired of you burning me, that afterburn ticking away, chipping away at my health. Here's a dot of my own, like you mentioned, that affliction going on, and he has since caught the ick, but he's feeling better. He's coming out of that base, headed back that way, and they've now made some changes, right? Guardian is gone. Yamato just cannot stay that way, so it looks like it will support Broadway, and we'll see if they push uptown to try and punish this Bebop and Paradox, which the Bebop, the souls are, they're coming together nicely, but we haven't quite seen the plays. There's the sticky bomb, though.
That's going to be a big kill. Hayes shut down. Zergy's been having free reign at the start of this one. Bebop's going to be feeling good about that in return. Gets the sticky bomb as well. I'm not sure if it hit more than just the Haze. I feel like it got somewhere as well. Okay, that's going to be Viscous on the other side of things between Greenwich and York. Bottom barrel pushing them away, trying to defend their Guardian here. It is the... Okay, they still have 3 Guardians up. I thought I was missing some Guardians, but... Yeah, bottom barrel showing some classy defense here in the face of a hot Infernus start, pun intended. Oh, and Abrams are not going to get away. Trying to slide out of there. It's all about trying to break the line of sight when you're getting away in this game, but can't always happen that way.
No, I mean, and you step up a little too far, again, into that Lady Geist, and you get soul swap. That soul exchange puts you in such a rough spot in the 1v1, let alone the 1v2, which is exactly what Listic had run into there for Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, and there's some more kills coming in the form for bottom barrel. Kelvin has gone down one more time, and despite a very hard start for the Yamato, she is climbing back into this one slowly but surely. But there, Infernus caught out as well. Lash and Pocket doing everything they can to keep Infernus from absolutely snowballing out of control in this game. I'm loving what we're seeing from bottom barrel here.
And they might find another one here onto Abrams.
Oh, there it is. Abrams. So Buff Enjoyers maybe feeling a little bit too powerful. They're getting caught out on these overextensions, and bottom barrel's happy to punish them for it.
Very, very happy to collect. We do have a lot of these neutral camps, these denizens up on the side of bottom barrel. So I'm wondering when they decide to go back and scoop some of those tier 2 camps up, because they take a long time to respawn. I think the tier 2s share a 7-minute cooldown as Fishcake finally getting punished. That's a big kill onto a target that I believe had a killing spree. So a good amount of souls going over to Buff Enjoyers, and they're able to kind of hit the brakes on that Lash for just a moment. Bless you.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if I muted myself or not in time for that, but either way, yeah, we're getting a very even match. I thought Buff Enjoyers would absolutely just blow through the competition after what we saw earlier, but now here we go. Little fight starting. Yamato's getting in there doing a bunch of damage to the Wraith. The Lady Geist is going to go down on the back line, trying to get in there. Gets caught by the Guardian. Wraith gets even lower in HP, but eventually brought down on the other end of things. There's 2 fights happening on either end of this map, and we're going to try to keep up with both of them. Yamato and Abrams looking to re-engage and get this Guardian. On the other side of things, Hayes, Kelvin, and Viscous have gone down. Abrams trying to escape his fate, but it might not happen. Paradox sliding in, trying to get the kill. He's gaining a little bit of health here. Might be able to take down Paradox. The wall is going to go up. She's trying to back him off. Down to a 200 HP, sliding in, goes for the parry, sliding back in one more time. Paradox is going to die there. Abrams fighting around the corner, is eventually going to be traded by Panay on the Lady Guys coming in to help out. But what an exchange there on either side of the map. Absolute back and forth. Oh my goodness, it's about to escalate heavily here, Tanner.
Yeah, and we're still so close. The game is only 2,000 souls apart, less than 2,000 souls apart. We don't see the decimal points there, but it is so incredibly close. I mean, the Paradox play was so smart to put up the wall to make sure that Listic has no way back in. Can't melee you through the wall because he's going to take damage, which means obviously probably going to die, but also can't heal. That's the most important thing, right, with the melee lifesteal. But then just gets a little crazy. We get a little egotistical on the play, slides in and just tried to play the parry. The outplay didn't work and they get punished for it. But that was such a beautiful display of both players in their own right, in Geo and Listic, for just that fun little toe-to-toe that we saw. And again, 1K souls separates us. Less than 2K souls separates us. It might be a little closer to 2K, but we are neck and neck here in this one, which it doesn't really feel like that's been the case. I feel like we've talked a lot about the Abrams and the Yamato going down, and on the opposite side, I don't feel like we've been calling out that many deaths for bottom barrel, but there have just been just as many.
Are the kills even here? That's incredible to me. Oh my goodness, and speaking of, the Kelvin's trying to get a little bit of action on this Pocket. It looks like a fight's actually about to erupt here over in Greenwich. Slowly but surely trying to pick up the soul urn. Viscous is going to be the one to grab this, and it looks like Buff Enjoyer should be able to keep bottom barrel pushed back. No, they actually aren't going for the soul urn. It looks like they may want to try for this fight first and foremost. They know as soon as they pick up that soul urn, bottom barrel rotates over to the drop-off point. Bottom barrel is going to grab the Guardian. It goes down. Trying to do a bit of defense. Yamato has to pop the ult to get out of there. She goes low. The Spirit Beam is up for Bebop. Fighting in there. Eventually, she has to go down. Pocket in the back line. He's actually going to get brought down. Fighting into... Who was that? Viscous appearing out of nowhere. And here comes the rest of Buff Enjoyer to help out. Wraith is going to go down as well. Yamato still alive on the 1 HP. Is able to get out of there with her life. Paradox and Lady Guys have to die as well. Jacob Lash, you don't stand a chance. You're done as well. Oh my gosh, that was incredible. I can't believe what just happened.
Welcome to the bottom of the barrel there for this Sapphire Flame squad. It looked good. Buff Enjoyers were hanging out around that Guardian, the Greenwich Street Guardian that was just hanging on by a thread, and they give a false sense of security. Now, this might have been a hero play, but I would like to say that Buff Enjoyers were ready for this, because as soon as that Guardian was going down, they immediately look to take a fight, right? Hyper Beam comes out, Shadow Transformation is on, which is, again, that 7th player for Buff Enjoyers. And then Viscous saves the day. They dive a little too far, that being bottom barrel in their pocket. Dive a little too far, Alju getting a little too crazy. The cube saves the Yamato and also heals the Yamato. So the invulnerability from the ultimate plus the cube plus bottom barrel just getting a little too far turned into such a huge fight for Buff Enjoyers and the Rejuvenator.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're happy to give up their Guardian in that trade, right? I mean, that's pretty much the team wipe. The Bebop, the only one getting out of there. They are going to get the urn on top of that as well. They're happy to take this Rejuvenator and just farm with it. They should be having some their jungle camps reappearing here any moment. Now, this is my question for you, and maybe some of the viewers at home will be able to answer this as well. Do the jungle camps timers at 7 minutes, let's say you kill them at 7 minutes, does the timer start at 7 minutes, or do they spawn again at 14 minutes?
No, they spawn again. Hold up, we might have a
we're watching the absolute bird's eye view of Kelvin getting grappled in there under the walker, stomped down. Pocket jumping into the back line is going to get a big ult down. Does it affect anybody, though? It looks like Infernus may have been the only one affected. He's going to get taken out, Pocket. Yamato has been brought down as well, but the Rejuvenator's still up and the walker down for bottom barrel now, continuing their push up into the lane guardians. The Viscous ult is popped, and they're creating space here for the rest of... Oh, big lash ult. No, the knockdown stops Paradox. She's not going to be able to get out of there. Abrams coming in with the ult as well. We're trying to see all of the action. Kelvin is going to get brought down eventually, but Lash as well. And Bebop pushing them back. They are able to defend here at the base at least and shove them out and not let them continue the push. So the base Guardian's good, but a lot expended there for that. And yeah, it feels like Buff Enjoyers are starting to climb into the driver's seat here with their 9K lead and the Rejuvenator still up.
That fight started off, again, a Shadow Transformation from Yamato getting deep into the fight. So we have the 7th man for Buff Enjoyers. But on the opposite end, they're fighting underneath that walker, which was playing as the 7th man for bottom barrel. But it starts off with a beautiful Bebop hook. Grabbing that Kelvin, making sure that healing, that frozen shelter is a non-factor in the fight. And then as it developed, right, the fight continues forward. That walker goes down. Kelvin's out of the fight. I think Kelvin died twice in that, by the way, because they had the Rejuvenator. But there was such a beautiful play with the soul exchange, I believe, onto Infernus. And then a paradoxical swap right after the soul exchange. So the Infernus had nowhere to go, also had no HP to play with. So just beautiful picks there from bottom barrel. You look at this comp and you don't see, it doesn't scream team fight. But when you look at what they can do on an individual level, they can absolutely get somebody out of position and punish them for it. And they did that very well in that previous fight. Now, they're still behind. There's still a lot to get done, but they're doing so in way of farming all of these camps. And a 14k soul deficit doesn't mean you're done just yet. Buff Enjoyers, they've got a good grasp on this game, it feels like, but they haven't choked the life out of it yet.
No, not yet. The 15k soul leads at 17 minutes. It's not quite the same as having a 30k soul lead or anything like that. I mean, obviously, but this definitely isn't as big of a change. Oh, that was close. Big Bebop hook. That would have sent Infernus for a ride there. That would have been a big kill for the buff and for bottom barrel, and that's what bottom barrel has to do right now, isn't it? Is just kind of farm safely and look for these kills, and it'll be up to whether or not Buff Enjoyers give them that opportunity.
Headed to purple.
Now,
everybody.
where does it go from here, right? It's within reach for bottom barrel. It's within closing out for buff enjoyers, but nobody wants to make a wrong move.
No, that might be what's happening here, though, as a fight breaks out that nobody asked for. That's going to be Bebop or going down early. The chase is on. Lady Geist has gone down as well. The Jacob Lash ult in return does toss Abrams out of there, but now Yamato flying through the air is going to take Lash down. And that's this is looking like the buff enjoyers are ready to make their final descent into this bottom barrel base. Infernus sliding around. They've got this final walker here. This will be the next flex slot. So only 2 flex slots gained for buff enjoyers so far, but still catching bottom barrel out one more time there. This is looking like it's do or die for bottom barrel right now.
They are backs against the wall, and they're all starting to come up on full builds too, and there's no flex spots available for bottom barrel, right? There's still a Guardian standing for buff enjoyers downtown Broadway, which hurts the soul, right? There, you know, you could invest in another weapon. I'm going to hold this thought, though, because Lady Guy's getting deep with the Warp Stone.
Pocket, he's making a move out of there. He is going to escape. He's going to try to live to fight another day, and they're just trying to push them away, bottom barrel. Oh, they don't want to fight the buff enjoyers right now, but going for the re-engage. There's the Infernus ult that catches nobody. Paradox and Wraith both low, as well as Pocket, trying to find their way out of here. And Viscus is actually going to get caught out as well. Yamato low, as is Infernus. Infernus trying to run out of there. The chase is on. They're fighting through his flames. He's surely healing up off that down to 1 HP, though. Chasing through the subway. They've got to turn around and try to fight this Bebop. Oh, all 6 players for bottom barrel moving down. The Kevin ult is good. The snow globe goes up, blocking them out. Healing up Lyric, and now Listic is going to get back in there. Abrams wanting to fight. The fight is on indeed, and Pocket going down. There goes the Wraith. It's only the Viscus that has gone down for buff enjoyers, as does the Lady Geist and the Lash. The turnaround is absolutely insane off the back of the snow globe, and now buff enjoyers ready to knock on the door, grab the lane guardians, but not before they stop off at the mid boss first. This is a slaughter. A slower. They're on slow cook now, but this is still a slaughter. They're just cooking them.
Yeah, we are getting to slaughter territory, just shy of 35,000 souls, the lead for buff enjoyers. And bottom barrel, they get put in a position again where, or I don't want to, I say again because we saw it earlier on the broadcast with TF2 Boomers, but bottom barrel, they're down. They have to figure out a way to get back in this game, and there's not a lot of options. What do? They see that Hayes is pushing Park. That's a huge team fight tool for buff enjoyers, and that means a player is down, right? So a 6v5 pushing down Broadway, this is exactly what we need to do. But it was read so well by buff enjoyers. They understood, hey, we cannot fight here. We can sacrifice a little bit, which is why the Viscus died, but they made sure they could do everything in their power to survive. It allowed the Haze to rotate over with the Infernus, who ducked away from the fight. It allowed the Yamato to back all the way into spawn and come back and fight, and now buff enjoyers are just finding players from bottom barrel, and well, they're shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, incredible dagger there from Hayes, just catching the Bebop out there, out of position, and now this is really what we're looking for here. This has just been an incredible turn. That whole fight that we watched, that was the buff enjoyer just kiting them around until the bottom barrel were out of position and just turning it right around on its face. Now Wraith is down as well. The patron is exposed. It's getting absolutely blown to smithereens. I think that we are seeing the end of this one. It might even be bottom barrel having to just sit on the back line. They can't even engage right now. Lash and Lady Geist have to sit outside of their base and wait for the best, but still another 15 seconds with no Wraith. That's a lot of your damage right now. He's your second highest farmed player on your team. But all 6 players for the buff enjoyers are up in the face of bottom barrel. And that is the patron going down. One big Lash ult to try to throw them in, but the good Kelvin catch on the snow globe to keep them in and away in safety. That is the patron going down. There's an absolute firefight down here. I can't even begin to describe it, but that is gonna be it. The buff enjoyers are your first grand finalists of Deadlock Core number 2. And despite the best efforts of Bottom Barrel, Buff Enjoyers just plowing through. More or less unchecked again.
Yeah, it took longer, but it did feel like that game was a lot of fun on both sides to get started. It was a little bit of lane pressure. We saw a little bit of the funneling strategy going both ways, and then a lot of team fighting. It just, at a certain point, it felt like Buff Enjoyers, they sat up in their chair, right? They were done doing the shrimp sit. They were locked in. And for the rest of the game, really, from that Rejuvenator, a big team fight, and then picking up the Rejuvenator, once they had a lead, we were back and forth, 1K, 2K going back and forth both ways. But once they had a sizable lead, 5K, 6K, we saw that 12K lead at one point, they just held on to the game. And again, they just choked Bottom Barrel out. Not a whole lot of ways for Bottom Barrel to get back in the game, but they tried their darndest, which you have to give them a round of applause for doing just that. And I believe they still have a chance to play for the 3rd and 4th place matchup. I think that's still going to be happening later on in the day. So they're not done playing just yet. But that was a very exciting game, and it was fun to see Buff Enjoyers kind of pushed into the corner a little bit. They were backed against the wall a little bit until they really wanted to put on.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, Tanner. That was just a beautiful game. I was really excited getting to see. I was happy to see more of what Buff Enjoyers have. Like, if these guys are the best in the world, it sucks getting to watch 7 minutes of Deadlock and then it's over. What am I learning from that? So to see them have their backs against the wall a little bit and have to pull out some moves, it was a treat, but they definitely proved they are by far the better team. And I'm excited to see these grand finals later today. I think we're going to take a quick look at our bracket here first before we do anything else. Yeah, as you can see, okay, it's Cabal. We called it Buff Enjoyers versus Cabal in the grand finals. Cabal taking out Naked Cat Girls and Friends. That'll be bottom. But that does mean that, like you were saying, Bottom Barrel and Cat Girls, they will be fighting for that 3rd place slot. There is still some prestige on the line there. Still some deadlock to be played between those two teams. But a best of 3 to be played between Buff Enjoyers and Cabal. What do you think is going to happen there?
I think, okay, hold on. I'm going to pause that thought real quick. No, I'll give you the answer, and then I'm going to talk about what I'm very excited for. We saw Bottom Barrel kind of push the limits of Buff Enjoyers a little bit, right? It kind of, again, pushed them into the corner, back against the wall. They were trading really strong in the early game. Mid-game, it started to slip away. On paper, on theory, the Cabal, although I believe they've also made a few changes to their roster, I think they've made some pretty good improvements in adding strong players to the roster. They're going to do just that. So this grand final is going to be very exciting. I think still favored to go the way of Buff Enjoyers, but we're going to see a lot. And these players have played a lot today. So we're going to see, right? It doesn't take just being good at the game and being a good teammate to make a good team. You also have to weather this storm of these longer days. Now for Buff Enjoyers, fortunately, it hasn't been too bad because, like you said, they're playing 7-8 minute games. But I'm very excited. I think it's going to be a very close grand finals. Now, that 3rd and 4th place matchup, Bottom Barrel is playing Naked Cat Girl and Friends. 3 players from Bottom Barrel come from that team. So there's a little bit of pride. There's a little bit of, there's a little angst to that 3rd and 4th place decider. So that is also going to be a very fun matchup. And if it's not being streamed somewhere, I'm going to be super stoked to go back and check the Liquipedia to see who was able to eke that one out and see which of the changes bolstered, which half of that old team. So we've got a really cool end of the bracket here, man. It's awesome.
Yeah, it has been an incredible tournament thus far. I'm very excited to see that grand finals, and even the 3rd place matchup is going to prove to be something spicy with the we're already building stories here in the Deadlock universe. Oh, do you got a dog over there too?
Yeah,
come here,
show
Garcon.
dog, show
Garcon,
dog.
Come here. My dog's being slow. Oh, he thinks it's time to play. There's my dog.
Nice.
Yeah, we got good boys back here. But yeah, I think we've had an incredible tournament thus far. We got an exciting grand finals, the best of 3. Stay tuned for that. And yeah, we're gonna cut to a break real fast. Tanner, do you have anything else for us before we do that?
No, that's it, man. I know the players are ready to get going, so I think we throw it Big D and we see what the grand finals have for us.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, stay tuned. We'll have the grand finals when we come back.
East Coast, Mecca shore is where I stay. When I had no loot, I used to cool around my way. Peace to the crews from New York to LA. Power to the people that struggle every day. The East Coast, Mecca shore is where I stay. When I had no loot, I used to cool around my way. I got a mad style of frustration. Just another product of the anger in the nation. Just another product of the anger in the nation. Just another product of the anger in the nation. Anger in the nation. Anger in the nation. Anger in the anger in the anger in the anger in the anger. I drop bombs for my generation. Just another product. Just another product of the anger in the nation. Power to the people. Power to the people that struggle every day. Just another product. Just another product of the anger in the nation. Power to the people. Power to the people that struggle every day. Just another product. Just another product of the anger in the nation. Power to the people. Power to the people that struggle every day. Just another product. Just another product of the anger in the nation. East to the coast from New York to LA. East Coast, the shore is where I stay. Got a mad style of frustration. Just another product. Just another product. East to the coast from New York to LA. East Coast, the shore is where I stay. Got a mad style of frustration. Just another product of the anger in the nation. I don't wanna wait for a storm that ain't coming, or hide from the sun in the morning. I don't wanna run from something I can't define, but I gotta be careful with what I call mine.
One and all, welcome back to the Deadlock Core number 2. We've had some insane games today, and we are already into the grand finals. I'm, of course, KP. Joining me, wonderful face of a new casting partner for the future. I'm loving this. We have got Nyako on the line. I'm going to have to get used to saying that. I want to say Niriko, almost like an anime character.
No, you pick it up pretty fast compared to some people, so I appreciate it, Killer Pigeon. Really happy to be diving into the grand finals here for Deadlock Core number 2. We've had a fantastic series of matches bringing us to this decisive spot now as Buff and Joyers are going to be facing off against the Cabal. Let's take a look at the path to victory for both of these teams. Big runs on either side. One of the things to note is that from the Dead Air broadcast, we had the Cabal facing off against Naked Catgirl and Friends, which I believe was the finals matchup for the first Downtown Showdown.
Yeah, and I think the other interesting thing here is, like, for the most, we've kind of followed the path expected, but there were definitely moments in that Buff and Joyers game. I know the production behind the scenes were kind of almost surprised. They thought for a second maybe Bottom Barrel was gonna have it, but I was looking at the drafts, especially from those semifinals coming into this. I think there's a lot of overlap in philosophies and what these two teams believe in. They definitely seem to rate the Haze reasonably high to round out their drafts. I also noticed that both highly covet the Kelvin, which is no surprise to me. I've been a big believer that everyone is sleeping on the real OP thing about that hero, and it's not the beam, it's the grenades.
Yeah, I definitely think that Kelvin is going to high price. We do see that Buff and Joyers going top going to draft. They are going to have that first dibs, so interested to see if that is going to be what they grab, or something that it's just had a traditionally high win rate like the 7 is going to be more of a priority.
And let's have a look at the rosters, because of course at this point, we haven't got the official big teams like Team Liquid coming in, so people are going to have to become a bit more familiar with a lot of these fellas. So, looking at this, we have got Mikhail in there. I think, honestly, the kind of standout rising star for a lot of people, very talented. There's a lot of other people that definitely match up as well, but I think this kid has kind of come out of nowhere in the Deadlock scene and quickly become a lot of people's favorite newcomer. Other people of definite note here, I think the one on the other side that kind of matches up to that in my mind, Nyako, is Hydration. I've heard a lot of people hyping this boy up getting into this.
Yeah, Hydration has been a stalwart, the person that kind of led Cabal to victory in that first downtown showdown. Someone with a very notorious set of characters, a very, very strong lash that was permabanned from them, not only throughout the course of that downtown showdown, but also here in the run throughout the course of Deadlock Core. Another thing to note here as we look at this 6v6 is the fact that we got Sherrick on one side and Sharky on the other, so we're going to have to make sure to keep those in mind as we dive into this game. Overall, though, both of these teams are a fantastic set of killers. I don't think there's a weak lane amongst them, and so therefore we're going to have quite the clash of champions going on into this first game of a best of 3.
And by the way, I love that. I know what's going to happen in a few months as we develop the esports ecosystem. There's going to be someone called Bebop, right? There's going to be someone called Lane, right? Like it always happens. My favorite one is I've had like 2 different esports scenes. Is a player called Player. It's like they're looking to make the caster's life a living hell. And I know what's going to happen. We're eventually going to get someone with the most convoluted and complicated Scandinavian name imaginable. We've already had it with like Mikhail. I've had like in America go, is it Mikhail? Is it Mikhail? Well, I think the best thing I love about the early days of an esports scene as well is I was saying to the other casters, you have power. You kind of get to decide how their name's going to be pronounced.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, there are going to be people railing against you in the comments. The player themselves is going to be railing against you. But hey, get on camera if you want to dispute us. But now we are diving into the draft itself. Buff Enjoyer is going to be on the left, Cabal on the right. The band's already coming through as a Dynamo. And that Kelvin that we were talking about, going to be denied here. First pick going to be the Abrams. Firing right back on Cabal's side. We're going to see the Shiv come out alongside of Mo and Krill.
Yeah, I guess I'm not too surprised by this. We did mention already Kelvin's first pick for both. Honestly, Dynamo at this stage is just kind of a given. I feel like a Dynamo can have basically no farm in a game. He could basically be sitting on like 5k souls when everyone else in the game has 14k. And the contribution is still through the roof. And what I'm kind of curious to see is how the meta is going to develop because, I come from a Dota 2 background where I gained my bones is where I began. And I've seen some Dota 2 players. I've played with some pros in this game, and it's very different to what we've been seeing in these tournaments. These tournaments are very much kind of gravitating towards gung-ho, Overwatch style, let's pound it out, kill each other again and again and again. Whereas, things like McGinnis, I think, are going to start to come into the picture more when you get these more farm-oriented drafts and play styles. But it makes sense, like, opening these drafts, we've seen that Abrams is just a Plowtown brawler. You can't stop him. Viscus has looked so phenomenal. His spike on the lane, the amount of grenade damage, the punch power is through the roof. Even his gun power, you get a headshot booster, and I feel like he's one of the most uncontestable heroes. And then on the other side, just having these frontliners like Mo and Krill, and of course Shiv, to be expected here. Once again, just bloodbath type heroes.
Very Smash Mouth oriented, particularly on Buff Enjoyer's side. Not really anybody that you need to protect. These are a lot of self-sufficient characters that are either hyper-mobile as their means of self-sufficiency or incredibly good at just diving on in and causing chaos. The fact that Buff Enjoyers are going to be able to pick up that lash kind of as a deny over there for hydration, I think is going to be a particular boon for them as they're going to continue with this onslaught by grabbing the Ivy here for just a little bit of support.
Yeah, it's so like following this up as well. I love the fact that we're going to see probably some Mikhail on Paradox. I think he's just the go-to player for that one. I always love Ivy just for the kind of the mid-game objectives, right? It's just kind of a freebie, and also as a get-out-of-jail-free card. Like when you look at the draft of Buff Enjoyers, the thing that they were doing earlier in the tournament seemed to be that kind of heal comp. I especially love the game where they got the hands on, it was Dynamo, Kelvin, and then I believe they had like Abrams in there, they had Viscus. Pretty much everyone either saved themselves or was saved by someone, and you kind of have that here, right? Like Lash can be a little bit sticky to lock down, Abrams feels impossible to initiate on, Viscus is always going to be the clutch save. The only kind of wild card needs some help right now is Haze, and you've got all those boxes to tick around it. Other side, we are seeing Yamato come out, and I don't know about you, we've been watching these games, it feels like Yamato typically is just getting rolled.
I would 100% agree with that. I really have not seen a game where Yamato feels very comfortable during the laning phase, and because in many cases people are already very good at turning an advantage into a lead that is impossible to come back from, I just don't think Yamato's ever got the chance to scale, develop into a real killer. So I hope to see that change here with Cabal, of course, one of the best teams in the tournament, taking their chance at playing this character. But now over onto the Buff Enjoyer side, we are going to see their final lock-in. They're going to be grabbing that pocket, and this is a character I really do love, bringing once again that kind of high damage, that ability to insert themselves in a fight wherever they so desire, and the fact that you have such a strong front line with which to leverage yourself to do that, I think makes this a really solid 6.
Yeah, it's an independent laner, right? So you can sit this solo, you can babysit the Haze, who's going to need some assistance, and then let's go for like maybe a double brawler comp, something to assist in Abrams. Other side of it, we are going to say someone a bit more self-sustained into the Infernus, able to get away from a sticky situation, did recently get more buffs to the slow resistance, so harder to lock down as well. But I think like favorable lane situation here, I think we saw him on the earlier series, is if you can get the pocket up against the Yamato. There's apparently one Yamato who's been playing in scrims, and he is an insane brawler. He always dominates his lanes, but most of the Yamatos we've been seeing play a bit more defensive, and I think Pocket can exploit that, right? Because Pocket more or less has a get out of jail free card compared to Yamatos, and I feel like the only way you're going to see Yamato dominate the lanes is if she's really up in your face and bring it to you. So maybe we see something different there. Like so far, I think we've been seeing solo lanes with Yamato. Maybe if you partner it up with something like Moan Krill or maybe a Shiv, just something that wants to fight, we might see a little bit of a bite back here.
Another hero that I feel has kind of been underperforming throughout the course of Deadlock Core 2 is this Wraith pickup from the side of the Cabal. This is one of my favorite characters. I'm a kind of two-trick between them and McGinnis. So two very different styles, but the thing with Wraith is that, once again, it is kind of that matter of, while they do have a get-out-of-jail-free card, there's a lot of ways to kind of bogart her on the side of buff enjoyers that really need to be answered, and so I really hope to see the Cabal bring a capable player onto this character and make sure that they can make the most of her split-pushing and assassin-oriented style.
Yeah, it's quite interesting as well. Like, I'm curious to see which way they want to lane Paradox. Like, Paradox is kind of a weird one. Sometimes it just feels like you can get away with them being solo because they do have this kind of absorption element with the wall to kind of block that incoming fire. But I feel like most of the time when I'm seeing her, she's a good enabler. Like, having her with something that's harder to hit shots, maybe like Yamato, not expecting that here, but I think in that lieu of like a delayed trigger ability, lines up really well with things like the Kinetic Carbine. But you know, I'm excited to see how this one's going to progress, because the beautiful thing is we've had best of one so far. Now we get into best of three territory. It's where you start to see the experimentation, right? Now we're seeing Kelvin banned. I'm wondering, game number 2, all of a sudden there might be something that draws more attention. Maybe all of a sudden you're so punished by, say, that Wraith pick you mentioned, that has to now be a priority.
Yeah, I would love to see this kind of develop as the norm going forward for more tournaments where we do get more best-of-3 series, because I think that the evolution of team versus team is going to be a really crucial aspect of Deadlock's competitive scene going forward, and I believe that we're going to be getting the seeds of that here. Cabal and Buff Enjoyers have proven time and time again that they're incredibly good at running through these best-of-ones with textbook gameplay, but now what I hope to see is that post-game number 1, we get evolution that would allow for that late game to be delayed into a late game. I want one really long banger match here. Maybe not for a sleep schedule. I know that you're all the way in the UK, so that's gonna be pretty brutal for you.
It's
Pigeon,
only
but
like it's only 1:30 in the morning. Okay, I've got energy drinks here. It's fine.
Okay, there we go. But for me, what I really want to see is just how you negotiate, you know, mid-boss number 2, things like that. And these are two teams with scalers on either side that could do a lot of work with that expanded set of items that they're going to start getting and the expanded soul ceiling that they'll have. So that's something I'm going to be keeping my eye out for here. But for game number 1, is there anyone that you're feeling is a little bit favored just coming straight out of the 6v6 draft?
So, based on the drafts we're seeing here, I do like Buff Enjoys a bit more. I think, like, looking at their draft, I want to say they're less item dependent. You know, you can get a decent amount of mileage out of Paradox without many items, but she really starts to spike off the back of that. Shiv obviously needs to be a little bit ahead if he falls behind. I always say Shiv is feast or famine. We've seen him look pretty damn good in most of the games, but the moment things slip up a bit, he can kind of fall asunder. When I look on the side of Buff Enjoys, I only really feel like the Haze is going to be hard soul locked when it comes to itemization. But I hear it is time to kick it off. Deadlock Core number 2 Grand Finals. It's time for the first game. Buff Enjoyers versus Cabal. Let's kick to it.
Well, we dive straight into the classic pause. So, Pigeon, things begin as they always do here with just a few tech issues that we're going to have to work their way through. It looks like we're getting a few crashes on the side of the Cabal that are going to eventually be resolved, but that gives us a little bit more time to speculate. My favorite aspect of esports here, and I know you were doing quite a bit of theory crafting just when we were hanging out in call beforehand. I really want to see, you kind of talked about the healing builds coming through that still emphasize, particularly given the fact we have stuff like that Ivy pickup on the Amber Hand.
Yeah, and I think it really shows a lot clearer on one side. Like for the side of Cabal, maybe there's a little bit more self-sustained there when you think of things like Moan Krill and, of course, eventually Furnace after 1 or 2 items, they can look after themselves. But when you look on the side of Buff and Joys, they can look after each other. Abrams can just absorb a lot of frontline brawling into mitigation, right? Healing him as he goes. You've also got the get out of jail free card of a Viscus quite often, and then as you mentioned, that Ivy just ticks a box. And I just love the kind of self-sustained nature. So as these lanes start to kind of draw in, we can see the Haze is already going to be babysitting by the safest and one of the most dominant picks in the lane, the Viscus. Ivy plus the Lash is kind of intriguing here. I wonder if we're going to see a rotation. And Pocket, of course, is going to be temporarily on that solo lane. I wonder if they try to force a rotation just to get that Pocket Yamato matchup, because in a one-on-one, I'd always favor the Pocket here.
You got to find the tempo with which to do it, though, and what we've seen time and time again throughout the course of Deadlock Core number 2 is the fact that these first few waves leave no breathing room from either side. This is where the contours of the early game are going to be defined here, and as soon as someone starts to fall behind on souls, it's very difficult to come back. So let's see how these trades go across the map. Right now, we got the classic 1-2-2-1 run throughout our 4 lanes here. A lot to keep track of and a lot of important things to focus upon, as already we've got an Infernus kind of slipping towards that left side, gonna come right back here to catch the wave with the Paradox, though.
Looks like First Blood's going to draw in, and it is going to come at the courtesy of Viscus plus the Haze, able to jump in and get that kill on the Moan Krill, and that's going to give the immediate pressure in. Of course, we're going to see the sliding just to exploit maximum infinite ammo there. Curious to see how long that's going to last in the game, because I find on these lanes, part of the reason it snowballs so fast is the moment someone does die, that kind of infinite ammo skip with the slide just allows you to maul through that Guardian.
That's one of the things that I think really differentiates Deadlock from a lot of these other MOBA-esque games. The fact that things bounce on a dime so quickly with taking down the tower. You could be pushed in this whole time, but as soon as you pick up a kill or two, if you're able to clear the wave fast, all of a sudden, there's no tower for the enemy team. The shot closes down, and you're going to see a drastically different game plan have to come through. One thing that's really nice to see as well is the fact that, as we saw on the camera for Wraith, people are clearing out these side jungle camps as well. People are beginning to pick up and maximize, min-max, in fact, their soul income here. And everybody looks like they're on a relatively even playing field. A slight edge right now is given over to Cabal, even though they have the trailer with active player only having that 1k on the Moan Krill.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see like what kind of rotations we can expect, because I think it's quite nice to kind of lean into maybe one of your stronger brawling lanes, just to try and take that initial tower to get that flex spot. I look at the Abrams Shiv side. I love the fact they got Shiv there. I don't think Abrams can kind of bully his way through that lane in a one-on-one. I feel like this lane we're looking at here is going to be the biggest blood spiller, not just because we've seen 1 kill already, but it's the kind of on the edge saves you can see coming out from both the Viscus and the Moan Krill that I think are going to encourage both sides to play a bit more cheeky.
I would love to see some cheeky play. At the end of the day, I am here for the action, and we're going to see who's going to start initiating that yet again. Right now, Cabal still have that slight Souls lead, but things are close, and I'll be honest, this is the least chaotic I've seen a laning phase, and I think that just comes down to the fact that both teams are respecting the abilities of one another. We have gotten to the 1 versus the 2 seed at the end of the day here for the grand final matchup, and we have more than one game to play through, so everybody's just trying to scope one another out here, I imagine. And we do have a rotation, notably. Ivy moving over on top of Yamato to make that a 2v1 lane in favor of Buff and Joys. Let's see what that turns into. Meanwhile, Pocket in quite a bit of trouble here, trying to find cover. Will be able to do it as they are stuck 2v1 themselves versus the Paradox and the Infernus. They are going to have to go all the way back to the base.
Yeah, sick breakaway there. Looked like he was going to get stunned off the line, but timed it perfectly to escape that. It's going to be rotation to protect that tower. I love this because right now Yamato is not really in a position to extremely push. In the meantime, we have seen a lot of pressure coming out on the east side. Haze in particular has been poking away at that Guardian, and there was a lot of room given over by Shiv as well as the Wraith. Like, what I think we're seeing here right now is this very interesting dance between the inner right and the right side tower from the south side team to just try and outpace on the rotation. And over time, you are seeing that kind of represented in the health of both these towers.
These rotations, these overloadings of certain lanes, for the most part, are paying dividends as we see movements across the map. That's going to be Cabal losing their Yamato, and Moan Krill had just died for a second time, a little bit back there as well. So both of those things are starting to cause them to lose that soul edge that they had. That's going to be a big push under the tower now. Haze blown up, Cabal right back in it, and there goes the Abrams as well. This is a great onslaught. Wraith going to be traded here, but it may not matter. That is a wave pushed into the tower, and let's see what Moan Krill can do with that. They're going to try to go for an approach, but laser on top of them means they have to back off.
Yeah, good pressure coming in, though, overall. And it's going to force another rotation back to that lane, an unfavorable situation. And they're already breaking off, right? Mo and Krill shifting across into the inner right lane again. I think they just want to try to keep the pressure on the Haze. The worst thing you can do is kind of give her free farm here. And Mo and Krill is definitely one of those more bullyish type heroes. But with the rotation coming in from Wraith, I don't think we're going to have this stun off cooldown too quickly. But it's always something in the mind of Haze here, right? I think this is the point in the game where you start to feel quite vulnerable playing the center of the map.
I'm interested to see how the Amber Hand in the form of Buff Enjoyers are going to negotiate the Greenwich lane in particular, because we're getting that 3-man all-star band of the Paradox, the Yamato, and I believe the Infernus as well, just moving back and forth between there and the lane all the way to the left. Okay, so it's going to be something they're going to have to continue to work on, as now we do see Abrams saved by the cube. Haze not so lucky, going to get blown up here. Mo and Krill traded. Both of these teams continuing to just push back and forth, kill for kill, and that means that the soul count is still going to remain relatively even. Now we got a chase down scenario here. Infernus also doing a good job just jamming his lane in. Look how far up we're already seeing the Buff Enjoyers go on that far right lane as well. That's Park, I believe.
Yeah, and I think what you're starting to see here is what we're talking about, the post-laning kind of effect. The impact they get from their abilities in early souls. Nice swap coming in there, able to get an easy peasy. And it looks like that will allow them to kind of shove this out. Critical that they do so and get something in return, because I think what we were seeing is this risk that with how reliable the Buff Enjoyers lineup is with limited souls, you can get pressed. And I think in particular, the best thing we see out of Cabal right now is dodging this Viscous. Not just because he's 4-0-2, but we've seen how easily he's able to mitigate the effect of Sharky on this Wraith and other heroes alike from getting what should be easy kills.
Got a mega melee, though, going here in the left lane, and already that's going to be the Infernus falling a little bit too happy on the engage, and that means that Paradox is going to be the next domino down. Buff Enjoyers doing a good job when they are pushed in to respond in kind and take everything from Cabal.
Oh, look, a Yamato in the early game struggling.
Okay.
I definitely have not seen this before.
Yeah, and that's just going to be another kill added on to the pack, falling there on that second lane to the left here, and that means that it's once again a unified push for people on the left side of the map, for Buff Enjoyers. Happy to continue to march back. They're going to start taking down this last tower in Greenwich, and then from there, it's just a matter of who's going to start knocking on the walkers first.
We've got a rotation around the location. But it looks like they're going to have to rotate away much quicker than that. Not able to get in and protect in time. So love the bite back. I mean, this is probably the closest game we've had all tournament. And we'd expect that in the grand finals. But, you know, there's always that risk that something slips through. But I love the fact there's a bite back mirror for mirror. One of the big things that are kind of like I learned over the years in Dota 2 in particular, one of the OG styles of MOBAs instead of this new gen, is that when you see something happening on the other side of the map, don't react to it. Right? Make your own play. Get a counter play. They're dead already. Don't go for Save a Hero syndrome. Go for revenge.
Particularly with the mapping as big as it is here, and of course there's plenty of movement options to navigate from lane to lane really quickly, but there's still 4 lanes at the end of the day, and that means that it's quite the commute. If you want to get to a fight, oftentimes it's going to be over by the time you arrive, so keep trying to push your individual objectives. There's still a lot of ability to stratify these lanes, but right now, gotta focus on this Mo and Krill, getting shoulder checked by the Abrams, who's continuing that melee mayhem, followed through by the Viscous as well. Mo and Krill with nowhere to go, gonna get bogarted inside of one of the jungle camps, will not be able to get out.
Looking around here, there's not really much in the way of objectives to kind of convert into straight away. But I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of get a rotation coming into the inner left lane. You can see them wrapping right through mid right now. A slight overextension. Although I could see a Wraith getting out, I think a Paradox might not be so lucky. Instead, though, it is going to be a reaction on the Yamato. Already having a hard game, and it's never going to get easier.
Well, this is unfortunate. You know, Yamato did the best during laning phase I think that you could expect. Ultimate being activated here. May be able to turn the tide on this one. The Walker falling, but ultimately
Paradox coming.
It's going to need a little bit more help here. Paradox going to be the alley-oop necessary to blow up the Ivy, and we may have spoke too soon, Pigeon. They aren't the worst on the team.
so it's kind of interesting, right? Like Yamato at this stage in the game, I think if you see her ult, you're like, easy peasy, done with. But that rotation was so fierce, so swift coming out of Mikhail's on the Paradox there, able to just get that gap close in and provide that spike damage in early game where maybe in a one-on-one Yamato's fearing for her life, but in the meantime, we are going to see return fire drawn here. Nice rotation in there, getting the kill on the Wraith. Abrams doing what he can, but without the ultimate for another 70 seconds, you're going to have to play a bit more passive. Swap coming in though, Paradox able to grab him out of position here. The chase comes in, the combust goes off, and it will be Abrams down.
And for the first time in a while, Infernus is going to try to get out of a fight unscathed. Pocket getting ulted, gets over the wall, still going to be followed by that last little bit of trailing fire and is going to die because of it. As now, once again, Infernus looking for that bit of escape route. Will be able to just wrap back around and look for another approach into the fight. Ivy right now got a bomb, won't be able to drop it on the midst of a fight, but still looking for a flank angle here. As that is going to be 3 people dead on the side of Buff Enjoyers. And now, with the Wraith ultimate being dropped on top of the Gargoyle, they're going to have to go stone form and just try to get the heck out of here. Card's gonna follow them, but I think the Ivy Trail may be enough for them to buy space. Wraith, though, continuing to follow through, has that teleport available, and that means it will ultimately be the Gargoyle dying.
No, well played. Just Wraith coming in and cleaning up. I think that's important right now. She's kind of leading the pack. And I got my boys mixed up. I know I said Mikaleo, but I'm so used to seeing him on Paradox. But so far, I'm kind of impressed by the Paradox's presence here. The rotations coming in, the fact that they're actually positive KD. It's usually a hard hero to navigate, but what I like is we haven't seen an insane like team fight, right? I think that was the closest we came, but it was kind of a trickle. It wasn't a big initiation on both sides. Should we reach that territory, I do like what Buff and Joyce have to cook with here, right? Abrams are insane, Lashell's all insane, the Affliction definitely high value, and then of course Haze later in the game. So it feels like Cabal are doing a good job of avoiding that direct 6-on-6 engagement.
I would agree with that. I think that right now it's a little bit too early in the game to coin flip a 6v6, even if you have began to develop a Souls lead like they currently have. 7k in their favor right now. Anything leading to a mid-boss being taken by the enemy team and the rejuvenator that comes from that could be enough to turn things in an instant. We saw that one of our earlier matches there in the semifinals, I believe, as Pocket is a little bit caught out and Wraith continues to just hammer down the damage, and that is going to be a pick-off onto one of the assassins of Buff Enjoyers. And the fact that that happened pretty central to the space on the map means that this is going to be a really nice push and pressure application by Cabal, either in this far left lane or in Greenwich.
Yeah, now got the being ran across map here. Maybe there's a potential intercept, but I don't think the positioning is going to be there for Buff and Joyce. Sure, you might be able to poke and probe at it, but you need to shift quicker to the east side. Respawns are now coming in, and I love this double pressure approach. Trying to move for the urn, but at the same time, they're trying to push in on the lane opposite side of the map. Abrams is waiting, though. Is this going to work out for them?
Ivy coming in on the assist, but just being torn asunder by the artillery fire. Has to drop down from their vantage point, and that means that the Abrams is relatively alone on the back line here. Ivy retreating means that this is going to be a virtual 1v3 unless this tank is careful. Meanwhile, it got Mo and Krill just trying to jump forward, moving onto an approach pathway towards the Abrams. It looks like ultimately the big blue man will be able to get out, and in fact now has the Viscous at their back, looking for a possible re-engage. But while this is all happening, there's a 3-man push going into the Greenwich lane, looking to take down this Walker.
And keep in mind that Abrams did use the slam, right? So pressing up here might be a little bit problematic. This might be the opportunity Cabal we're looking for to stack up together. Wraith being initiated on is going to be able to poke back against that, and no one wants to commit to finish off the kill, so they just need to try and get out of dodge before they start incurring losses here. There's going to be initiation coming in. Shiver the slice of dice through, able to follow up, and they are going to be able to take that Abrams out. Next on the hit list is going to be that Viscous. The big saving grace removed, and now an opportunity to push in on the Walker.
Cabal knows when to pull the trigger, and they saw the map. They understood that Buff Enjoyers were just a little bit more scattered, and therefore the divide and conquer is going to pay dividends. Cabal, Sapphire Flame, able to continue to further that gold lead, has now peaked past the 10k mark, and in fact, this looks like a move onto the mid-boss.
Maybe a little bit premature. I think you need a guaranteed opening kill. The biggest threat's removed. Ivy, what a swap! No escape for you. Gargoyle down.
Love that call. The fact that, you know, Ivy's gonna feel so safe all the way up there in the air. Getting hit with a paradoxical swap, being brought in for the alley-oop with the rest of your team means that it's very easy for, even with invulnerability of the gargoyle form, for you to fall. As we do get Abrams on quite the eager push up here, trying to take down a Walker. Going to have 2 people trailing them from the Cabal. Let's see if he's going to be able to get out and make another great escape. Already pretty successful at doing so. Scaling the building right now, still definitely being tracked by multiple members of the Sapphire Flame. Now he's trying to move over to another lane where he just doesn't have a zip line. This is going to be a troublesome position to be in, especially now as we see the Wraith ult come through. Mo and Krill going to happily stack up some more health with their ultimate also landing the killing blow. Great stuff to call back and push back against any of these super deep, kind of low elo style pushes that you still occasionally see in games.
Yeah, and we're just seeing exploitation of cooldowns, right? It feels like the moment Buff and Joys use an ultimate incorrectly, they are ultimately losing control of the map. Meanwhile, on the other side, what are we seeing there? We're seeing telekinesis, low cooldown. We're seeing Moan Krill with the grab, throw, low cooldown. It's a gank and spank approach. And the worrisome part is like Buff and Joys, at some point you need to breathe. You need to take a moment and realize what's happening and reset. Because if you keep coming back to these lanes, if you keep trying these split pushes, you're feeding the beast.
And already, the Beast has been quite fed. Cabal is in a comfortable position to really run through any team fight that they are presented with just because of how much up they are in terms of income. And look at the people who are fed on their side. The Shiv, the Wraith, the Infernus. These are characters that are bona fide killers that are going to, once again, happily pull this Yamato across the finish line. I really was hoping for them to pop off, but it looks like for the time being, they're going to have to continue to farm.
I feel like that's just the way it goes. You need to have the Ivy on the team, because then at least makes sense they're being carried along, like physically and completely in that situation. But in a way, I mean, maybe it's intentional by design, right? The Yamato, if the game goes late enough, carries, but in the meantime, she's a distraction. Like, they're so fixated. We saw it in the early game on ruining her game. It eventually punished them with that rotation that came in from the Paradox. So I'm starting to wonder if this is, in a weird way, intentional, right? Just throwing someone to the wolves.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see whether or not that's going to be the philosophy of the Yamato going into fights. I think they probably still want to pick up those kills, right? Because in those situations, that's where you really want to develop, as we do have a massive melee, perhaps the biggest one we've seen so far. That's going to be Infernus dashing forward, looking for the big stun, as now the fight is just a little bit split. Haze, Viscous, trying to recenter their team as they've already dropped 2. Buff Enjoyers are going to clear the path for Cabal to march upon the mid-boss.
This is Scramble Brain. Same thing's happening again, right? That time, I think we saw the slam coming out, the attempt by it from Abrams, but the Moan Krill interception stunned him out of it. And then, of course, the forced reaction to the cube to try and save a life from Viscous. I mean, it took all the tools out of the arsenal. I feel like we're not seeing Lash have a chance to really be present in these fights, just so far behind on souls. And now we just start to see that snowball effect kicking in. Rejuvenate is coming down. They're in position to try and prove to be a nuisance here, but there's not much in the chamber. Grab comes in, and he gets it! No! Cabal is able to hold on to it for a second there. Pocket mid-swing. Looked like he was going to get the snatch, but no bueno.
I was going to tell Viscous, don't be the hero, don't go in, but that punch was worth it. I'm happy that Buff and Joris dropped 3 because that could have been the craziest moment of the tournament so far, but unfortunately, Cabal is going to pick up not only the Rejuvenator, but also the bag of chips to go with it in the form of those 3 more soul boosts. So one of the big things right now is just how Cabal is looking to finish the game. I do think that Buff and Joyers still have enough of the map intact, including on their side, all of their Guardians and 2 Walkers, that we may not see it end right off this Rejuvenator. It may take another mid-boss. It may take another disastrous fight.
I can't believe that. Like, looking back at that, I'd love to get a replay at some point. Because I feel like we saw the Pocket swinging for what was air. It's a fractional second difference there. And I love the fact, though, that even when they're behind, we're seeing Buff and Joy still make those kind of clutch attempted plays. Like, you know, at this stage, it's going against you. You can't play this survivalist defensive style. You need to try and contest. So we'll see if they're able to maybe get 1 or 2 freebie picks. We have always really got a situation where Paradox may be a liability, but you wouldn't believe it when they're hunting like this. To grab him with the swap. Follow-up's going to be there for Moan Krill. Lockdown to control, and that is going to be 1 piggy put down.
And this is kind of like the rhythm section of the band. Those who are able to displace, those who are able to disrupt. It doesn't matter that they don't have all the souls. It really is Cabal focusing upon their damage dealers to put this game away. And even the people who are lagging a little bit behind the curve are still able to do work. And now look at this. The base is being torn asunder as we see Infernus continuing to try to find an angle. Ivy has been popped. Haze goes down as well. And with Mo and Krill staying alive throughout the course of this melee, and even Yamato hanging on by a bear's thread, that means the Cabal is able to continue to sustain this push. Looks like with the fall of both the Samurai as well as Infernus, we are finally going to see Cabal try to turn tail and run. Lash doing a good job beginning to feed on some of these stragglers here. But let's see if it's going to be enough for them to fully turn it back around. Pocket goes a hunting, and they will find the Paradox. Maybe a little bit of an overstay on the blue team's part.
Paradox a really big deal there as well. Remember, they'd already been down, so they now have the longest spawn. Same coming through from Shiv. So this is the breathing room they need, right? We talked about this idea that so far Cabal has been punishing this trickling of troopers coming out. Now it's their turn to try and do the same. It's a small window, but at this stage, you see how close this game is to ending. Love the fact that they're at least competing on the net worth situation, right? Soul difference only at 7,000. And I think maybe we're starting to get to a stage where Lash can be a bit more present. Because I feel like up to this point, Mikkel shows up in a fight and either has to leave or he's going 6 feet under.
Another thing to note that I think is favorable for buff enjoyers in comparison to their situation if they were in another MOBA is that your base is not getting swarmed with super minions like it would in League of Legends or Dota, right? Because your inhibitors are down. Right now, the value of this game is that you have kept the souls even. Now, because the death timers are longer, you can easily do as much damage as Cabal rendered unto your base by just getting one solid fight. And we've shown that they can find kills still. Really looking at this Haze and a big bullet dance to turn things around. Yamato getting picked could be the start of something great here as they continue to just jam down this lane.
And ult's soon off cooldown, right? Lash almost has his, and it looks like Abrams is about 20 seconds away. So this is a big opportunity. If they can kind of leverage this, push in, take control of the map, like this feels like the moment to shine. There's definitely some glorious objectives to aim towards here. In fact, right now, I think Pocket might discover a few slightly overextended players. They're thinking Earn, but I think you just have to let this one go.
Yeah, this is going to be a very dicey earn already. The Jaws closing upon the team. Ivy going to pull the trigger, approaching alongside the Haze. And right now, it does look like Cabal are able to find their way out of this fight. People are going to respect it, but Mo and Krill are going to finally get popped. And that means that, once again, it's 2 uncontested kills over to buff enjoyers just through superior movement of the team across the map.
Yeah, and this isn't that type of Moan Krill that we experience in our pub games, the one that's somehow split pushing with all the souls. It's quite weak in terms of that, so not really able to sustain for long, not able to draw the attention. And now, follow-up players coming in. Abrams hunting down onto this Paradox. Wall's going to be dropped to try and buy some time, but a fist to the face will put them down under alongside Moan Krill.
Well, you talked about gaining breathing room for the buff enjoyers, and I think, Pigeon, that this is exactly where it is starting to come to bear. They are really finding these moments where they can start to bring the advantage, and now it's going to be the it's also going to be the Shiv taken out here. So
it's falling apart.
This
like
is a
one by one
push. Yeah, this is not what I was expecting at all. From behind, with their base opened up to the extent to which it was, the buff enjoyers are now finally able to find presence across the map. Right now, they are going to have to go back and tend to these waves that have begun to encroach upon their base, but they're happy to do so after a downtime in which now they have seized the soul lead.
Yeah, and the team fight element we talked about earlier becomes more and more important, right? Haze is also starting to become scary. 30,000, the highest net worth of any hero in this game right now. We know how she comes online in the late game. On top of that, you know, at this stage, Lash, Abrams is full. Oh, okay. I'm hoping that is just going to be a drop and not a need for a remake, but I think we did just get a crash, so we'll have to see what's going to happen there. Crazy as well, because, you know, you go a few minutes earlier in Nyako, although it wasn't showing too much in the soul situation, you probably would have said that Cabal kind of had that one on lock.
Yeah, I thought so as well, given the fact that we had that big push into the base. Even though everybody died following that, I would still say Cabal is favored, but they didn't know what to do with that downtime. That little point in which we began to see the rotations coming out of buff enjoyers, it really just became a tide turning. And while I couldn't say confidently that buff enjoyers are going to, well, enjoy a victory here right off the bat, as, you know, things could turn on a dime yet again with the Cabal doing exactly what just happened to them. Fact of the matter is that this is a relatively settled late game where now the Cabal definitively do have to play from behind.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you could say on paper, buff enjoyers like have an edge, but like, how big is that edge, right? Like, you know, you couldn't just go to a remake situation. I think that we'll have to see what's going to be like happening there, but it's definitely a tough one, man. I kind of feel it because I think buff enjoyers needed that time, right? They were buffed in the late game, weak in the other game. We saw that exploited. If they're able to get to that phase, you see the dominance, the prowess they can have. I mean, I'm thinking about what Cabal have. You know, Yamato is the thing that's maybe meant to be there for them, but she was, I think, second lowest net worth in the game, only eclipsed from Moan Krill there. We had a Paradox, which is kind of a finicky one. Sometimes it scales like a beast, sometimes it feels like a fart on the side. Right? Shiv, we always mention him as Feast and Famine, right? He's either one or the other, he's never in between. So although they have like Infernus and Wraith to scale there, those I think are still, outside of Infernus, a bit more like solo picked, whereas Abrams, Pocket with his Affliction ults, the Lash, even Viscous, as well as the Haze provides so much Anakin in a team fight that I definitely think we were heading into Buff and Joy's best phase of the game.
It really is kind of like a magic eye picture, you know? You're staring at it, you don't quite see it come together, and then all of a sudden, boom, things click. For Buff Enjoyers, that's the case. Now, on the other hand, with the Cabal, we were kind of talking about how the team composition and the way that the souls were distributed amongst the players works when they're ahead, in that Yamato doesn't have to do a whole lot. Maybe they could work as a distraction. Mo and Krill plus Paradox do a good job just hunting down individual players and being disruptive. They don't need the souls necessarily to do that. But now, oh no, the team is behind. Now, Yamato's not doing anything. Mo and Krill and Paradox are all getting blown up during team fights, and the very texture of these players that are ahead versus the players that are behind have devolved in a way that I feel makes it very difficult, even though the soul lead isn't huge for Buff and Joys, for the Cabal to claw their way back into this one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which way it kind of lies. I mean, my instincts are it wasn't quite there. Like, one more fight, and I think you would have had like a big enough lead that you can say, yeah, no, Buff and Joy is like have this on lock. And I think maybe in some ways we were heading towards that, but like, you know, we're talking about the amount of permutation you can see in a game. You never have to discredit that. And it's still like the beautiful thing that I love, because, you know, I do RTSs as well, and I'm used to the 1v1 format in those situations, but I'm always a team guy at heart. And the reason I'm a team guy at heart is there is something beautiful about 6, 5, how many people it is coming together and perfecting an execution. But along the way, there is so many areas for mistakes. And that is, I think, also deep down what we all love when we queue into a pub game, is the fact that I might be, you know, 16 deaths with 2 kills. But my teammate is 17 deaths with 1 kill. So who's really to blame for this loss?
Yeah, exactly. And of course, that's not the mentality when you come into the coordinated team setting, right? Everybody is doing their part. Everybody has had exemplary moments throughout the course of Deadlock Core 2. And we got plenty more games here in this best of 3 series as to where any of these individual players can pop off and, you know, make a name for themselves. So excited about that. We are getting word that it's probably best that we toss it over to a quick break in order to address these tech issues. But once we return, it's more Deadlock Core action.
Picture all the roads that I walked with you, can't help but wonder where I went wrong. Shouldn't have said this, did I mean it? Would I open up and bleed for it? My hands are getting tired, but I started this fire, and my hands are getting tired. I started this fire. We'll come back in a few thousand years and we'll see if the world played out our fears. Talk about how everything changed, how the trees grew over the path we paved. Ooh, I'm tired now. Ooh, don't you know that? Don't you know that my hands are getting tired, but I started this fire, and my hands are getting tired, but I started this fire.
If you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, if you wanna
I can't count. And that's good for you, because you just saved 2 minutes and 20 seconds to get back into the action. 1-0, welcome back to Deadlock Core number 2, Grand Finals. And we have come to a decision. It is going to be a remake. There wasn't a big enough difference there. We also, the admins decided to have a redraft, just because, you know, in these type of games, it's not just about execution, it's also about the strategic element of what you're drafting there. And a lot was revealed by both sides. So it seemed like the fairest route to go, to be kind of impartial here. But the good news is that means more Deadlock. I couldn't be happier.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Eternity. We're going to be here remaking time and time again until Valve gets their servers straight. I'm just kidding. Hopefully that's going to be the only one. Hopefully we are just starting. We're at the beginning of a best of 3 once again here, Pigeon. Super excited to see what happens. It looks like nobody saw anything in that game that really is going to sway them off the Kelvin and the Dynamo bans. And Abrams is going to be picked up once again on that first slot here for Buff Enjoyers.
Oh, wow. We really are stuck in a time loop.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Eternity.
It kind of feels that way, right? Like, yeah, no one
Oh, it really is. Oh, my God. Oh, God.
I think I've seen this draft somewhere. Like, did I dream of it last night? Or... yeah, it's definitely looking similar. By the way, it's a switch up. So
okay,
we might be getting some Mikhails on the Paradox this time around. Now, funny thing, by the way, I just want to like draw this to people's attention because I do this and I'm so sorry. Like I literally just ruined an anime song for Nyako before we got on this. So, have a look at Viscus's portrait. Does it not kind of look like he's bending over and just has a huge hernia?
Awful. Thank you.
Right?
I appreciate it.
Or he's birthing a fish. Like those are the two possibilities. I don't know what the thought process was with that portrait in particular, but I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to alter the drafts. Right? Like having Paradox come out here, I do think the Paradox played a pretty big role in that last game. A lot of kind of Gankus banks, a lot of saves. Maybe you don't want to go Yamato this time.
Yeah, it could be an alteration that we see. I don't know. I'm kind of surprised that Buff Enjoyer saw one of the lowest soul accumulated characters that was getting blown up time and time again near the end there for the Cabal and said, hey, I may have some of that. So they're going to be the ones picking up the Paradox. But, you know, I think that the character has tons of utility, tons of value. And we were seeing, once again, the Paradox actually do some crazy things early for the Cabal throughout the course of that first game. It just happened to be the case that, you know, the curtain was closing on their time in the sun as we are going to get the Infernus lock-in prior to where the Yamato was picked for the Cabal. So, Pigeon, I'm hopefully on your side in regards to, well, maybe we won't see this character come through. Maybe we're going to see something else develop here. I would love to see McGinnis, actually. I think that it goes well with their team composition, oddly enough. You have individual lockdown up front, but you kind of need someone who is providing damage on a backline, but also providing resistance against really accelerated pushes, because we saw how quickly Buff Enjoyers is able to turn things around on a dime. Now, we do see the Ivy lock-in for Buff Enjoyers alongside the Haze to round out 5 of their 6 picks.
So I think if like the McGinnis idea, if you want to go there, I think you just have to have a draft that wants to lock down in one half of the map, right? Because McGinnis is not very mobile. She doesn't do good on rotations. And like if you're going to draft it into Cabal's lineup, they've got a lot of gank and spank, right? They've got the Mernkrill again, they've got the Wraith, these are going to be hunters. Now Lash as well. I quite like Lash as the kind of idea of like maybe a counter initiator. When they see the Abrams go in with assistance from the Haze, you can kind of intercept that. It's interesting actually, because I think Abrams and Lash, to me, both aren't primary initiators. I see them as secondary. For like Dota 2 people, it's like an axe, right? You think it's meant to be the guy starting the fight, but it's not. It's the guy who follows up to make the fight even better. So in that regards, I'd like to see in the pocket, because that's just a hero that can force attention on him with the jump in. They've still got the Viscus for the save here. And it looks like we are going to get a switch up from Cabal, now going into the guys to fill that slot taken away.
I do love the Lady Geist pickup here at the very end. This is a character that is going to just add a lot to the mental stack during fights. Do they have their ultimate available? Are we supposed to focus and burst this Lady Geist down, or is there someone else that's more of a threat on the Cabal side? And I think that Buff Enjoyers having to go through that every single time that they want to take a 6v6 or anything from a 4v4 to a 6v6, because I imagine the Lady Geist isn't going to be split pushing, is mostly just going to be there as part of a main squad for the Cabal. It means that it could be the case that the Cabal is able to capitalize on these moments of hesitation and really take it away. That being said, I think that overall, I'm a little bit more even on both of these team compositions in general, and that's not necessarily because Buff Enjoyers' picks got worse. It's more that I think the Cabal has really built out with these last 2 slots a better and more coherent vision for their team.
Yeah, and it's just like, you know, we've had some drafts where it's like, say, a Hayes and Yamato, and it just feels like too much, right? Like, you know, you're going to throw one of them on the bus. I like the concept, but I do enjoy this kind of adaptation against the gank and spank lineup. And at the same time, like, Cabal, they have a little bit more presence for a team fight situation as the game develops. I think Lady Geist is really cool for like a similar hunkering down logic where you don't just need to rush across the map. You can actually anchor yourself to a location. So I agree. I wouldn't say anyone got an insanely favorable draft here. One thing that I do at least like for Buff Enjoyers is the more simplistic nature of the sustain, right? Abrams is just like a caveman clubbing himself on the head going, me take damage, me good. He heals off of it. You've got Visca saves. Obviously, Ivy able to give that sustain as well. Whereas Cabal's is a bit more convoluted. Right, you've got Mo and Krill that is at least simple. I like that one. Shiv has the damage mitigation, which is a different style. Infernus is going to need some time to build that self-sustain. And then there's Geist. And Geist to me is kind of an interesting one because we've all had that situation in a pub game. We think we've got them. It's on the edge. You can taste it on your lips. Victory. And why am I now 10% HP? Right? It happens every time, but in these higher rank lobbies, especially as you get past that laning phase, it's not something that should be happening as often unless you've got something to draw attention, to save you, like a Viscous.
Yeah, I hope that that's the case. Like I said, you got a coordinated team fight with a lot of sustain for Buff Enjoyers to hopefully save anybody that is put in that situation where Lady Geist pops an ult. One thing to note about Cabal that, while I do think they are a little bit more convoluted in regards to the sustained front, Pigeon, the thing that I am happy to say draws me towards them is the fact that there is a amount of self-sufficiency for a lot of these characters to help push back against some of the main ways that Buff Enjoyers are looking to make a play. Because Abrams, even if they're like sky dropped into the play either via their ultimate or by Ivy, may struggle to get on top of things like this Wraith or this Infernus where you got the speed boost, where you got the teleport available. We are about to dive into the game now. Unfortunately, we're right into another pause as everybody gets set, but I am happy to say we are back online for the grand finals here of Deadlock Core number 2.
That's right. Game number 1.5 of the grand finals. That's right. We had a little bit of a remake. We got a preview. That's what it was. It was like the show match before the main featuring the main teams. I've got a little bit of a crash, so should be getting those people back in shortly. But kind of curious to see if we see any laning dynamic changes here. It felt like there was a lot of switcheroo going on between the two sides, trying to get those favorable matchups. You know, I think the way you want to lane this preferably is maybe stick the pocket on the outer lanes, just kind of keep him solo as long as possible. To that end, if I'm Cabal, I feel like it usually feels quite nice to have something along the lines of an Infernus in that lane. Like, Infernus is quite annoying because you can kind of dodge these big wallops of damage with pocket, but that damage over time tends to kind of ruin your day.
I'm interested to see if we're going to get any alterations to the lanes, because we saw a pretty defined structure where we didn't have too much in the way of big rotations in regards to the 1v1s and the 2v2s, although pretty quickly, being high elo, people did start accessing these very aggressive styles. It looks like we are, in fact, getting a little bit of a swap here. It was trying to put, I believe, a duo lane on the outside there. Going to be altered as now it's going to be Ivy brought together with, I believe, the pocket, but that leaves Paradox alone versus Infernus and Shiv.
Yeah, they're going to have to consider maybe assisting this Abrams. I don't know if you can, like, sustain pressure on this lane. I find like Lash is one of those more annoying ones for poking your head in the early game, so we'll see if they actually try to shift off this. I mean, Geist is going to need some assistance, so we're going to see Infernus shifting across there. Shiv, always a reliable solo lane, I feel like. It's very rare to see him struggle in the early game, and Paradox at least has that get-out-of-jail-free card with the walls, with the slow from the kinetic carbine, so I think it's a lane that I'd expect Shiv to farm better, but not one that I expect him to kill it.
It does look like we're going to get a quick rotation, making the center duos once again, so a 1-2-2-1 composition. And I'm not surprised that this is the meta game that has been decided basically at all elos of play. I think that having that central access for roamers is incredibly important. And while you don't necessarily see anyone crossing over from the likes of Broadway to York, the possibility of it occurring does mean that you have to be a little bit more considerate about the engages you're taking in the far sides.
Yeah, I like the fact they forced Ivy all the way back to base, right? Like, the value of that is, like, Ivy's a little bit under-farmed when she returns, and the reason that's important is that this is kind of a grenade and spam lane, but speaking of which, one of the grenaders themselves gets taken down. Looks like it's actually going to be 2 kills in different locations here, so nice strike to open this laning phase for Buff Enjoyers.
And it looks like I spoke too soon. It was actually going to be a duo v duo lane there on the far side in Park for both Cabal and Buff Enjoyers. Regardless, Buff Enjoyers happy with the way those compositions were playing out. Able to pick up 2 of those kills early on in this one means that in general, they got quite a bit of momentum to start things off. But this is probably also the MOBA where I think individual kills matter the least. What matters a lot more is who's able to get that first crack at the tower, who's able to blow that up and take it down. And so from there, I do think that things are going to remain relatively even as we do see about a 1k lead over to Buff Enjoyers in regards to the soul count. But any more kills from here on out for Cabal could spell disaster for sure.
Yeah, I think it's kind of interesting as well. This whole idea, like I mentioned, forcing Ivy back to base, and then that feels like you've got a solid advantage for the XP, but the cost of health just made it not worthwhile. We saw how quickly Ivy was able to surge souls without even getting the kill first when they returned to lane. It unlocked that second ability and gave that pressure. So it does feel like sometimes you just don't get that kill. It was never worth the health loss unless you can turn it into a tower push or a second hero low. But when you're kind of trickling 1 2, it doesn't feel great in these situations. That feels painful. That's meant to be one of the more tanky and difficult to kill heroes, but you see how disgusting the Viscous combos can be. Pocket, in the meantime, is not loving life. Dots are coming through. The burn damage enough to ruin his day.
Great stuff from the Infernus and the Lady guys, able to chip away from afar and land that killing blow when they have the opportunity to approach versus the Pocket, who has now fallen pretty far behind the curve alongside Ivy, who's also simultaneously in trouble, having to go all the way back towards the Walker and still can't get out of dodge. More burn down damage, and Cabal are eating good on that side of Greenwich.
Furnace is getting fat and stacked, and that's never a good sign for these early game pressures. We already mentioned a few of these heroes don't like having to deal with that. In particular, I think you're going to see Pocket struggle going up against that. It could also make Hayes' life a living hell. So definitely need to find a way of resetting this pressure. Paradox is going to come in, looking to actually counterattack into this, but nice switcheroo, able to shift to the other side. The wall is forced out, not good enough to protect. Paradox down, and you have just continued to feed the beast that is Infernus.
And that is a peak Paradox gameplay pre-ult. I think they did a really good job using all their abilities, but it just doesn't matter. The Soul's Diff is a little bit too much to bear, and Cabal is happy to build up this damage dealer who can work as an initiator for that team, especially as Mo and Krill has kind of fallen by the wayside and out of the picture. Now, the question is the matchup going between the top killer of Cabal versus Buff Enjoyers, because Hayes is eating good right now and simultaneously can turn a fight on the head in an instant.
But you got to think who's going to be more useful in the early game, right? Like for Hayes, it's about how am I setting things up, and I have seen some signs of beauty here, right? Viscous for one utilizes that well. I also think as we get a little bit late in the game, Abrams is going to thrive off of those with the charges. So Dagger can definitely have some presence, but it does feel in a way it's maybe easier for the Infernus to wreak havoc in these earlier mid-game engagements.
I would definitely agree with that. I think that for the time being, Cabal need to capitalize though. The question is, can they do that? Right now, one of the lane textures that is kind of worrying me for their overall outlook in this game, even though they're ahead on souls, is the fact that we're getting consistent pushes, even in lanes that are kind of 1v2, especially on that far right in Park. What we saw was Abrams just kind of happy to take 2v1s for a while, and they were still able to catch all the waves and in fact push up and do a little bit of chip damage.
Oh, looks like we're getting ready for a party with Lash. Not able to get the grab there, though. Able to dodge the stun, but the follow-up is going to cause pain here. Tries to roll away, but Listic able to take him down. All that, and they do not get the Viscous. He's still rolling around with the party. Infernus with the rotation will be good enough to even it into a one-on-one. And with the amount of heroes here, I think we're about to see the beginning of a push.
I don't think anyone really wants to take this big fight, but they feel like it is necessary to do so. Cabal wants to capitalize on this moment and look for an angle. Mo and Krill going deep, and there's the rest of the team to follow through on it. It looks like for the time being, Abrams is just going to give up this turret, and I think that's the correct call here, as now Pocket is looking to fight their way out of this one. Gonna get blown up here, as now Hayes also going worryingly low here, could lead to an opening for Cabal to just capitalize and take this one away. Paradox is actually going to be the one to get popped, as it looks like Hayes has gotten to safety behind the base, but now it's all up to the Ivy to resist this 3-man push upon the purple lane.
This Infernus is growing in his problems, right? Like, I'm looking at it, and when I watch these health bars go down, you'd think that actually it's Cabal that has the pocket. You'd think that's an Affliction ult. These dots are stacking up hard, and I think what was key about that rotation is how it interrupted Hayes' flow, right? It came to a lane. The problem emerged there. Now the charge in. They're trying to address this Infernus issue, but it feels like get out of jail free card with a runaway, not able to get far enough out. Parry wasted there, and they addressed the issue. The elephant in the room, Lefa taken down.
And I really thought that that was going to be a pure Cabal match getting out of that one yet again, but even the mobility that the Infernus was able to provide wasn't enough to answer back against the irresistible force of this Abrams, and now I think that this tank is becoming a real problem. Buff Enjoyers have this great leverage by which to play off of, either entering into a fight with ultimate or more. Visk is going to get picked off here, though. Cabal finally able to claw a little bit back, especially in the form of the Mo and Krill starting to crest towards that 4K mark, but will it be enough? Right now, Gold about perfectly even between these two teams as we see pushes on either side, even out around the center of these lanes. Everybody rotating perfectly at this point in time is showing the peak of this Deadlock gameplay.
Yeah, I think we're seeing some issues on the side of Buff and Joy when it comes to ults, right? We just saw Cabal rather. Combustion does get used there. They have still got these low cooldown ults, but now they haven't got that big reset for a team fight at a point where Abrams is about to get the slam. Goo is at least not going to be there. The Goo Ball is still on cooldown, but I think you are now going to see Buff and Joys looking for an engagement off the back of the power of Abrams.
Yeah, and you talked a little bit about how Abrams isn't necessarily a main initiator, but rather someone who comes in secondly to add to the disruption and add to the takedowns. But I think that here, because of how far up they are in Souls, they need to be that initiator, and then Viscus can kind of be the secondary coming through in Goo Ball form. Right now, I'm interested to see whether or not Buff and Joyce can get some more Souls on that character and really, therefore, define a front line for them for any more big team fights.
Feels like we've got a lot of presence from Cabal in the lane that doesn't really offer up anything generous to target here. So I think they are just really kind of leveraging, protecting this Final Guardian, not giving that territory over for free. Things are calming down though, and I don't want to, like, as we get into that mid game, you know, is it too early to start talking about those big team fights? Is it likely we're going to see Cabal just trying to spread the map, stretch it wide still?
I don't think it is too early to talk about that, I'll be honest here. Pigeon, one of the big things to note is the fact that sometimes you just got to take a fight by necessity. We've seen that a few times throughout the course of this game already, and therefore, considerations have to be made about rotations across the map to answer one or the other. Ivy, I think, is going to be a big player on that front for Buff and Joy's. Cabal, though, has mobility of their own, with Wraith able to traipse large amounts of distance, and as now we do get into one of these big fights, we're going to see how many people come to the fray. Moan Krill popped early in this one, and that is great stuff for Buff and Joy to continue to try to force this one. Looking for the approach. Wraith on the far side, looking for a flank angle, but unfortunately, while that happens, Shiv and Lady Geist are both going to go down in exchange for the Abrams, and that means that Buff and Joyers are going to ride high coming off this one, looking to mop up everybody else. That's a Lash taken down too, and the only saving grace here is that there's no mid-boss to take right now.
Yeah, and the biggest saving grace was the fact that Infernus was nowhere near to assist. They timed that intentionally and perfectly, and this is something to always keep an eye out at a high level, right? Like, look for what is happening on the map, who is where. If you understand that someone is causing all your problems, play far away from them. And I think that is exactly what was done so phenomenally well by Buff and Joyers. It's still an issue with the Infernus, though. I think this is the time where you want to try to find a solo pick on him, but he's doing such a great job of staying away. Pocket, in the meantime, never able to get away here. Mo and Krill just looking to pressure up, and I'm wondering, at what stage do you just have to maybe take a deep dive, try to find this Infernus, because his team's doing a good job of making a lot of space while he farms everywhere safe.
Yeah, that's certainly the case. You look at the soul share, and that last fight didn't really represent the fact that Cabal are happily back at even versus Buff Enjoyers, and a lot of that just comes down to the fact that this Infernus is doing so much. That being said, this is a very lopsided distribution of souls on both sides of the coin, and so Hayes is similarly going to have to be brought into that conversation as someone to be protected and to be leveraged on for Buff Enjoyers.
I'm kind of curious, like, what's more value on low net worth, right? Is it going to be the Moan Krill, or is it going to be maybe the Ivy here? Stun coming out. Looks like they're going to try to pursue the target. A lift up in the air, but the Viscus always on point with the cube to save. Charger is going to be able to slice and dice, trying to bring them low enough to get the kill, but Shiv already dead. Means it's going to be a bail coming out from Cabal. Although, second wave coming in now, maybe a recommitment. Moan Krill's going to be low. Disarm's going to be there to buy a little bit of time up against the pocket, but it's not going to be enough to keep them alive. They are down. Infernus somehow gets picked up as well.
No.
And it's all starting to backfire for Cabal.
Yeah, they were the ones who initiated that second wave of the fight like you were talking about there, Pigeon, and what the outcome of that is all of a sudden you see the kneecapping of the Infernus. Now, they still have a lot of souls to play with, but the fact of the matter is we're not really seeing Cabal actually make team fights built around this character work in their favor. And so because that's the case, while that is happening, it's just Hayes getting further ahead, able to knock on the door of one of those walkers and then some.
God, it feels sad to try and use telekinesis on an Ivy like this. So that's one less cooldown to have to worry about. Nice kind of tank of the rotation. Doesn't give his life. But yeah, the difference with the Haze and the Infernus is I think the key factor here, right? Like Infernus, maybe a little bit confident, overconfident of how good the lane went. Showing up these team fights far earlier than maybe they're able to. And I think it's the discombobulate nature as well, right? Like if you get those longer fights where it's poke and prod, that's where Infernus feels really strong, right? He sustains himself off the deeps. But when it is going in deep hard, one kill after another, snowballing like that, we usually see the Infernuses just crumble.
Yeah, it becomes the ultimate target for a team, and unfortunately he's not someone that really benefits from that attention. But ultimately, what are you going to do? The man's on fire. He is 100% going to grab the attention of everybody coming on in, zoom in at Naruto run style. Although that's another thing you've ruined for me, by the way. It's not only the opening to Attack on Titan, but it's also that apparently people are saying it's the Demon Slayer run now.
It is the Demon Slayer. Yeah, I mean, at the Animajor, but we play kind of lot that one, and I'm afraid, you know, Team Spirit running out, doing it to that song, I think is now, that's where the zoom is going to go, right? I'm just trying to move the times. I'm a dad. I'm getting a little bit older. Like, if you don't adapt to the Horde, all right, they leave you out in the cold.
Scary things to know. And I don't know. I think I'm going to hold to my old ways until I am dragged kicking and screaming into this new world. Back on the game side of things, we do have the mid-boss up and available, but we do have even pushes on either side to make it so with everybody well distributed across the map, I don't think we're going to get anything crazy for the time being. Right now, it's just a matter of who's going to be able to find an individual pick. Lash venturing dangerously close here to both the Pocket and the Ivy. Looks like they may have the alley-oop of the Lady Geist there, but now we do see the recoalescence of Buff and Joyce jamming 4 now down a lane with the Viscus and Abrams joining forces.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of wasted time with that rotation. Buff and Joyous were kind of perfectly extending in to reach for that Geist. But, you know, the Lash, great scouting coming out, manages to jump over the top and buys that space for Geist to get away. But as you said, things are starting to reach around that mid area of the map. And that's where Cabal, they're still in a stage where a lot of this feels kind of gank and spanky. Maybe if the Lash is able to get a good ult off, that'll give them the follow-up into Infernus. I feel like this is we're at a point where whoever strikes first should be able to strike last in these fights.
I would hope to see that as well. I don't want someone to speculatively pull the trigger on something that can define the course of the game. I think that you need the utmost confidence either from the Cabal or Buff Enjoyers that they will be able to take the 6v6 and come out on top. And so therefore, with nobody I think really having enough of a Souls lead to make that a 100% fact, people are playing a little bit more respectfully for the time being. And I do think that,
making a move.
once again, it's maybe a fight of either trying to pick or a fight of necessity that will change that. So right now we do start to see Buff Enjoyers venture deep into enemy territory here. But once again, Cabal just gonna back off.
They're doing a really good job of dodging the issue. The only issue I'm taking with it is that Hayes is still farming at every given time. Nothing they've done has drawn her away from that objective. We are seeing Infernus at least try to contest that, but it kind of feels like she's getting a bit more of the mid-creep camp. So like statistically, like percentage-wise, I'd say it's like a 60-40 split on the left side, favoring Hayes in terms of who's getting farm.
And you see that reflected in the Souls total here. Not a huge gap, about 2,000 between the Haze and the Infernus, but that is going to be enough to turn a fight on the head. One more item like that, and really, as you said, it's also just a matter of the way that Buff Enjoyers have kind of put this map, not into stasis, but have at least continued to approach it for the past few minutes. It means that Haze is going to continue to be able to build their souls at a higher rate than Lefa on this Infernus, and I'm a little bit worried about what that means for Cabal, given that they are the ones trailing in terms of the Souls lead anyway.
Yeah, another thing that I'm noticing is Sharky's just having a hard time this time around, right? The Wraith just hasn't really felt impactful, and you're seeing why. I think Buff and Joy's really ramped up the reactions to these telekinesises. They're essentially baiting them. They're goading them. They're telling them to use it, and every time he's taking that bait. So I think maybe you need to switch things up, try to initiate with the Moan Krill, but how confident do you feel about that when your Moan Krill is by far the lowest net worth in the game?
And Mo and Krill just isn't able to approach freely. It's not one of those characters that can all of a sudden arrive on top of someone. You need good positioning, or you need other people on your team to get you there. Otherwise, you're going to get melted in an instant, given that you haven't had the souls necessarily to build a huge stat pool. As right now, we do have a big fight starting, and Furnace picked early in this one means that Buff and Joyers once again are going to be able to bask in the spoils of a deep push into enemy territory here, spearheaded by the Paradox, the Abrams, and the Ivy all the way on that far left side, as Pocket and Paradox are now going to get assisted as Abrams is looking for a flank out of the Lady Geist. Right now, it is the Walker Besieged that'll be the focus of the Golden Team, but I think the Amber Hand are super happy with how things are going right now.
I don't like Cabal's position right now. You can see the Lash is fishing in there. Maybe a little bit of an overextension coming through from him. He's going to try to throw out the ult, just toss them down, but this is
Teleport.
not a I'm going to end you. This is a please do not end me ultimate. Hunt is on, and I think he is going to get found, so he needs some backup, some assistance coming in fast here. Pocket, in the meantime, has been brought low. Moankrill's going to initiate, looking for the jump in, the stun control. Not going to be lasting long enough, though. The slam coming in. Geist is going to be brought down, and it looks like Abrams should be able to run out the other side with barely any HP.
Paradox has died, though. It's a 1-for-1 so far in this extended fight, as once again, everybody's going to approach. This is the big fight of necessity that we were talking about, as now it is going to be the viscous, laid-out Cabal, bringing it back as the Haze, the most fed member of the Buff and Joyers, has been taken out as well. And what a shove into enemy territory. Perfectly positioned here to take a walker, and perhaps more. The mid-boss sits tantalizingly in the middle of the map, as now it's only the Abrams left alive. Finally, the Shiv going to go down on a little bit of an overchase here, but there's still enough members of the Sapphire Flame available for them to take this massive buff.
And what an insane turn of events, right? I basically wrote that Lash off as do not send a rescue party, will not find the body, right? It looked like he had overextended there, overstayed his welcome. He even tries to escape into the enemy team, but rotation comes in clutch. That was formulated, planned perfectly by Cabal, and they will get the big reward here, going in for the Revitalizer, or Rejuvenate rather. Swap's gonna come through. Wait!
Oh my god, the seal! Buff and Joyers! They take the Rejuvenator, and Cabal are getting wiped!
Big problems now. What looked like a turn of events, looked like a turnaround point. Buff and Joy is now ready to surge forward. Only Ivy without that buff to work with. Geist is going to be plowed into the afterlife. Shiv, last one left standing far enough away. But now that Walker, a prime follow-up target that Buff and Joyers will happily take.
Things continue to turn. The table has not stopped rotating here, Pigeon. What an insane showing. A hero play from the Abrams, leveraged now into the Rejuvenator, and a massive push upon a wide open Cabal base. Multiple base Guardians are going to drop down, and this Abrams is an escape artist, and we've seen it time and time again. They're going to move their way out, as now Viscous going a little bit low here versus the Wraith. They may still be able to rotate their way out of this one, especially with the distraction coming through from the Pocket.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm impressed actually by the Paradox's impact, right? Sometimes it's a hero that feels like, you know, it falls off as the game goes on, but this value around the Rejuvenate, that was absolutely phenomenal. That swap that just led to all of that. I mean, it's a threat that's always posed, and the thing I love as well is when you're not using it for those type of moments, it's such a low cooldown ability, it's just a fishing ult, right? It's kind of your counter action in comparison to things like Mo and Krill, which is like a 60-second stun. All of a sudden, if you think about it, in the right hands and the right format, that swap is also a stun.
There's just so much that you could do with this character. I really think that this is one of the highest skill expression characters in the game, and we're beginning to see the fact that Buff and Joyers have leveraged every last little bit of this toolkit to beautiful effect here. Now, Cabal aren't necessarily out of it just yet, but this is the biggest soul gap that we've seen between these two teams so far in this game, cresting almost towards 20,000 in favor of Buff and Joyers. And that means that any more of those miracle plays that led to Cabal initiating that mid-boss to begin with could fall apart in an instant now, because these 6v6s are just so much more difficult to take even with favorable positioning.
Looks like Buff and Joyers are going to go hunting. Nice dive in, able to find it, and the Geist gets melted. That's how you guarantee no swap.
I don't think a swap would have mattered in that situation. The multi-man rundown. Buff and Joyers are going to happily enjoy another takedown of one of these walkers as well, continuing to unlock these flex slots. They are now aiming towards take down the base of Cabal, and once this happens, I just don't think that Cabal are using a composition that can hold a base that it has multiple waves crashing into them. As right now we do see the big initiation pocket blown up early in this one. Mo and Krill working as the initiator is going to die for doing so, but Paradox is taken out early in this fight, and that means I think Buff and Joyers have to go on the retreat, trying to cluster around, looking for a vulnerable member of Cabal. They set their sides on the Wraith and they take them down, and it looks like Shiv may be soon to follow. They will finally get back around to the inside of their base and heal back up, but while that is happening, it's Buff and Joyers once again just laying a waste to everything across the map, and now Lash with a deep engage is going to try to turn things back around, but they just donate more kill and more times over to the side of Buff and Joyers, who are happy to try to end the game here and now.
I mean, it's crazy the way that plays out as well, right? The Haze essentially just dispersing the bullet dance so early, not on a high-value target, only getting one, right? Not a high-value situation. You thought for a second that Cabal would be able to hold, but the beauty of it was the fact that they were able to take out the front line as the biggest threat. So this Infernus that's meant to be your powerhouse, your carry in this game, had no front line. He had no way of trying to ego chow these engagements, and now we find ourselves in a situation where Cabal are one slip-up, one mistake away from losing game one.
And that 20k gold lead has turned into a 30k gold lead off the back of that fight. And I think you could tell just from how I was casting that fight, Pigeon, that Buff and Joyers have a way better sense of how to approach these 6v6s than I do. Because my goodness, the fact that they didn't turn tail and ran, but rather dug their heels in and found a new way to pivot and turn that fight into their favor shows their brilliance. It shows why they're here in the grand finals.
Now, this is very important. There's a lot of money that hasn't been spent on the side of Buff and Joyers. And we always talk about this idea of soul worth, but what's the effective worth? What have you actually got in your hands? How much is actually just not committed? This is probably the best time for Cabal to try and counterattack while Buff and Joyers are backing up to try and spend those resources.
It looks like they're going to have the space with which to do so, though. I think that right now they're perfectly happy to let Cabal take a little bit more space, and in return, they're going to be able to buy up anything that they need. Now, one dynamic across the map to keep in mind is the fact that Cabal doesn't really have anything to play for, even if they do get a big team fight that goes in their favor. Now, a full 6-man wipe could lead to all these walkers going down, and Cabal desperately needs to start opening up those flex slots, but I think the dynamic that is really favoring Buff and Joyers, just in regards to how things currently stand, is also that there's no mid-boss up. There's no way to all of a sudden get this massive buff that turns things around in an instant. So there's some wiggle room here. Buff and Joyers can fish for kills, and I think one more pick is all that's necessary for that enemy patron to fall.
Looks like they're fishing right now. Smoke bomb's going to come out. Haze is hunting here, and it looks like the Wraith might be the prime target. Tries to TP away. It's going to be a dagger miss here. Stun follow-up. It's going to be used by Wraith to try and defend, just to try and get out here. They're in full retreat, but they might not be quick enough. Jump in by the pocket, brings them low, and the perfect two-slapper here. Wraith and Infernus out for 45.
And those are the top two people that you'll want to take down if you want to encroach upon the base, because what's left? Active player is so far behind at this point. They're a little bit more than a candlehead. Samson Company just can't do enough to actually just stop the entire Amber Wave from encroaching upon this vulnerable patron. As we do see Shiv looking for a flank angle here, trying to get deep behind the backline to assassinate a squishy, but I think right now it has to be Lash getting to safety. That has to be the focus of Cabal, and while that happens, Moan Krill is in fact going to go down, and there's just not enough time left to save the Sapphire Patron, as that will be Buff and Joyers walking away with game number 1 here in this best of 3.
I feel so bad for that Lash. I mean, to be honest, I don't know if he would have been able to get them inside there and held them in place long enough, but the moment that sleep came in, I could imagine the morale just plummeted there. But what an absurdly beautiful opening game, right? We so far have had some pretty stompy series, of being totally real, right? Some teams, the two in the grand finals, have had a clear and clean idea on execution that has led to domination after domination. But although Buff and Joyers are going to be taking the opening win, Cabal had opportunities time and time again. I think where this game really started to get away from them was the difference in farming scaling between the Infernus and the Haze. Haze, once she has that Ricochet, you can't keep up anymore. And I think we saw Cabal try to address that issue by attacking, but it felt a bit too late in the game. By the time they were looking for the involvement in Infernus post-lasing phase to go for kills, there was enough souls in the hands of Buff and Joyers that the big team ultimate type players were a real threat.
I think there was a way to recontextualize the map in a way that could have favored the Cabal if they were able to take out some walkers earlier, or if they got that Rejuvenator that was stolen from them in an instant, right? Either of those things could allow for them to begin to farm up a little bit more confidently, but that was denied, and ultimately Buff Enjoyers really do deserve that win just by virtue of how traditionally and how fantastically they play that late game, looking for those picks and then turning that into a victory.
I think it fits nicely, right? Because if I remember correctly, Buff and Joyers were the ones that had the more team fighty lineup before we had the remake, right? So, and I think that game was going their way as well. So we've had a lot of talk about how it's just all about dominating lanes. We never get past the mid game here, so these big team ults and whatnot, they don't feel as important as having low cooldown abilities to rotate consistently. But what we're seeing here is a different situation. We're seeing a realm in which we can see these late games develop, and it means these big cooldown ultimates and whatnot are worth investing in if you can buy the time.
All right, well, with that in mind, I think we're about to dive into game number 2. We're going to throw it over to a quick break, and when we return, it is going to be for more Deadlock action.
Open your eyes.
Welcome back to the grand finals of Deadlock Court number 2. We are getting ready for game number 2. As it stands, Buff and Joyous have taken an impressive lead to kick off this best of 3. And Nyako, we were talking about a little bit behind the cameras, you know, looking at the draft philosophies, looking at the approaches. Unless we see something, I think, drastically different out of Cabal's approach, they're kind of putting themselves on the clock in these games.
I would 100% agree with that, and the fact that this is the first time where we're really getting games going the distance, at least from my experience here in Deadlock Core 2, means that perhaps the things that Cabal has leveraged to get to this point in the tournament may finally start to lag behind in regards to value. So we do see an alteration here to the draft.
Wow.
And this could be because Buff Enjoyers gets that first pick and they're going to grab that Kelvin pretty quickly here. Cabal feeling the burden, going to knock out the Dynamo, while Buff Enjoyers is the one banning Ivy of all things.
Yeah, this is rough. I wonder, did Cabal do something like taking away the Viscous? They need some kind of like clutch save themselves. I think Calvin is highly contested by these two teams for a very good reason. With the approach that you're seeing off the laning phase, I find Calvin spikes really fast off of the grenade builds to both sustain his team but also kill his enemies. And you know, Dome is always a beautiful get out of jail free card. It requires good positioning, but the way it can separate a fight is beautiful. And even against heroes like this, like the amount of games I've played as Calvin where I've just seen an Abrams hop up in the air and I'm like, I'm just going to press one button here, and that's not a problem.
Oh, it does look like actually we are getting a flop side, so it's Cabal now going to be on the Amber Hand, and therefore it's them who are picking up that Kelvin, as once again Buff Enjoyers are going to grab themselves Abrams.
Okay, this makes a bit more sense, right? Because Buff Enjoyers have been consistently going for the Abrams pick on the opening, but that's a difference maker right there. They snatch away the Shiv that we've seen Cabal coveting as their first pick so far in this tournament.
Yeah, that is interesting to see. I feel like, oh, well, it's not in fact the Shiv anymore. So
okay, we're getting teased a little.
Yeah, we're getting. I was gonna say, I feel like Shiv like can't do things. I don't know if we've seen him do things so far in this game. Paradox is a character that we have seen do quite a bit. She is. No, we're getting swerved again. I'm just gonna stop here. I'm so sorry.
All right, let's just do this. We'll wait until they've hopped to the next one. I think in hindsight, we probably need like a circle that's a color. So idiots like me don't get baited. Oh, there we go. We've got Giant Hernia Man coming. I think Viscous makes a lot of sense, though. Like, I think you want to get something that like feels really good, gives you a bit of sustained return, but maybe that Paradox is just too high value. I mean, that Paradox did win the last game.
I would agree with that. I think that Paradox was incredibly valuable. It will be the one that is confirmed for Buff Enjoyers. We can set that one in stone right now, finally, Pigeon.
Are you sure?
But
we can always go again.
Yeah, we could. Oh, no, someone crashed out of the
We've had game 1.5.
Yeah.
I want game 2.5, right? We're essentially kind of turning this into a best of 5. But yeah, rapid follow-up. So Viscous makes a lot of sense. I think right now, what I like about Buff Enjoy's draft is they do have a layer of independence, right? Abrams is able to do that. Viscous can save one. We've seen Wraiths are kind of... They're awkward to rotate on early, right? Like they have that easy escape with the teleport. And if you try to solo them, oh my god, please don't. Telekinesis will ruin every day you've had in the week.
Yep. What I will say is that I think as the game progresses, if Wraith isn't able to get a very defined lead or a defined set of game plans in regards to, I have my domain to solo push a lane, what happens is teleport ain't enough. Telekinesis ain't enough. Sometimes you just get melted even through those.
Yeah, and I think what we saw in the last game, Wraith really struggled because of that delayed stun. Like, you know, you think that stun's OP. We've all experienced in a game, like, how did I die like that? Because you weren't running, silly. Just, like, stick on your skiddy boots and get going. And guess who can easily slide away? Kelvin. Guess who can easily just rotate out of that? Mo and Krill diving into the ground with Burrow, right? So, like, your targets become a little bit limited. I think you need to maybe try and find a way of staying near the haze to threaten there. And this is another hero that you just hate to see if you're a Wraith. A pocket. Oh, I hear a weird chain noise coming my way. Let me just hop in my satchel for a second.
Yep, exactly. I do think that pocket is really good here as a pivot point for Cabal to do damage just in case this haze isn't up to snuff, the Shiv isn't up to snuff, while being a little bit safer, I think, than either of those characters. Now, Buff Enjoyers, and I see you blanch at this, grab the Yamato here, and so I'm going to cede the floor to you. Tell me a little bit about what you think it's doing in this draft.
Having sadness on a lane against pocket. That's the goal here, right? Like, so, you know, we fearcraft this idea of Yamato as a bait, in a weird way. Like, she's going to have a hard time, and if she draws enough tension, someone else can have a good time. And maybe that's the hope for Buff and Joyous here. Wraith comes online very well in the mid game. Paradox does have that kill potential past the laning phase and scales quite nicely there. And Abrams is always hunting. So, I could see them just kind of throwing Yamato under a bus. I'm expecting that on the lanes. We're probably going to see an outside lane combo of Pocket versus Yamato. There is a world in which I could see maybe the Viscus being sat on that lane, but I find Viscus is better with a killing hero on the laning phase, right? Like something like a Wraith or Paradox that can actually convert.
Not like Viscus can't solo kill people, because the damage that they do early is really surprising.
But he likes the assist, right? Like the high five at the end,
Yeah, exactly. I think that I would much rather play him into a duo lane, but the fact that he can hold his own and in many cases therefore allow for his lane partner to rotate, I think is also going to be a boon for Buff Enjoyers, as we do get the Bebop here at the end. Buff Enjoyers trying to redeem the draft in your eyes here, Pigeon, as I know you were talking about picking this one up.
Yeah, man, I think the Hyper Beam is kind of insane for these condensed team fights, right? And like when you get into things like the mid-boss, that is inevitably going to happen a lot of the time. I think Kelvin can actually do a lot of painful things to you in those type of matchups, though, so you have to keep an eye on that dynamic as we get into the mid-game. But the thing I like about Bebop is it's a kill enabler, right? Like, I was a bit worried we were heading for one of those weird Haze Yamato drafts we've seen before, where it's like, you can kill one of my carries, but the other gets to eat everything, right? But I prefer this approach. I think Buff Enjoyers have understood what Cabal's strategy is and how it's adapted. With the Kelvin pickup, there's going to be a lot more tempered aggression in that early mid-game, and Bebop is someone who can swing back just as hard as you swing at him.
I wonder if we're eventually going to theory craft a superior duration full tank Yamato at this point. I guess we'll see whether or not it actually is able to take the reins and become that full carry for the side of Buff Enjoyers. I think I would really appreciate that, as also it means I don't have to cast a game where Bebop is just deleting people with bomb stacks, as is the case when that character gets really far ahead. And my goodness, is that just the worst thing to try to play by play, where they're dead. Okay, well, on to the next person. That being said, Cabal's side, I think, is the draft I'm gravitating a little bit more towards, and it's a scary percentage of how much I care for this team because they grabbed a Kelvin, right? Kelvin is just the Elmer's glue that gets all of this working together as a coherent unit. Another character that I am seeing here that I want to talk about a little bit as we head into the second game is the Moen Krill, because I think this is a character that is becoming the hardest for me to gauge the utility of, because he is permanently the person with the least souls on either team, but is the utility of ultimate and just tanking enough to make it worth it, especially when we can start funneling souls to someone else?
I think what it's coming down to is how good these teams are at evading pain. Moen Krills usually become untenable because they go and they get kills. They do it very fast, and then they shove in for objectives. But we've seen the game of cat and mouse constantly. Like, I don't feel like we've often had moments where Moen Krill gets that ult, you go, oh my god, right? I think we had it in the remake game where he grabbed an Abrams when he was trying to do a slam, and that was the one time. So that's what you're dealing with at this level of play. I think Moen Krill is a nightmare for people in mid-level and below, but when you're in the absolute upper echelons, even high skill games I think can function, but once you get into these tournament formats, people are communicating, they're ready and willing to counter-engage. So being the least farm person, it feels horrible. Like, to put, I'm going to use like a Dota comparison. There's like a hero called Legion Commander who duels people. And the whole idea there is whoever wins the duel gets more damage. Now, it feels great when you're ahead and you get further ahead. But when you're behind, you're like, why have I stunned myself next to this Goliath? And I think that's what we're seeing these low net worth Moen Krills experience.
Yeah, for sure. I think that what we can see from Moen Krill in this situation is a role in which they don't necessarily just get melted in an instant, because that was kind of what was happening in regards to, you press the ult, you can still do something. You still are stunning and locking someone down for a period of time. It is just that you have 4 people focusing fire on you and you never get to finish that ult out. Here in this situation, because of things like Kelvin Bubble, you may have the ability to more safely go for these plays even if you're behind, and that could be the ramp that is necessary for you to still remain relevant in the late game.
I think your goal here as Moen Krill is just to bait telekinesis. Because what's going to happen here is, like, you basically want to try to you're either going to go Wraith or Viscus. Because if you go on Wraith, Viscus is going to cube to save. And if you go on Viscus, Wraith is going to telekinesis to save, right? So if you don't have enough burst to kill before that Wraith ult comes in, as in you're not far ahead, I think you always just go after the Wraith and accept it as is. But if you're in a situation where you've got, you know, like a 10, 20 soul K soul lead, and you've got your teammates present, I think Viscous is going to be your #1 target here.
Oh yeah, and that being said, trying to target a Viscous is a very difficult thing to do, and so Cabal have their work cut out for them on that front. But overall, the fact that they are coming in with a draft that I think not only plays for their strengths, but also I think has a little bit more late game gas compared to what we've seen in the past, makes me confident that this could easily be a 1-1 series and we go to the grandest of grand finals here at the end. But Buff Enjoyers, they could put it all away here and now, as I believe we are about to dive into what could be the final game of the Deadlock Core #2 tournament. It has been such a trip being here with everybody on this journey, seeing the development of this game, by the way, and it's a privilege to cast with so many new people as well. So Pigeon, super happy to be alongside you for this journey. Let's see whether or not this is going to be the defining chapter for the Buff Enjoyers to take down the Cabal, this team that already has such a history behind them, coming out of that Downtown Showdown #1 as the victors.
And here we go. We're hopping into it. Game #2. Buff Enjoyers match point already there. They could lock it into, but Cabal looking strong. The Kelvin gets through, and it is in their hands. Are we going to get that 3-game series? Let's find out.
Right now, things starting pretty standard. Notably, we are back to not having any rotation shenanigans super early in the laning phase, as was the case in game #1.5, I guess is how we're writing this down. Solo lanes on the outside right now. Looks like Abrams has rotated over, and this is that dynamic I was talking about in the draft phase. Viscous, I think, is pretty happy sitting pretty alone, and that allows for Abrams to start drawing pressure across multiple lanes. Now, it's in fact Shiv trying to navigate over to the far side into Park, as Yamato is now going to replace Abrams in the center left lane, or center right lane.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. Historically, we've seen the Pocket just laying up against the Yamato because you ruin their life. But in this game, you're forced to actually be on the B-bot lane. The reason is if you get grabbed in, you can at least dodge the bomb damage and then stop that scaling. So I think they've made the right call, but it means we might actually finally have a game where Yamato feels like a hero early on.
I feel like we're just jinxing this poor character at this point, and everybody who is saddled
and
with
I'm
playing
fine
them.
with that. I've died to too many in my pub game. Yeah, Yamato is going to slam dunk this. Caster curses aren't a thing.
You know, I'm actually kind of there with you. As a Wraith player, I do think Yamato going invincible is one of the most agonizing things to have to deal with when you're dumping cards into them. And
Right?
just,
Like,
they are
I don't
not
want to buy a
budging.
silence. I want to buy more DPS.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, luckily I have evolved away from pure
Hold up.
spirit stack on that character, but as we now do see the opening shots fired in this game, Cabal have taken down that Bebop early, and that is not something you see very often during the early laning phase. Wraith also gonna drop as well, and this is a huge lead actually being developed super early on for the team coming out of the Amber Hand. That's 2K up right now versus Buff Enjoyers.
And this is the bully lane I was expecting, right? Like, you've got two issues as Bebop. Either they're going to jump on me before I can hook one of them, or I'm going to hook the Pocket, and it's going to be completely pointless because half my DPS will just get blocked by a stupid little satchel that floats there. So I think they've got the right read here, and this has some threat factor to it. I could see potential rotations, like Moan Krill lane against Paradox. Let's say Pocket shows up, which that rotation from central to left is very simple. You could easily just see this snowball into a 2-lane advantage quickly for Cabal.
That was the Abrams getting dropped as well. Buff Enjoyers having a lot of their traditional strong points stymied early in this game #2. And therefore, I do want to see them rally a little bit here, maybe start playing a little bit more flexy with some rotations, especially in the form of that Abrams, who is going to try to occupy this far right lane for the time being. But they need to turn that into kills. They need to turn that into pressure across the lanes, because right now, playing respectively versus a team like Cabal means that you're accelerating the game to a pace that the Cabal loves to play at. Those stomp-oriented playstyles where things are over by the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, and you know, usually you like Wraith on these inner lanes because you can just walk the catwalk, you know, you can just flaunt your stuff and gun everyone down. But when you're up against this kind of double wallop lane with double grenade, right, you've got Barrage plus the Frost Grenade, you don't feel confident standing there ever. So you're probably going to see have to play much further back. I think if they can't fish a few kills off the back of hooks, that lane is going to have to be an issue addressed from some of their teammates.
Well, good news on the soul count right now. Yamato is currently the most fed on Buff Enjoyer's side, but I think that's a little bit more because everybody else has fallen at least once so far. Do see a brief trade there between them and the Shiv. Yamato just able to back off behind the Viscous for the time being. Things remaining relatively stable, as unfortunately the Abrams is going to get dropped again.
becoming a bit of a liability here, right? Like, Abrams, you usually pick him because he can't easily just drop like this in the lane, but so far, like, especially considering the situation, like being up against the Haze, you think you'd be a bit more confident, a bit more safe, but that's a worrisome sign. I'm starting to think that the only lane that might be able to kind of recover the start of this for Buff and Joyers is going to be that inner right one, but when I look at it, I'm confident about a Viscous. I'm not really sure what Yamato can do. Hook's going to come in, uppercut's going to be there, but oh look, I'm just going to make a path and leave.
Yeah, and while Kelvin does take half health, that is still a living Kelvin, and the sustain from Grenade is going to be painful to deal with. Big bullet dance here is going to trade this one back. Pocket is going to die, but Yamato simultaneously is also going to fall, and because Shiv is able to inch their way out, that's ultimately just going to be an even trade. Kelvin in trouble, though. Will be able to knock out the Wraith as a parting shot as Bebop is going to deliver a killing blow. Kelvin goes down. And that means that once again, we are back in contention here. Buff and Joyce have closed that gold gap and they remain relatively stable. Abrams, though, maybe a little bit too deep here. They saw a low Shiv and they will unfortunately fall again, chasing deep into enemy territory.
And this is the baiting factor of an Abrams pick I find quite often. I mentioned before that Shiv feels like a feast or famine hero. Abrams can sometimes be an even bigger extreme. If you fall behind a little bit, you're meant to be a frontliner. You're meant to be the big scary tank. But with this type of net worth, you are just a kitten that needs to be put down.
I do think that there is this misconception in low elo particularly that Abrams is just an idiotic stat check character. But the fact of the matter is, you still do need stats in order to operate on this character. And right now, given that Abrams is 1,000 gold behind even that Moan Krill that has struggled so traditionally in so many drafts, that makes me very worried about their outcomes later in this one. As once again, we see that value of Pocket into this composition. Cabal is able to shrug off any amount of bomb damage coming through from the Bebop hook. And Pocket is going to walk that one right out.
Yeah, it's just a painful life, right? Like, I'm kind of curious what the thought really was with this Bebop pick, and oh no. Well, the Hyper Beam
blocked by bushes somehow.
Hook? What a grab!
Got it!
He
oh my
finds
goodness!
It. What a sinker there to get the kill in the pocket.
Oh, that's so frustrating. I think that so much of your mental stack whenever Bebop Laser comes out is devoted to get out of the way of the laser, and I feel that right at that point, Pocket thought they were home free. Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is that there's a lot more in the tool set of that killer robot, and that does mean that Buff and Joyce are going to get one or two back here. And Furnace, meanwhile, though, happy to jam all the way up against a Viscous and a Yamato. They can't really do a whole lot to contest this 3-stack that Cabal have going.
I mean, I'm inspired by that Bebop. You know, like, so there's heroes in MOBAs where they are all confidence. If you miss and you miss and you miss, or even if you hit and you don't get a kill, you deflate. You become demoralized. But one hook is all it sometimes takes to start going on a roll. Speaking of rolls, Viscous is going to have to come to an end there. At least gets the trade out up against the Infernus, but the hunt is now on and more punishments coming in. Mo and Krill able to get the connect, and Abrams, do I even want to look at how many deaths that now is?
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that Buff and Joyers are unable to just get clean one-for-ones, because I think from behind you're perfectly happy taking those, especially if they go on to some of these characters that are lagging behind on the kill count. But Cabal are doing a great job of capitalizing and surrounding and conquering. They are picking up multiple kills for the price of one, and in kind, look at how far ahead the likes of Shiv and Moan Krill are. These are two characters that so far we haven't really seen been brought into a carry role, so I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do in this mid game, but for the time being, there's still towers that need to be taken.
They're forcing a lot of reaction coming out of Buff and Joyce to try and hold this area. The Furnace with the poke. I mean, Viscous can't really front line. They know he hasn't got the ball to work with. In the meantime, Bebop having to back up here, poking as he can. Can he actually find the kill, though, is the big question mark. Moan Krill is going to be brought down. Pocket able to slide away from this. There's going to be the combustion follow-up, and they will connect that kill into Viscous. In the meantime, though, Pocket somehow slides his way out of a grave.
That being said, Kelvin not going to be so lucky. Now it's going to be the Bebop going down. Once again, trades almost cresting towards even, but there are those tantalizing little bits that Buff and Joyce could do in order to really put things into their favor, and they have been denied that opportunity. That being said, look at the soul count. Things are stabilizing here. The problem is, you look at the map texture and you see how much more of a push the Amber Hand has versus the Sapphire Flame, and I think once again, I'm still very comfortable in saying that Cabal have a great opportunity to take a single team fight and put this game away.
Yeah, Buff Enjoyers do have the benefit of a Yamato probably feeling more present and able in a big team fight than a Haze early on, right? Yeah, we talk about Bullet Dance, how threatening it is, but you need a few items first. So I like the fact that we're actually seeing Haze play up onto the enemy side and take some camps away to try and extend that likely lead they're now building over the carry of Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, Buff Enjoyers, I think, need to not fall into the position that the Cabal was in last time, actually, where they are able to hang on the total soul count, but in turn, they simply do not have the setup across the map with which to confidently push up and actually match the farm numbers that Cabal are doing, though. And that means that Haze could quickly get online and get to that point where they are a major threat like you're talking about. But for the time being, Buff Enjoyers certainly still have an angle by which they can all of a sudden bring this game back in their favor, and therefore they can look to roam undefeated 2-0 to a finisher here in Deadlock Core number 2.
Looks like Hyper Beam was forced out of Bebop, so a little bit of time to wait for that to come a cooldown. It is going to be a roll by Viscous. Shiv trying to get away from this, and the telekinesis gets wasted. So two ultimates that you need for kills now not available.
Yeah, that ult economy going to hurt just a little bit. Buff Enjoyers now have to play defensively, and I think that the Cabal understand that this is the case. Once this Shiv gets healed back up, I think it's open season for them to look for something. And now, any big fight that goes totally in their favor could lead not only into just the souls and the pressure that comes from that, but also the fact that the mid-boss has spawned past this 10-minute mark.
And look at Wraith's position on the map. Backs entirely up. Doesn't want to be anywhere near the front line because they don't even now have that, oh, you thought you were ganking me, I'm now going to kill you ultimate. So kind of a scary situation here. And I think we're probably likely to see a play towards Viscous as well. Yes, he can save one person with the cube, but he hasn't got that free get out himself with the ball for about, what, another, I'd say, 30 seconds.
Looks like we are getting a clustering around this soul urn. And this is quite the roundabout route that we're seeing the Cabal take in order to try to deposit this. There's just too many people of Buff Enjoyers in the lane. So I think they may just have to drop this and try to push off Buff Enjoyers, maybe catch them unawares that they've dropped the Soul Urn. But right now, it is going to be a pick for the Sapphire Flame that I think is going to further delay any plans to actually deposit that. And with the Shiv gone, this fight's a whole lot less valuable for them to take. Buff Enjoyer is going to try to pull the trigger here. Abrams, though, already taken worryingly low. Good stuff by Cabal to try to stabilize this fight back out. And the Bebop going down early in this one means that all of a sudden, we are right back to even as the fight continues to cluster around Parkway. Approach Haze looking for something. Looks like for the time being the fight is going to lag out just a little bit here. Haze taking a little bit too much damage, I think, to go for a full engage, and so things are going to right once again, as now we do see a double push by the Amber Hand down not only Park but also Broadway.
Yeah, it's sick by Buff Enjoyers. They do manage to get that urn drop off in the end, right? So I think that was well played around the issue. Another really big deal for them. They didn't have to waste the slam for Abrams. Yes, he's having a hard game, 4 deaths, not that rich, but that stun can really be a big turner. So love the fact that they keep that big ultimate available to them. In the meantime, we are going to see Haze starting to get access to those big camps, and we are starting to reach that point where her farm can spike. But it's pleasing for once to see a Yamato feeling intact and not beaten after the laning phase.
Yeah, Yamato is not only feeling intact, but honestly, I think that she's feeling exceptionally strong to start enacting her game plan. The well-distributed souls on the side of Cabal does mean that their teamfight is going to be vicious, but I think Yamato can start pushing a lane, draw pressure on their side, and in many cases walk out unless you're sending multiple people from the Cabal over to deal with them. And it's not only the Yamato you have to work on right now. This Wraith has all of a sudden steamrolled ahead to a 15k soul share, and that means that overall Buff Enjoyers is ahead.
Shiv just ran into Wraith here. She's trying to run away. She will get out of there. I thought she might try to go for the solo, but I guess out of all the targets, Shiv is just obnoxious, right? Considering the delay on the stun, I think it still comes down to the idea that you want someone else to open the field, whether it's like a Viscous punch or a charge, before you commit that ult. Because we saw what happened last time Wraith did hit for.
Yeah, Wraith, I think, just doesn't want to give up the souls that they have as well, right? Especially given the fact that you have that teleport. That means that anybody all the way on the side of Park could just pop up right next to you and turn that from a 1v1 into a 2v1. And given that I don't think Wraith is at the point right now where you're 100 to zeroing somebody even off the back of Ultimate, that means that fights are going to be a little bit more extended. That means that there's a lot of danger. Yamato going to pop ult, speaking of which. Let's see what happens here. Moan Krill destroyed early in this one. Buff Enjoyers make it out like bandits here. They're all of a sudden 6k souls up, and now they look poised to walk away with this one. Cabal need to find a way back in.
Yeah, Mo and Krill went in. That forced out the ultimate because they didn't want to get grabbed. But now we've got a dome follow-up. But that is not a fun pinball event to attend unless you've got a Haze trapped in there with you. Both Abrams and Viscous down for 30. This is going to be a push on the Walker.
Yeah, and this is a great call by Cabal to bring things right back in. This is the reason why we have rarely seen a Kelvin make it past the draft phase here, Pigeon, because when you can set things like that up and you can continue to distend the value and lead that your carries have, this can go easily in favor of Cabal. Pocket going to be picked off on a little bit of an overpush here. I think that the rest of Cabal are all right, though, and with that in mind, it's just going to be reconnoitering a rebuild, maybe catching out a little bit of an overpushed Wraith. Viscous going to try to come in here for the save. We'll be able to cube and get Wraith to safety. Now Viscous taking a little bit of damage is also going to try to walk this one right back. And Buffenjoyers, they seem to want to take this fight. Haze nowhere near this one. That means it is time for the paradoxical swap as an engage from the side of Buffenjoyers, and they will be able to pick off the Shiv by doing so. Now wrapping around the far side, Infernus worryingly low here, trying to find an angle in with their abilities, but they will get nothing. Buffenjoyers with a pick of 2, so close to the mid boss, could just bring this game totally into their favor, as now Bebop is dropping bombs. Wraith is going to get picked off, but now with 3 members of Cabal down, I think that the Sapphire Flame is perfectly happy to rain down Hellfire with Bebop on this vantage point, using that laser beam to take out another one. Mo and Curl and Haze, the last 2 left up, and I think Haze so far away from the core of this fight, they're just going to have to wait and see what Buffenjoyers want to do with this lead.
And Paradox enabling a lot of that, I think. You know, the way it began, the fish kill and then the follow-up, and now the lead into the big boy objective. Now, Haze is rotating in with 18k net worth, but you may notice a lack of an ultimate to work with here. Still on cooldown, won't be there quick enough. Infernus is going to have that opportunity, though. Combustion coming in a few seconds, but is it going to be too delayed? They try to jump in, but Rejuvenator is going to be grabbed by Buffenjoyers.
No miracle play this time. Buffenjoyers are going to grab the Rejuvenator and more, as we do see the follow-through fight. It looks like Cabal are actually able to wipe out multiple members of the blue team, and that means that we aren't going to be getting the most value out of this Rejuvenator. It's mostly just going to be used for them to come back from the base quicker. Good stuff by Cabal, seeing that that was still an opening there, and they're going to be able to scrabble back a soul lead off of that.
Yeah, I think, you know, Calvin just coming in on that delay. Sure, there's not the big boy objective, but the fact you strip half the team, actually more than half the team, right? It's just Abrams, the only one left now with the Rejuvenator, is big here. The soul gains would have been nice if there wasn't just so many lives lost here. So pretty much everything still about balance here. Looking at the bigger picture, we do have to start thinking about those big ults down the line, but that is an insanely important pick. Haze, overextended, farming on the enemy side of the map, down for 30.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what led to that call, but sometimes you just chase the souls, right? Sometimes you just want to get another wave jammed into the tower and whatnot, and we see what the outcome of that is. This is going to be open season for Buffenjoyers to try to push right back, and we see that gold lead pancake flip-flops one way or the other. This is an incredibly tight game going towards that 20-minute mark, where we can really say we are deep into a game of Deadlock, and it could be anybody's pickup one way or the other as death timers continue to extend. Those mistakes are going to be proving more and more fatal.
Love what they're doing with the urn right now on the side of Cabal. Just keeping it far back there, not giving it over. Obviously, they know they can't press in right now. They're a bit worried about the big team ults, right? You've got to be worried about the Google. You've also got to be worried about that Hyper Beam. We've just seen how impactful it could be, and if your positioning's wrong for just a second, it can be the end of you. So I think we're just going to keep seeing Cabal pull that urn back and not try to cash in on it.
100k milestone going to be crested by both teams here. We once again have to, I think, focus a little bit about how well distributed Cabal's gold is. It means that I think they're still going to be ready and raring to take a fight, particularly if they could get a pick on a premier member of Buffenjoyers. Wraith and Yamato both standing pretty as the strongest members of their team, but also 2 characters that we have seen so far get picked throughout the course of this game. Now, I think they may have learned their lesson from the situations, but I really hope that they play a little bit more with the rest of their squad here. Otherwise, I think Cabal could easily walk away with this.
I think you want the Paradox skill. The Abrams is a little bit more tanky, a little bit more annoying. Wraith is pretty stacked, and then of course Yamato has that get out of jail free card to get the ultimate off. So we've seen Paradox be pretty pivotal in this series so far. Even in this game, we've seen some sick initiations. It's probably the freest form of initiation that Buff Enjoys have.
I would agree with that. I think that Paradox will continue to be a core member of the team to really push back against that identity of team fighting that I've been kind of hammering home with Cabal here. That being said, right now, it's mostly just a matter of farming up and looking for that next big vulnerability. The ultimate point of this is that even if there are preferable members to take down, you are going to kill anybody that oversteps their boundaries, right? And at the end of the day, I think that even at this high level of gameplay that we've been seeing here out of Deadlock Core, that is still often what is deciding games.
Kelvin looking for that drop-off opportunity, but they are waiting here. Hyper Beam from the skies immediately has to be cancelled out, and the swap's going to come in. They do drag one back behind enemy lines. Paradox able to escape themselves here, but not quick enough. They get caught before they get out. Pocket, in the meantime, will also go down. A 1-for-1 exchange, but now it looks like it's going to favor Cabal, as there is no Hyper Beam, no Bebop to be present here. Fisk is now dead. Follow-up is going to be going on through, looking for the Abrams kill. He might be able to get out of this, but there is no shot they can now contest the Earth.
That is heartbreaking. Buff Enjoyer's a little bit of an overstay here. Ray's trying to right the ship and bring it right back, but unfortunately doesn't have the damage with which to do so. Now is getting chipped away by the Infernus poke. So that is going to be a clear and defined victory for Cabal to drop off this urn and continue to profit here.
And well, around that urn situation, right, you kind of want those big slams, especially for the follow-up team objective, which we know is at least, what, 3 minutes away almost still, so they'll at least be the big ultimates, but I feel like this Abrams is still struggling to find that big impact. I mean, Bebop, I love this idea, the Hyper Beam, but realistically, if you don't have anyone to initiate, it doesn't find that power, right? It feels like you need to be the one grabbing some of these hooks before you can think about the DPS.
Yeah, it really does feel like there's so much of a responsibility on Buff Enjoyers as Bebop to get a crucial hook to start the fight off, because even something like Paradox Ultimate is more risky than just raw dogging a hook and killing a squishy member of Cabal, right? And because that's the case, what we see right there is Buff Enjoyers, even though they got an engage on their terms, what it ultimately cascaded into was one trade that then meant the rest of Cabal's team fighting composition was able to take it away.
So I believe they marked it earlier. That 23 and 10 coming up from Yamato wasn't what you get in your pub game. It wasn't them telling you how good they are and how many kills they've got. It was just them marking the time. So we are under 2 minutes away from mid-boss coming back into the picture. Positioning-wise, you can see a little bit of spread coming in from Buff Enjoyers. They are taking advantage of Teleporter to take out the Ancient stacks here. So it's going to yield them more resources, but you need every little bit you can get. We know how hazers get at this stage. Like, there is no one on that team that is going to compete with her acceleration when it comes to soul gathering.
One thing to note is that I feel like in that last fight, Kelvin wasn't the big playmaker, but as things centralize once again and the mid-boss comes up, where now everybody's kind of going to be clustered around a singular objective, that wombo combo that is still possible to come through that we've seen once already, where Hayes bullet dances inside of the freeze ball, means that I think Cabal once again has just another weapon in the arsenal that, frankly, Buff Enjoyers doesn't really have much of an answer to unless they're the ones engaging on their own terms and getting picks to start fights off.
Well, there might be someone to force a fight soon, and I love the initiation here from Cabal. They're on the move, taking initiative, looking for kills. They move into on Paradox. Looks like Swap is still available, but no good opportunity to use it here. Finally, he's going to come out, trying to play Jukaru with the wall. Will allow time for the Hyper Beam setup, but the damage already done. They're one down. Bebop gets stunned trying to escape, down to half HP. The team is trying to rotate, but I think it's too little too late here. Stuns from Moan Krill. Good lockdown in position. Abrams not able to be that front line again. Ultimate not going to be able to be used here. He's dead. Viscous not able to save anyone because he arrived so late in the situation. And it feels like we've just got a Congo line of death out of Buff Enjoyers.
And this is the perfect place with which to take a fight like this. Cabal so deep in enemy territory. They're going to knock down a walker. They're going to rotate over. They're going to crack the base of buff enjoyers if they aren't careful. And what a way to put themselves definitively in the lead here. They're in fact going to move all the way back over here, and the Amber Hand is going to start off the mid boss in earnest.
You know, when I make myself some ice cream, I like to take that syrup and squeeze it over once, then squeeze it over twice, and then 3 times, because I just love the sweetness of it. And that is exactly what you just saw out of the side of Cabal. They get double Walker now into the mid-boss, and the contest is not going to be strong here. Buff Enjoyers know it. They do not have those cheeky shenanigans. No Paradox in position to do anything. No Abrams ults coming. They're just going to have to swallow it up and deal with the damage done.
Wraith is on a deep play into the enemy base, trying to take down both shrines. We'll be able to pick up one, but the stun from attempting to attach onto the zip line means that they are just going to donate a free kill over to a team that has just claimed the Rejuvenator and is looking ready to push once again.
Yeah, I can just imagine Wraith singing "Cause I'm in too deep," and you're never getting out there. I mean, it's a bold play. I like the idea of them just trying to take advantage of the rough map situation, but now you kind of create an even rougher dynamic. Going down like that, not really getting any big key objective, now your team's going to have to shrink. They're going to have to play a little bit more defensive of the map in a situation where you need to try and find these picks before it turns into a big team fight.
Yeah, like you could say, oh, a shrine, that's pretty big actually. That can open to the patron, but that means that if you want to continue to play on that game plan, you are going to have to go and donate yourself once again to try to take down that other shrine in order for the strategy to have any value whatsoever. Because usually you're just sweeping through taking these shrines once the base falls in general. But there's only one set of Guardians down, and I think Buff Enjoyers will be able to benefit from that, as Mo and Krill is going to have their ultimate interrupted by the big stomp from the Walker. And so while that means no kill for the Cabal off the back of that, they will pick up another one of these big soul packages and another flex slot.
Paradox might be in trouble. Hayes is hunting right now, looking for a target. Maybe slightly overextended, but they are on top of him right now as Paradox being brought low. Dome is going to get committed here to keep things safe, to split up the fights. That means there's no goo ball going around. Hayes with a bullet dance to the backside, able to find the elimination onto Bebop, and they're not done yet. They hunt for more. Yamato gets brought down, Shiv now on the high ground to force the full retreat. Both Guardians dead, and the keys to the base have been given to Cabal.
And this should honestly be enough. We're at the point where the death timers are so long that as long as you have a wave, Cabal are going to be able to melt through these shrines and the patron as well. And so with them opening up upon this base, Buff Enjoyers have maybe one chance left for them to be able to save this game. But with the Rejuvenators available, Cabal are happy to just push all the way and try to make sure that we go to a grand finals of a 1-to-1 count.
It's perfect, right? Mo and Krill's about to have that stun again. Only half the team is up, so who's going to be tanking it? Who's going to take the shot to the face and not come out alive? Poke comes into the high ground from Wraith. Needs to shift away fast here. We're about to see the big exposure point. Patron now on the ground, and they see the opportunity to end. A full commitment in by Cabal to get us to a game 3. It's going to be 1-1.
And that's what I'm talking about in regards to Cabal not really caring about what Zergi's game plan was there to try to, you know, sneak in the backline. This isn't League of Legends where you have Yorick pushing onto the base and contesting the Nexus, right? This is a game where death timers mean everything in the world, and in terms of claiming death timers, the Cabal were on top of it that game. Kill after kill, fight after fight. I don't think anything went worse than even for them, frankly, throughout the course of those 25 minutes, and therefore, I'm happy to say we have a final game on our hands.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Like, I don't blame Wraith for that rotation around the back. Like, there's some value points there, right? Get your flex spot seems like a good idea. But, you know, like, I always think Rakdoa, and it's not quite the same, right? In a Rakdoa situation, oh, I'll just walk over, TP out. You can take the line. There's always risks along the way. They might cut you off on the retreat. So I think Wraith kind of knew that was likely going to be a one-way ship and no return ticket. But kind of a rough loss, considering that Wraith, I think at that stage, was the single most scary element on their team, which you continue to scale really well. But can't fault, man. Cabal, great execution. Shows us why the Kelvin is so important to ban in this series. And I wouldn't be surprised if going to this side in game, we're going to see it on the ban list again.
For certain, yeah. The Cabal, I think, are well on their way to trying to cement their legacy as the first truly dominant team here in Deadlock. Already taking a Downtown Showdown #1, now looking to reign dominant over Deadlock Core #2. But I do believe Buff Enjoyers are their toughest matchup yet, and they have the ability to evolve and develop from this point on, KP. So we're going to throw it over to a quick break, and when we return, it's going to be for the final game.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Deadlock Core number 2 Grand Finals. Game number 3 just on the horizon. You heard that correctly. We are going the distance in this best of 3. A phenomenal strike back by Cabal in game number 2 to get us there. And I am already looking forward to this draft, Nyako. We saw some switches. We saw some changes from the remake. We saw some changes to game 2. What happens here? I don't think we're going to see Dynamo let through, but do we just return to the Kelvin ban?
Well, we have been having talks in the back about whether or not we're going to allow Kelvin due to CPU usage whenever he uses his Ice Path. Apparently, it just tanks the server in general. But I'll be honest here, KP, after that last game, I don't even think that they need to make a decision on the administration side. I don't think that anybody wants to let this Kelvin through again.
I mean, you know, if it comes down to, I don't blame them. It's classic me. I play Kelvin a lot, and you know what they say about pigeons? They just try and crap on everything you love. Like a certain pigeon that I hope doesn't crap on you in this situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to bring my pigeon out here, you know. Pigeon, meet pigeon. Oh, where were you? There you go. Hi. But we are diving into the draft here, and it is going to be the Dynamo ban. Empty on the other side. I wonder what's going on that front. I think we're probably going to get an update in our ears about that. But yeah, diving into this one, we are going to have Buff Enjoyers back over on the Amber Hand side. They're going to have that first pick dibs, and I wonder, are they going to use that just on the Abrams again when it underperformed last game?
It's a mixed bag, right? Because I think the Abrams done well before, and yeah, Kelvin has returned to the ban pool. No surprise there. I'm trying to think like what else they covet so highly, right? Like there was a moment where we thought maybe there was gonna be a Shiv snatch away, something like that. Maybe could make sense here. I'm also curious if we see Yamato again, because Yamato, even when it wins its lane, I don't know what you're meant to do with it.
Yeah.
It's puzzling.
It really did kind of feel like, for as much as Yamato actually did a good job getting their head above water throughout the course of that early game, we never had to focus upon them during a team fight. It was, oh, the Yamato's getting picked. Oh, the Yamato's ult is getting forced out. Oh, dear. But speaking of what is getting picked here, I do want to talk a little bit about this Haze high prio for Buff Enjoyers and the fact that Cabal is going to be the ones grabbing the Abrams in turn.
Yeah, and not just that, the Shiv, right? Like we speculated this, like switching the opening a little bit, maybe going for that, because I think so far we've usually seen like the Shiv just try to mirror up against like the Abrams, right? And just like both of them just kind of chill, vibe for the most. So the biggest question mark for me is where the Paradox goes, right? Because I think Paradox has impressed me wholly and solely. You know, even in games where they're losing, it's really impressive what these very organized teams can do. I think we talked about skill expression, but in general, it's just. It might be one of the most high skill heroes in the game. I'd say like top 3, in fact.
Yeah, I would 100% agree with that. So far, it looks like everybody is rising to the occasion to bring Paradox to that point where her entire tool set is being used, and therefore I would say most of the times when we see the Paradox underperform or struggle in a game, it's mostly just because the whole team is struggling, or it makes sense that lane was getting hyper-focused upon, those kinds of things. My pigeon has disappeared onto the floor somewhere.
No, that pigeon is fully like channeling my energy there. Oh, they banned the Kelvin. I don't care. But yeah, we're gonna get Lash. So this is very different in the approach from Buff and Joyers, because I think Buff and Joyers were consistently going for like these healer type openers, right? Or these saviors. We had the Viscous was high priority for them. I remember that. We also had things like the Ivy. But it's like they've completely changed the script. Before they were backloading their carries and their more aggressive parties, and now they're front-loading them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Now, one thing that is open due to the fact that it's not banned this time is the Ivy. I think I would like to see this build up on Buff and Joyer's side, given the fact that you already have that aggressive bent like you're talking about. And I really need to see the Ivy Lash delivery system that I've been denied so far.
Oh, man, you know, like one I was actually got that we didn't get last game is the Kelvin Ferry for the urn.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I've been doing it all my. So I honestly, I think I must be like ultra positive behavior score at this point, because in every game I'm like, let me help you run the urn. For those that don't know, like you can run quick on the ice path. So if you just drift on by, you do half the distance for them and like double the speed. But you know, I like to see these kind of things because I think the classic one, of course, is the Ivy for that reason. It just gives you easy grab. But so far, you know, I don't think Ivy is a freebie in this particular game. These teams, as we saw, especially in that last game, are fervent in their defense of that drop-off location.
Interestingly enough, we are going to get a Vindicta grab by Buff and Joyers here, and this is a character that I just thought would not really have much of a space in high elo. Every single time that I've seen them take to the skies, they get shredded in an instant. That would be the weakness regarding Ivy that I wanted to talk about, but now we're just going to transpose that discussion over to Vindicta here. I don't know if she has enough protection to really make a statement, especially as on Cabal's side, we're seeing these heavy hitters in the form of the Viscous and the Wraith come back through yet again.
I don't feel like they have a great answer right now to Vindicta flying around, and yeah, that's much better. I really I rate Paradox highly because all you have to do, we actually saw it earlier with Ivy getting swapped.
Yeah, the Sky Yank.
Yeah, it's the exact same thing, only it feels even more painful. You don't have a gargle to buy yourself 2 more seconds, you're just dead. So that's actually the pitch perfect counter, and Vindicta really thrives off of having a savior type in her lineup because she is meant to just be able to build glass cannon. I don't think Ivy really ticks that box.
I would agree with that. I do think that ultimately the Pocket and Ivy roundout for Buff and Joyers still has quite a bit of value for the team. My real question now is actually going to go back on the Cabal side, as this is a Gray Talon of all things coming out to finish off the 6v6 for the decisive final winner-take-all game that decides who's getting the $300 and seeding into the next Downtown Showdown.
I just love the fact that we're like, oh, you picked a sniper. We're gonna pick like a pseudo sniper with the Paradox, and like we'll leave it at that, right? Right? No, we're gonna pick another sniper. so we have a poke game now. That is very interesting because we've had more kind of committed approaches before, but the Vindicta wants to play that long range, whereas I think you're still going to see a hard commitment out of Buff and Joyers. Having both the Paradox pick as well as the Grey Talon, I think leans you a bit more towards poke and prod. Without having to hard commit. And I think you have a supporting cast for that, right? Like if they try to then jump you, you've got good counter initiation with things such as the Abrams. Shiv can still be that pseudo frontline, and you've still got Viscous, Wraith that kind of bring their own saves to the equation. So a very different game I think we're looking at here. Like the first 2 games were all about gank and spang and team fight. This I think is going to lean more into team fight for both, but it's going to be retracted.
one big thing that I think will define the course of these protracted team fights that you're talking about is knowing when to pull the trigger still. Because you have the engagement and poke on either side about balanced, I think. And the real question then becomes, when do you stop focusing upon the Vindicta and the great talent to just weaken players, and when do you decide this is the time to launch the Lash in the Mo and Krillin? This is the time in which you go Goo Ball and you get the Abrams in after them as well. That knowledge is something that I think is going to be incredibly important here. And given the fact that we haven't seen either of these teams draft a composition built around a sniper like that so far, it means that this is a unanswered question hanging up in the air in such a decisive game, which I think is pretty wild.
Yeah, it's a really interesting approach because, like, you'd think poke drafts are very easy to execute because it's just stay long range and tickle away at them, yay. But at this level, what we've been seeing is the commitment is very aggressive. So you have to have pitch perfect position on a map that's still being figured out in a lot of ways, right? In a meta that so far, because we've just had a big influx of shooter players, I think we've just seen a more aggressive tone in general. The thing I like about Buffer and Joy's Vindicta here is Vindicta is less of a poke. She's kind of pseudo. She can play the sniper role, she can play long range, but it's a lot more immediate burst, I want to say, that they have the heroes to feed, right? You've got Mo and Krill with the easy lockdowns, you've got Lashes with the grabs, Pocket can draw a lot of attention, and we know how frustrating it is to try and wipe an Ivy quickly. They press one button and they're invulnerable. So, you know, I do see the potential what Buff and Joy have got going. For me, with Cabal, I think it's all about getting Paradox off to a good start and making sure that you put the Viscous on a lane that you want to block. So something that you're worried about. For example, a Pocket, I don't think you can shut him down that well, but if you get it on the Vindicta lane, you can make her life a living hell.
And so one thing that I imagine will define that early game in regards to lane placement is not only do you have that requirement as to where you're putting the Viscous throughout the mid game, but also the early game, but also I think Grey Talon has to go in a duo lane if I'm not mistaken. So who exactly are they getting partnered with? Same thing for the Vindicta on Buff and Joyer's side.
Oh, what if, and it's weird because if you have to frontline, you're in trouble, but like a Paradox Grey Talon's kind of wild. Just because you get the kinetic carbine into the snipe follow-up, right? It's almost just guaranteed every time. It does require a lot of coordination, though. I think the safer way to go here is you just stick the Grey Talon with something like an Abrams, right? Or a Shiv. But I think it's about time to get into it. The final game of Deadlock Core number 2. 1-1 scoreline. It comes down to a barn burner. Buff Enjoys up against Cabal. Let's get to it.
And we will see very soon how these lanes are going to shape up. It looks like right now it's Vindicta and Haze versus Viscous and Paradox, which was not a dynamic that I was expecting coming out of Cabal, but I kind of like the space control that is going to be provided by both the Paradox and the Viscous here. That being said, there are still a lot of farming opportunities available for this Haze to start getting that advantage early, particularly if they can do enough damage to allow for the Vindicta to find high spots in the lane. Across the rest of the map, things are looking pretty standard. No crazy rotations just yet, but every time I say that, we get some shenanigans, particularly out of the Abrams in the hands of Cabal.
It's interesting because I thought maybe the Vindicta and Haze was about like setting them up in the location that one could just rotate out to the outer lane. But they're just locking into this 2-on-2, and I feel like Viscous is going to be the ultimate bully in that situation. The good news is at least I think the Grey Talon's going to have a happy time here, right? Because he did get to lane with the Ivy, which will be your protector.
Well, already we are seeing that push advantage come through for the Cabal. Viscous able to jam towards that tower, clear out waves for the time being. Wraith going worryingly low here. We'll have that little bit of cover fire here with the card to bring Mo and Krill to the danger zone as well. And so they are going to keep things relatively stable here all the way in that far left lane as now Grey Talon's getting encroached upon by that Lash Whip.
Okay, well, so I'm thinking about the way that you want to like lane this. Like Shiv, we talked about the front line. One thing that I think is nice is that Grey Talon can pivot away from the IV that we said shouldn't be the biggest threat at range, maybe to the Abram lane. So it's almost like you do have this Grey Talon in a situation where if he doesn't like the lane, he has his tank next door that he can shift over to, right? So I do quite like that. But it looks like we are getting the bail point. Haze is shifting now over towards the Wraith lane. It looks like they were trying to catch them out overextended. They will fail to find it. Jumps in, gets the wallop, and just enough HP left after that Guardian switch to walk away alive.
What great balancing of that Guardian aggro and pressure as now Cabal are going to lose another member in the form of Grey Talon. Pocket going to happily profit off the back of that one. Wraith was also forced out of that lane on the far left side, has to just relocate off of the zipline zoom. It's now Vindictus, taken below half health here, has to be careful as Paradox is once again getting encroached, using that grenade early to just a little bit more damage. Sleep as a response here, we're going to see what that turns into. Looks like Paradox was far enough away from the zone of influence for that to not turn into a whole lot for the side of buff enjoyers.
Yeah, and it is the one you want to go after, by the way. Like, in this lane, you kind of just need to keep the Paradox low, because if you go after the Viscous, he just tends to have a bit more sustainability. He's more of a bully in these early phases, whereas Paradox, I think, needs 1 or 2 items to really start to drill the damage out. Things like basic mags. The headshot booster is insane with that 5-burst gun. So I like their choice of pressure there to keep him on the back foot. But yeah, Grey Talon just not having a great time here, but anything is better than the experience Wraith is coming into. Like, giving Moan Krill that type of edge is interesting on that lane because both of them are your stun initiators for these ganks.
And one of the big tests regarding the zone of influence that Moan Krill has early has been passed by buff enjoyers with flying cogs, in my opinion. Because sometimes you see Moan Krills over chasing, unable to really get value off their one ability as well. And they go too deep in enemy territory and get popped for that early because of it. But here, like, that's clearly not the case. They got great support on their side as well, and that's been paying dividends so far. Now, Cabal have been able to hold steady even with a few people dropping on their side. They are even on that soul count. We do see the bailout coming through from the Viscous, saving the Paradox there, but that is a worryingly low laner, and I wonder if that's going to turn into a full back.
I think they're going to be fine with that, because what happened there is they both stacked for the splatter from Viscous, so he just kind of returned double the damage their way. It's a very glass cannon-y type approach they have to take on this lane. We're even seeing them prioritize a lot of vitality-based items there. You can see Free Green already in for the Vindictor, because they understand that this is going to be more of an attritional lane than a burst lane.
Mm-hmm. Now, Abrams, all the way there on Park, does have full push here with a set of minions to try to take down that tower. That forces the Pocket and Lash to rotate all the way over to that far side, leaving Ivy alone. It looks like Shiv isn't going to try to force something under tower with the Great Talon, though. Instead, they are just going to rotate over to match 2v2 all the way in purple. So things remain pretty calm overall, and very surprisingly enough, even between these two teams' vision.
Whoa. Maybe not for long. Affliction does come in. Shivers is being brought a little bit low, but nice space created there by the Abrams. So kind of a wasted ult here. At least going to force him home, but that wasn't really what you were trying to seek for here, right? Like, there's no clear objective follow-up. So instead, they're going to try to turn it into a winner by rotating towards the Grey Talon. Stun on the other side is going to be good enough. Mikhail gets brought down there. Nice moves coming in from the Wraith. And follow-up kills as well, as we're also going to now see Grey Talon going down.
Yeah, I do wonder if that Cosmic Veil had some kind of play into that stun, not necessarily cascading into a whole lot, but Wraith, got to think they're lucky stars that they got out of that one. It didn't turn that into a pretty favorable fight. As right now, we got a deep fight right behind this big spire. Abrams able to keep the majority of their health advantage alive here. They are just going to back off and reset back to a 2v2 lane. Lash worryingly low, may just have to give up this tower.
Yeah, that was sick as well. I think you would have seen a lot more burst damage coming through from Abrams, but unfortunately, it didn't align well with the reload, right? He's out of bullets there. So a definite kind of thing for maybe you to be worried about if you're something like a Pocket. You're not as safe as you sometimes think, because sometimes when you just throw out that cloak, you become very predictable. Normally, you don't want to be getting this close, but with this type of hero, you need to. It's going to be jumping now. Good drag back by the Lash. Dash across to the slice and dice turnaround. It's going to be a drop in favor of the Shiv. Still alive on the side. Pocket not able to get the trade. And it is going to be Pound Town coming out from the Abrams.
And not a moment too soon for Shiv to stabilize in that fight. And now Abrams is going to be able to hand off that pressure and aggro, continuing to walk those minions towards the walker, as Shiv is happily going to make their way out of there. And this is a great set of players to have an advantage right now. Cabal are unfortunately going to drop Paradox right there, but the fact that you have that full 5k across the board for the Abrams, the Shiv, the Viscous, and the Paradox means that they are well prepared for a big fight here in just a little bit to define the contours of this early game.
Yeah, the liability really is the Grey Talon, right? But you may have noticed that's starting to change a little bit. Yes, 2 deaths, but still at 4.1k. That's because it's become an idle lane, right? Ivy is not going to really stop a Grey Talon from getting CS here. They need some sort of rotation. But when you think about the heroes that are viable for it, right? Like, you, outside of your Moan Krill, you don't have that immediate jump that can stop him from just taking flight and getting out.
Yeah, my honest take on the situation is, yeah, right now, Great Talent is lagging a little bit. We'll need to farm up to be relevant, and certainly needs the farm to be a valuable character in this game. But, you know, I would take the Shiv at 6k any day if it means that my Great Talent isn't doing much early game.
Yeah, and you know, there's ways that you can catch up. We've said that there's a lot of heroes that can kind of enable him to still get his burst damage out. The charge shots are not to be slept on. At this point in the game, just a guided owl also is a very big present and able threat, especially when you consider that some of the heroes on the side of Buff and Joys don't tend to scale into raw health too quickly, such as the Haze and the Vindicta.
Got our double man rotation here, the Pocket and the Ivy, cresting over into Greenwich, and we're going to see if that's going to lead to anything. Viscous and Shiv pushing pretty far up on this fight. Could spell disaster for Cabal if they aren't careful. Vindicta on a flight path, looking for an angle here, eventually just going to disengage, and it looks like at the end of the day, that's about the calmest way that I've seen a 4-man negotiated by either side, clearly respecting one another here.
Yeah, and kind of a fragile state as well for Buff and Joys that they've got out that so cleanly, considering Haze was low HP all the way back home, right? Like, cooldown-wise, there was maybe some faults you're worried about. You also now get the Gooble out of the way. So I think this might be the point where we see Buff and Joys try to make some moves now that there's not as much lockdown for them to worry about.
Right now, I'm liking the fact that Cabal have brought Great Talon back up to level with the Vindicta. I think that's the real litmus test, because you don't want one side or the other able to play the poke game while the other team feels like they're in a scramble state to force past the poke into an engage. So with either side kind of having their sniper lag behind, which I'll be honest was a little bit expected given the draft, I think that I'm pretty happy with the state of this game going deep for either of these teams. Right now, we do see the Latch jump in, trying to turn this into more. Paradox Mirror coming out to try to buy time, but eventually they will fall. Traded back for the Haze, as now Great Talent has to try to get out of dodge here, as we see a further push and approach from the Cabal onto Buff Enjoyers. But it looks like right now things are about to even out after just an even trade.
Yeah, the way that was enveloping, that is actually the best you could ask for. That was a full encirclement all the way coming in from the side of Buff Enjoyers. So Cabal done a great job of dodging death there. So things are going to reset. We've always got that pressure on the outer lanes. There's always something that's going to have to now be attended to, but I think that's where you want to send the Haze, try to keep her away from these threats. I think what you want to do is if you have to bring one of these kind of more scaly-based carries into the equation, bring the Vindicta that can actually capitalize on those assassinates more easily.
Right now, you look at this soul count, about even once again as we press over the 10-minute mark, and that means that mid-boss is available. As I said, I believe that this one is going to go the distance, but we also know how volatile any Deadlock game state is at this point in time. All you need to do is farm, not extend, and not give up a free kill one way or the other, because that can turn into so much. In many cases, we've seen that both Cabal and Buff Enjoyers are willing to take a 6v5 if they think their positioning is good, even if they are down a member due to a pick or something else. In many cases, it has led to turnarounds once again. In many cases, in very delayed situations, as now we are in fact going to start to see Cabal pick off Haze. Moan Krill trying to work as a defense here. Now, in fact, just going to be brought in with a paradoxical swap, and that means it's going to be a 2 for nothing. And Cabal will be able to use this as a push opportunity.
And they're just timing that perfectly. The uppercut from the Viscous, followed up by the Slice and Dice, just erased that hero. You wouldn't think there was one that you would have thought was going to be a creep. Meantime, we have got some pressure coming in on that flank. Poke in on to the tier 2. We've almost seen them getting through that, but now the counter initiation coming in. Wall's going to be dropped. Affliction is going to be thrown out, and an evacuation coming through. Buff and Joy is able to follow through, though. We'll find the counter hydration. Looks like Shiv is out of position and out of time as well. Not going to be able to fight back. A 2 for 1 that they will hopefully, happily rather take.
I should probably just stop assessing the current state of any of these games, because KP, every single time that you start to see someone edge over the other, it is brought right back in kind. And once again, a lot of that comes down to that lag time that you have after a deep engage where you got a few kills. Now the question is, can you get back out? And because the death cooldowns aren't super high right now, in many cases Cabal are able to rally, Buff Enjoyers are able to rally in kind as well. And so we are currently looking at a state of the game where Cabal is up, but not by a whole lot. And we see how quickly that could spin right back around in favor of Buff Enjoyers.
And they're showing so much respect on this Urn situation, not committing it yet. But now that we've got Listic in position on this Lash, he has got his ultimate available, so there is a form of initiation to kind of create that space. So Urn drop-off's going to come in. Great Talon's already forced to use all the stamina just to roll away. And that is not a very healthy initiate in the form of an Abrams. I don't think you can look for this fight. Spirit Owl's going to come through, maybe do a little bit of damage, and I don't think they're in position to follow this up. Vindicta might be a follow-up. Somehow they managed to find the Mowing Krill in the mess there.
Wow.
And Vindicta is
Oh!
going to get hunted for in the end, so they turn it into a 2-0. Admittedly, Earngoing kind of evens it up, so things are going to remain balanced, but with a hero advantage now, we might be seeing a push onto the Walker.
Lash in a lot of trouble, totally caught out here, and that means that yet another one is going to fall. Cabal, I think, now getting the best of that cross-map exchange there with the Urn in contention. One of the things to note is just how hard that fight was to assess for either side. Cabal clearly knows something that we didn't by going in there, picking up 3 kills, basically uncontested, and bringing it back into their favor. They're now up almost 10,000 souls.
Yeah, it's quite crazy, right? The stun, I didn't think it was going to be enough to gap close, but apparently they already had Mo and Krill in custody in a way there, right? And then the follow-up over the top. I mean, Vindicta, one of the downsides is when you make your escape, your first instinct is to hit flight, and that can be a negative when you've got no one to cover it. So great utilization of their abilities there. Cabal able to get that follow-up objective, and now moving ahead with almost a 10,000 soul lead.
And look at how it's distributed. The thing that I'm really worried about is the fact that Mikhail is at 8k on Vindicta. And this isn't a Mo and Krill situation where you can talk about, hey, you got some value going for those ults and whatnot. Vindicta not doing damage means that Vindicta doesn't have a role in this game. Maybe you get a solid stake or something like that, but to get in the air to find the vantage point to do so, I think is going to get punished by Cabal, who luckily has been able to buoy Great Talon just a little bit more, up about 2,000 in favor, as now Abrams maybe in a little bit of trouble here, finding face-to-face with both Hayes and Ivy. Great stun up against the wall. Knows that it's time to get out. Discretion, the better part of Valor, but there's a knockup. Ivy able to turn it right back around, and down goes the tank.
Not just that, he used his ultimate. Look at the cooldown bar up there.
Oh my goodness.
Perfect interception. I love that from Ivy. You commit the Stoneform so high in the air, he wouldn't have even seen it. He thought it was an easy get out of jail free card. Now, instead, the follow-up means there's no sort of big team fight initiation. Swap in the meantime comes in, into the execution, and now another Walker on the Iron Sight targeting for Buff Enjoyers. This lead that was built for Cabal has been shrunk completely.
These highlight plays from Buff Enjoyers are just not turning into an advantage overall in this game, and that has got to be incredibly frustrating. Shiv going to be caught out here. Mo and Krill channeling the full ult on top of them, but with the ability to just defer some of that damage, it still looks like the Shiv is perfectly happy to continue to perpetuate this fight. As now it's Wraith and a ton of trouble from the aerial assault. Gonna be taken down here, and that means finally Buff Enjoyers may have gotten their head above water, but they need to push this advantage further if they really want to make a comeback here. Great Talon ultimate only gonna find a little bit of poke damage onto 2 members of Buff Enjoyers, and that means that the Cabal are just down a member with nothing to do.
What just happened to the net worth as well? You know, I looked a second ago and Vindicta's like 8k and then Hayes is 10. And they're starting to catch up, right? The farm is kicking in and we were a little bit worried. Look at the laning phase. I'm like, okay, so what are these guys going to do? Because they're laning together and I feel like we've basically got a support kind of role for the Hayes. But just one fight is all it takes, right? To start scaling. And when we think about that scaling factor, the mid game is still scary. I think there's a lot of potency in Cabal, but I don't think now that the way this is caving out, they want to go late. And Lash in with a grab, on the 2, pulls them back. Follow-up stun's going to be in there. Affliction is going to be committed, but the roll comes through, and they're going to try to send it deeper. Paradox is down in the meantime, and it looks like it's going to be only an escape coming from Viscous, but the hunt is on. They're looking for the pocket kill, and there is simply no escaping this Abrams. He tries to teleport out. Low HP will barely get away from this. Such a deep dive. And yeah, now when you look at the tail end of it, how is it that we are not seeing a net worth lead developing off of these fights?
It is absurd to think about, but what I'm a little bit worried about is that if both of these teams are as on even keel as the net worth is showing here, PK or KP, what I am worried about is the fact that Cabal is just starting to run away with a ton of these fights, even ones that are favorably started by Buff Enjoyers. That was Listic doing a textbook Lash engage, and it doesn't matter.
Oh, it's crazy to think about in these situations, right? Like, you know, I think the walls also coming in from the Paradox kind of like ruins their initial burst when they get the stun for the pull-up. But the thing that I'm thinking about is like the longer we go, I'm just keeping an eye on this scalability of damage. I think Leffa is anchoring himself as a key component of this mid game, which brings me hope. I think he's really good at farming, but it's kind of weird. I feel like this series, Wraith in general, hasn't scaled the way we would have been expecting in these games.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what it is, and you can kind of see that represented in their kill count, right? A 1, 2, and 4 scoreline for a Wraith is surprising to see, given the fact that they have that identity as a solo lane pusher, but for the most part, Leffa has been forced, alongside all the other Wraith players, to just kind of work as a team fighter, max out that ultimate, and hopefully get multiple suspends off the telekinesis to really open things up.
Oh, may jinx it, but we do have a slight soul lead starting to develop here. And
Never analyze any part of this game on that front. That's what I've learned throughout the course of this final series.
But like when they go to the shop, everyone opens a book, and books are very analytical. I've got to at least try, you know.
There we go. There we go.
Found the pattern. But no, looking at the state of play, I think we are going to be seeing a big fight around the mid boss. That seems the next key objective. Usually by the 100k mark, both teams are thinking about it. We've got a lot of fellas looming here, actually, on both sides. Pocket and Paradox both kind of eyeballing each other.
I am interested to see what the capacity for a start and turn is on things like the mid boss, because you see that relatively frequently in the course of a League of Legends game, right? People will bait with an engage onto the Baron Nashor, which then turns into them just turning around and trying to start a team fight if they feel like they're ahead and are able to do it. Here, I feel that maybe it's too committal to go for mid boss, and the steal potential is too high to ever try to coin flip a fight like that.
Abrams does discover that they are all chilling on Cloud 9 here. Guided Out is going to come in. Pretty much just a scouting out at this stage. I don't think they're fishing for a kill. They just want the info. Nice hit under the Vindictor to knock her out of the air. And they are starting to invade centerfold here. Now, that rooftop is going to be important if you can hold on to it. But it seems like Buff and Joys don't feel as if they can hold this area.
Overall, I do think that Cabal, with that vantage point, are pretty comfy just sitting here and seeing how Buff and Joys tries to engage. And it looks like the Amber Hand is going to try to call their bluff and look for something here. Ivy Bomb not going to find a whole lot, a little bit of damage onto 4 separate members, but that isn't going to be a killing blow or anything like that. Viscous half health, though, might be in trouble. Shiv also has to get their way out of dodge. Hayes heading back towards the base for the time being. Catch a wave means that this is going to be a fight that neither team really wants to take at this point.
This is really difficult, actually, for Cabal, because you saw what they tried to do. They tried to inject themselves in the central building, because if they try to take it from a wider angle, that high ground is cursed for them, right? They're up against a Vindictor. They're up against the barrage spam that comes out from Pocket. You know, on their side, how do they really gap close that? You don't want to have to commit an Ape result just to get up there. Grey Talon might be the only way, but in the meantime, it looks like Viscous being targeted upon here is going to be brought low enough. 1 HP, they just need that finishing touch, and the cube surely won't be able to protect it, but the stun's going to come out.
No way!
Are you kidding me? Paradox goes down instead. Somehow Viscous at 1.5 HP. The slam is getting ready. Abrams able to get the stun follow-up here. Lash able to escape. In the meantime, Vindictor being brought low. Grey Talon trying to create that space for his team. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but immediately gets erased. Now we're free. Make that a 4-to-1 here. At the second end of this fight, Buff and Joys can do no wrong.
That is the more depressing version of Saving Private Ryan. It was Saving Private Viscous, and at the end of the day, you lose everybody, including the Viscous, for it. Last year, for the final alley-oop to get the full team wipe. Buff Enjoyers losing 1 for the price of 6. That means that mid-boss is all theirs.
It's one of those type of games where like you want to go back and replay it 3 times over because there were so many discombobulated elements there, right? The Savior Hero syndrome is so true. Viscous, you expect him to have to do it, but you know, they're Mo and Krill, the perfect intercept, forcing the cube in an undesirable situation, and now the ultimate follow-up, the ultimate punishment, what they've been lurking around that tower and waiting so long for, Rejuvenator, now in the hands of Buff Enjoyers. An appropriate name for what they just got.
What I will say here for both of these teams is that I think there's plenty for them to be putting on their highlight reels. You could just cut it off before the end of the actual game, because the Cabal was doing fantastically, had so many well-coordinated fights. It's just, you know, the clip's got to be about 30 seconds long before you see what happens for the rest of the 6v6.
Absolutely, I mean, you just see how quickly it can snowball, right? The get out of jail situation doesn't feel good either. Like, how do you easily escape this? You think about the heroes that Cabal are working with. You know, Wraith sometimes we say, oh yeah, he's got teleport, easily gets away. It's what happens afterwards. Shiv, not the best at escaping as well. If you haven't got your ultimate, Viscous is probably going to be sold down river, and Abrams doesn't want to have to ult to get out. He's usually ulting to get in. So, you know, it definitely feels like the type of fights that can snowball really quickly against Cabal if they start to fold at all. So, what I'd like to see, now that we've got a little bit of breathing time as the pause come out, I think we've got a little bit of a technical issue. It feels horrible, and your instincts say get in the base and stay in the base. But I think you need to find some sort of grab, and maybe this is a good start. Stun comes out, beautifully executed by the Paradox.
Love that. Taking one of the Rejuvenators off the board, taking a member of Buff Enjoyers who wanted to present this United Front to make the most out of this buff, means that Cabal will be able to stem at least a little bit of the bleeding here. And we've talked about how gold gaps can kind of become a myth, you know. At this point in the game, it certainly is a pretty substantial lead for Buff Enjoyers, but we've seen also that dividing and conquering, making sure that a team desperate to really make the most out of the lead that they have overextends and you could punish them could just be enough to put things right back in favor of Cabal and bring them to a victory here.
It's definitely lining up that way. I mean, the scalability point, I think, is being reached as well. This is where I expect the haze to kind of accelerate quicker than really anyone can compete with. You know, it is reaching that several slots complete. Usually when we see about, I say, 22k and above, that's when she becomes the most goldly farmer in the game. Ivy, once again, just going for these kind of scout ultimates, trying to get a feel for what the lay of the land is. If they only knew just how spread and vulnerable Cabal are, they might look to pounce. And they are moving in right now. Wraith seems to have been overextended here. Will just about get on the line before the trouble comes in.
Yeah, it looks like they had the teleport available to help stabilize that fight, but that's still going to be a walker picked up by Buff Enjoyers. And that
Abrams
opening up more of the space on the map for them to play with just means that you're continuing to further those advantages regarding farm. Paradoxical swap going to be used as the engage. We got a full-on 6v6 team fight going here as Paradox may have unfortunately put themselves in a sticky situation as Cabal are going to lose not only them, but the Shiv as well. And Buff Enjoyers once again will emerge with their head held high, besieging another walker.
This is the lash that I've been waiting for, right? This tournament so far, I don't think we've had this good of a performance out of them. Those grabs are so pivotal. Now multiple fights in a row, just in the right position at the right time. They're baying out these savior abilities from Cabal a little bit too early before they're in a position to do anything about it. And now we're going to start to see that snowball. Jumps in, Guardians are being sniped onto. Abrams barely able to get Array alive. Might just about stay that way, but it's going to come at a cost. Flex slots now being unlocked, and not much of a base left over for Cabal.
One more shrine still available. Ivy going to get stunned here, but it's still not enough. Everybody on the side of Buff Enjoyer is able to make it out of the base and cash out the gold lead that they have developed for themselves. Now cresting past the 25k mark almost. This is a worrying situation to be in. Cabal need to have a miracle at this point, I think, to really bring this back without Buff Enjoyers making a crucial mistake. And that's certainly possible, but these teams have proven time and time again that when they're in a situation when they're ahead, at this deep into the game with scaling members on their side, they have a watertight game plan.
Yeah, I do feel like as this continues on, we're getting maybe a bit more reliable DPS output in these fights from Buff Enjoyers, because I just noticed, I think that Grey Talon's gone for the Spirit build, right? So it's like, it's burst, but it's not consistent damage. Yeah, there you go. Heavy into the purple. So really, your left click here is primarily coming from the Wraith. Although we're seeing Abrams with a very big orange bar there, I don't feel like he's been able to remain deep for long to take advantage of that.
Headed to blue.
What I'm really sad about at this point is the fact that Grey Talon has done literally nothing.
Welcome to Grey Talon Games. This is
I wish that there was like a more like charitable assessment to have, but I really do feel like Cabal has been operating in a 5v6 scenario for a while now, especially as Mikhail has been able to bring back relevancy to this Vindicta pick just through solid farm.
Well, the earn drop-off just kind of consolidates that. Now 30,000 net worth lead. You can see they are eager for a fight. Defense is set up on the bridge is going to be there for Cabal, but there's a rotation coming around. So I think the goal here, just kind of shove in the lanes, because whenever you shove in lanes, there's this cool concept in MOBAs around the idea, shove in the lanes and you force a reaction. And the whole idea is you don't even necessarily have to wait for the person to react. By them reacting in one location, they've enabled you to go elsewhere. So I think we're going to see all 4 lanes shove in. They're going to look for that wide spread that feels almost inevitable. Cabal essentially has to kind of babysit each other, moving across the map to avoid that problem.
And the problem about that is that a lot of these characters don't necessarily want to have to be in that hand-holding situation. We've highlighted Wraith time and time again, still the most fed member of Cabal, unable to make a real mark in this, and I'm unfortunately going to have to say my main is becoming the new Yamato in this final game.
Oh no!
Oh,
Can he get away from this? I don't think there's any escape. The stake comes down, he has to charge away, low HP. Cube's going to save him. Jump him by the pocket, is going to have to retreat. Now, keep in mind, he didn't use the ultimate. This is big. They need that for a counter initiation, a follow-up. So, no severe damage done, but no big investments on either side.
That's that power of the last walker that Cabal has available, but that also is reflective of the fact that once that thing goes down, the map becomes even more open for buff enjoyers to roam across it with impunity, and Cabal will have to continuously play buddy-buddy with one another, rotate, play reactively, and that's not where you want to be to try to put a game of Deadlock away.
We have to keep in mind, I'm pretty sure Hayes was nowhere near that fight. I saw her in the bottom right corner. She's just been farming, right? So that's how confident they are. It definitely shows that.
Oh, no!
Oh, come
oh
on.
no. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Eternity.
Here we go again. Now, that one, I think, is going to be a more tricky call than just an absolute remake. I mean, a 30k net worth lead is not game-ending. They still had half of their base, but we could very clearly see where that was going, which kind of heartbreaks me a little bit, because I hate the idea that the deciding game maybe gets decided as, like, a default win from a crash. To those just tuning in going, what the hell just happened? Like, oh my god, these casters, why are they making it all about them? We're not. We wish we were. We wish we could hide the camera right now. It's early days esports, right? Like Deadlock, so many people are enthusiastic, eager. They want to play this game, so we want to create tournaments so they can do so. But Valve is very infamous for leaving their games in beta phase for a long time, and this one actually truly is there. So unavoidable crash issues here.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. I think that both teams will just have to have a discussion amongst one another alongside tournament admin to come to a solution on this front. I'll be honest here, KP, the philosophy that I have on this game is that if you were to come to me and said you could put $1,000 down on the winner of this game and you would double your money if you're right, I think that I would do it here. I wouldn't have done it for game number one, even though we were starting to see a lead being built out, right? And I don't have a lot of money, you know, I'm casting Deadlock, so I think that that's representative of the fact that I have a lot of faith that in this situation, we had a clear victor. I don't know if this is still going to be a remake, though. I hope for your sake, given that we're now cresting probably towards, what, 3 a.m., that we come to a good decision, though.
That's okay, my daughter's going to wake up soon, it's perfect. See, I'm looking at, like, the other elements of the picture here, right? Abrams is probably struggling to kind of remain relevant, and 25k net worth lead falling behind, net worth rather to falling behind. Grey Talon's at 20, right? Outside of them throwing a guided owl to try and set up a stun, they're not doing much. They're basically a glorified stun. Shiv at 25k as well is also worrisome to me. We talk about Shiv as a feast or famine type hero, and although he might not be feeding the enemy team, dying all the time, right? He had a few deaths, but not an insane amount. I don't think he was in a dominant position. So, like, I personally would have leaned in favor of buff enjoyers there. They seemed in a very dominant position, and
and I think you're.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that your top-end assessment of what's going to happen as this game progresses in regards to builds, in regards to individual character strength, would continue to favor buff enjoyers as well, right? In particular, we look at that Haze, who has been putting on the straw hat this entire game and just taking minions. And even without the Haze being there for some of these fights, we're still seeing everybody else on buff enjoyer's side be incredibly relevant and take down multiple members of the Cabal with no real response.
Yeah, you know, the other thing I was going to hit on is the Wraith versus Haze comparison, right? Like, Wraith was keeping up, but like, who do I favor when we're talking 50k in each of their pockets? I'm probably leaning Haze pretty hard there, right? Especially when you consider all the supporting cast probably can't afford things like Unstoppable to stop themselves from getting perma-muted. So yeah, we'll see where the admins decide to lay the stones here, what the decision is going to be in the coming minutes. Yes, well done. We hosted a tournament in like an alpha. Why not, man? Like, honestly, like, it's not $1 million, and honestly, I think this is the best way to do it. Like, I believe that every great esports scene is built from grassroots up, and I love the fact that we got people like, you know, Deadlock Core over here, courtesy of Mook, doing that, and all the people behind the scenes. But you know what? We need to go talk to those people behind the scenes. So we're going to hop to a short break, after which we will have a decision on what's going to be happening. Remake or default win? Stay tuned. find out soon.
One moment in time, your soul and mine floating up into the clouds. Two bodies under the moonlight, not even making a sound. We spoke about the truth to lead the way. Spoke about how you would make me stay. Bright big visions and all the change. A new world.
We figured it out. The winner is you guys, because they're going to reschedule and play it again at another point. Yeah, sorry, guys. I had to bait you a little bit there. We couldn't let it come down to a coin flip or maybe a default. It just didn't feel right for either team. Both of them want to play it out again. So what's going to happen now is the core team are going to figure out a new date, a new time for the teams. If you're wondering why are these pussies wanting to like end the broadcast, it's only 5 hours deep. Well, astute viewer in NA, the Europeans that are playing in this grand final are a little bit tired at 4 a.m. So we decided to show mercy. The best way for you guys to figure out when that's going to be happening is make sure, one, you're already following here and you've got notification turned on, because there will definitely be more tournaments coming from Moot and the crew. But on top of that, make sure that you join their Discord server. It's the easiest way to keep up to date with everything. It's a great place to see upcoming tournaments, figure out some people to scrim. Who knows, maybe you can form a team and join in on the next one of these. But crazy day. Yako. Like, yes, we've not got a victor. I feel a little bit robbed for a guy up at 4 a.m. But thoroughly entertained.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we've really seen the highest level of Deadlock so far played, brought to the public here throughout the course of Deadlock Core number 2. And I think in particular, this final series is privileged to have yet another half game being played, because it just means more footage for everybody to really learn and institute into their own games. And as you said, KP, there's so much in the realm of community building that's being done here by Deadlock Core and all of these other community tournaments that are currently being developed. If you guys want to have a piece of the pie, please jump on in, drop a follow into the Twitters as well, Moot, of course, as well as me, and I'm sure you as well. We'll keep everybody up to date on all the upcoming tournaments that we're going to be casting and we're going to be playing in. But for right now, I think it's about time that we close it out. I know that Deadlock Core, of course, is still also focused upon a Deadlock Core number 3 alongside finishing up number 2. So the third tournament is also going to notably be in EU. So that means if we have these remakes happen again, it'll hopefully be at a more reasonable time for you guys, and we'll actually be able to play out the full series then. But with all that in mind, that is it from me. Make sure to drop a follow at CA Commentates on Twitter, and KP, I'll lead it to you to end it out.
Yeah, feel free to follow me as well. I occasionally post pictures of birds, cute kids, and all kinds of esports scenes. But an esports scene in its infancy is what I want you guys to walk away from this wonderful broadcast with, right? Early days, teething issues, still plenty of things to work out, but I think we all see that shine, that glimmer of hope with Deadlock, a new gen of games on the horizon, and they are the ones leading the way. And honestly, we've seen how Valve just lets this play out. We get to just dance the playground. We get to create what we want, and I want to really give a big shout out to all the people volunteering their times behind the scenes on this one. A huge team. I'm surprised when I got in the chat. I was like, I'm just going to talk 1 or 2 people. I couldn't get a word in. There were so many people there working non-stop. They are working around the clock to make sure you guys are entertained, and hopefully you were today. Hopefully we'll be next time when this channel goes live, when we're back, maybe us or someone else on Moot Monthly for more Deadlock action. But for now, farewell, go get some rest, and we'll see you next time, hopefully, for Deadlock Core number 3.
Tell me where to go, what to do.
What you want?
Tell me where to go, what to do.
To another flow. What you want?
Show me the stars. Show me the stars. Get it poppin', put it.
What? Go! What? Drop.
Lift me up, take control, hold me down.